Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the Board of Supervisors meeting of December 15th to order. Would you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? County Council, would you please lead us?
Please join me. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, this is oral communication time. We're going to have 15 minutes, so anyone that wishes to come forward and speak on any item that is not on the agenda, please come forward. Thank you.
Greetings to the board. As Supervisors Royce and Gray know, I'm still actively pursuing this, and I just wanted to remind the board, court's not cooperating. I've already hand-delivered 2 letters to the court, and of course they won't even acknowledge me because, hey, the Federal Adoption Incentive Program is one of the lifebloods of this county, and they don't want to see it go away. Anyhow, love y'all. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Next, please.
I'm speaking on behalf of the Columbia Area Advisory Council, and we sent a letter November 18th to the Planning Department regarding a cistern that had gotten damaged. These cisterns are historic. They were built between 1860 and 1863. I just wanted to recirculate the letter because these are 10 to 15,000 gallons each, and they are still being pumped out of. So we want to be really careful about that. So we wrote a letter to, right now may not be the time because of the holidays and because of some of the meetings that are being held in Columbia, but I'm going to recirculate our letter from the Columbia Area Advisory Council on the cistern so that we can meet with the park and TUD, because the ditch is knitted into these cisterns so that we can use them for fire protection in the Columbia area, and that is the reason that they were built. So here's the letter. I'm going to recirculate it, and we can meet after the beginning of the year.
Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara.
Good morning.
Good morning, and Merry Christmas to all of you. I've got a poster here that I want you all to look at. This is a Google Earth poster of the marijuana grows that are right by my home. And you'll see the environmental impact that these grows are doing to the lake if you look at it really close. Would you like me to hand it to you?
If you leave it there, we'll definitely be able to take a look.
My name is Sally Miller, and I am from Lake Don Pedro subdivision in Tuolumne County. I'm here because it looks like we're going to have to go through another year of nothing being done about the large marijuana growers, the networks, cartels, grows that have been plaguing our area for about over 2 years. I guess we were back to square one. I have 5 questions. What happened about the express ban that was voted on November 3rd? Where are we with this possible ban? Number 2, what do we do in 2016 when these people come back and have a larger grow because we do nothing about it? Number 3, like in 2014 and 2015, we will have no one to call to protect us in this dangerous situation. These people will take some kind of action to protect their grow and their very large profits, and they do have very large profits. Since Supervisor Royce is for growing marijuana in this manner or other ways, where does your loyalty, sir, stand to the growers, or does it stand to the protection of the citizens of Tuolumne County? Number 5, in your mission statement, you say, A, protect the health and safety of our citizens. B, promote stewardship of natural resources. C, enhance our rural quality of life and stimulate economic prosperity for our community. How can you do this if nothing is going to be done about these large marijuana growers? At least so far that I know, nothing's being done. I'm not too sure. Other counties and cities are creating laws to stop these people. Please help us out. We need it down there in Lake Don Pedro and probably in other areas of Tuolumne County. Please help us out here in Tuolumne County. And I would,
Excuse me.
excuse me, definitely like you to look at those pictures.
Yes, we'll
please.
take a look.
So that item will be on our January 5th agenda, and I really hope that you'll be in attendance at that meeting.
Pardon me?
That item will be on our January 5th agenda, and I hope you'll be in attendance at that meeting.
I will, January 5th? Okay, very good. And will that will be on the agenda so we can come when that
Yes.
time frame is? So there has been something done about this?
Again, yeah.
Yes.
Will be.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So.
That will benefit us or will?
So when you come to the meeting, we're going to have our
I'll be
discussion
here.
and
I'll be
and
here.
and be an open discussion on what our plans will be.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
I'll be here, thank you.
Next, please.
Good morning. My name is Peter Cholito, and I'm a resident of Tuolumne County and a member of the Tuolumne County Farm Bureau. We have a water right to impound 2¼ acre-feet of water for a stock pond. And when I read the December 9th, 2015 issue of Ag Alert, the California Farm Bureau Federation weekly paper, I turned quite concerned. In mid-2015, Senate Bill SB 88 was passed and signed by the governor on an emergency basis that adds water measurement and reporting requirements that become effective on January 1, 2016. This has happened without the benefit of public hearings to get input from those who are impacted. The emergency regulation calls for measurement devices or methods that must be capable of continuous measuring of water diversion rates and quantity, and permittees must maintain a record of all diversions, including date, time, and intervals of 1 hour or less. The first opportunity of the public, and specifically for those affected, will be a public workshop in Sacramento 2 days hence, December 17th. Again, the California legislature has overreached common sense and passed a law without having public input or hearings and leaving the rule writing to unaccountable bureaucrats. Just think of the rancher who had a stock pond that is fed from 1, 2, or 3 sources of surface runoff in an irregular channel and would now have to put in devices that may or may not be available. It is one thing to put a flow meter in a pumping system that diverts water from the Sacramento into a rice paddy. And also consider how to transmit data from such remote locations with no power available to a central spot. As a water right holder, we already have to report annually our monthly diversion and consumption. And how can this be done reasonably when surface water is fed into our stock pond according to storm runoff, and usage is either livestock consumption, wildlife consumption, evaporation, or leakage? Who knows what is done with those data, as the Water Board has yet to tell us what they do with our information, and I have talked to them repeatedly. I've made a copy of the Ag Alert story, and you should have it in front of you. I also have reached out to both Senator Berryhill and Assemblyman Bigelow with our concerns. Even so, our water right is below the 10 acre-foot minimum, reporting minimum. Once the Water Board has their foot in the door, who knows what they're requiring of us next. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Debbie Batista, and I'm the County Clerk and Auditor Controller, and today I'm reporting to you as the Register of Voters. And it's my great pleasure to introduce to you Robert Bergstrom, who's our new election supervisor. And Robbie will tell you about the class we're going to have here tonight for anybody who's interested in running for office so that they can get some information. Robbie comes to us from Fresno County, with 3 years of experience in elections, and I cannot tell you how excited I am to have him in my office, which I think I've told you all. And thank you for allowing us to add that position in this year's budget. The county will benefit from it 20-fold, not just 10. Thanks. Here's Robbie.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning.
Everybody has to raise the microphone after Debbie uses it.
Was that a short joke?
Good morning, everyone. As Debbie mentioned, we are going to be having a candidate filing class tonight. It's in this room at 5:30, and will last about an hour and a half. And we'll be discussing things like the important deadlines that you would have to consider when you are a candidate for the June 2016 election, and what you want to consider before you come in to file, as well as what documents you'll be asked to fill out once you arrive at our office. So it's a very good night. It's also a time to ask questions if you have them. So I look forward to seeing anyone who's interested.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Chairman Gray, members of the board, this is a joyous good morning for me, Adele Arnold, Chief Probation Officer. I can't tell you how long I have waited for someone to come in and take my place as I get ready to retire on the 30th of this month, and the wait has well been worth it. I am here to introduce Don Meyer. Here he is, right behind me. Don, I can't tell you, I'm over the moon with this selection. To know that Don is coming in to usher the department through ongoing probation matters as well as helping us with this juvenile hall. Mr. Myers he's in his 50th year in the field of probation. Needless to say, he has done every job assignment in probation that we could possibly imagine. He's also served as chief in Calaveras County, Yolo County, Sacramento County, and then went down to the big one. He went down to L.A. to be a deputy chief to help straighten out institutions and help that county, which is a state in itself. So he lives in Sacramento, and I guess I'm pretty persuasive. I called and begged and pleaded, and he said, I'll apply, as well as some other very worthy candidates, and went through the process, and he is here, and I am thrilled. So with that, I introduce Don Meyer, Interim Chief Probation Officer.
Welcome.
Supervisor Gray, Chair Gray, and the rest of the Board of Supervisors, I'm very pleased to be here. I know someday I have to retire, and I tried that for about a year and a half. It's not for me. So when Adele called me, and she has a tremendous reputation with the Chief Probation Officer. She's quality. You've had a great chief. I'm so glad to come up and work with the county for 4 to 6 months, and I'm staying up here, so I don't like that 4-hour drive. That's not good. So if you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you and welcome. Next, please.
Morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Clemo. I'm a resident of Sonora, California, and I've studied environmental studies at UC Santa Cruz. I've taken several classes at Columbia College, including classes in the Natural Resources Department. Last Tuesday, I came to a meeting and that was discussing the recovery from the rimfire plan. Came to my attention that they're planning to use herbicides and pesticides, herbicides including Roundup, which is manufactured by Monsanto. Now, there was a comment that was made that ignorance is a large problem in this area, and I would agree with that. Not to be insulting, but there is a large problem with ignorance. If you go to Monsanto's website, they'll tell you that Roundup is completely safe. They told us that Agent Orange was completely safe, and now we find out that many of our veterans have health problems because of Agent Orange, And when DDT came out, they told us that was completely safe. We could eat it by the spoonful. And we found out that there were a lot of unintended consequences of using this. Now, Roundup, using Roundup is going to breed Roundup-resistant plants. That's a fact. And the plants that do survive are going to be nutritionally, be able to take less nutrients out of the soil. And as a result, bees and other pollinators are nutritionally deficient. And this could be one of the leading causes of colony collapse disorder. Now, if we don't have pollinators, every year the bee population has continued to decline. And if we don't have pollinators, then we don't have agriculture. And that's a huge problem for all of us. So I would be opposed to any policy which intends to use Roundup and other pesticides or herbicides. And if that means that we have to have more manpower to plant twice as many trees, then so be it. I think that we could have thousands of volunteers to plant trees overnight. If you put out the word, there would be thousands who would be happy to volunteer. I also want to bring up another issue. I was one of the organizers of the People's Climate March in Sonora. And I think that while our county may be doing things already, I believe that biofuel should be considered as a renewable resource. We could also invest in other renewable resources. And I want to throw that out there too. So, I also have a paper by a scientist, Dr. Huber, which illustrates the link between colony collapse disorder in bees and the use of Roundup, if any of you would like to look at that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to be going over our 15 minutes. I need consensus to extend it a little bit longer. Okay with everybody? All right. Please come forward.
Thank you. What amazing timing. So I'm Rebecca Garcia. I'm the Public Affairs Officer on the Stanislaus National Forest. And I really do appreciate the comments that were just made by fellow citizen and proud member of Tuolumne County. And what he is showing is an avid interest in how our public lands are managed. And I really do appreciate that. And what I came here today was to talk about the rimfire area, which very much is in need of management. There is a reforestation document, a draft document out for public comment and review. And so I am hoping that other members of the public will be just as interested and go on there and see how our team of specialists have put together this plan to reforest the area so that it can come back healthy and strong. Many of our team members believe that without reforestation, our forest will not come back as we know it in our lifetime. So I very much encourage the public to please go online onto the Stanislaus National Forest website, become educated, and take the time to comment on our plan. Additionally, winter has come, and very much so out on the forest. We have snow right down to the Miwok Ranger District. So starting tomorrow, several of our winter roads are going to be closed, and this is for both the safety of our public and for the safety of our land. So just because a gate is open doesn't necessarily mean that the road isn't closed. Once again, please become educated. Look at our motor vehicle use maps and find out what roads you belong on and which roads are safe to travel. This is in effect from December 16th until April 15th. So thank you very much.
When is the deadline for the public comment?
I believe it is January 11.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning and Merry Christmas. I'm here on behalf of Farm Bureau this morning just to give you guys a quick update on the forest plan rewrite situation. The three early adopter forests, the Sequoia, the Sierra, and the Inyo, are the first three that have been targeted for their rewrites, and it's come down to us that those drafts will be available after the first of the year. So I just want to get on our board's radar to be paying attention, to get familiar with it, and to comment, because it is believed that these drafts will be the template that will be used on the rest of the national forest, and the Stanislaus is tentatively scheduled to be next. So this is coming, and it is very important that you guys get engaged in the very beginning, because any of the major contentious issues will most likely be litigated in this first round of forest plan rewrites. So please get familiar and get it on your agenda and start following it if you're not already. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm a member of the public, and I would like to invite everyone. Oh, do I need it down? Is that better? I would like to invite everyone to come to the Tuolumne County Planning Commission public hearing tomorrow night on the Dollar General store permits for Columbia, and exercise your right as a member of the public to speak out. And I would also like to comment on part of that process, because 3 times now I've heard the planning department refer to the members of the public who oppose the Dollar General placement near the Columbia State Historic Park as an angry mob. And I find that extremely disrespectful. And I've looked at your code of ethics, your code of conduct, your mission statement, and they all say that you want to treat county staff and the public as valued customers. You're going to treat everyone as you would expect to be treated. And I have never seen anyone in Columbia behave as an angry mob. And I think for this county administration and employees, who, by the way, work for me as a member of the public, to treat us like that is appalling. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing no one, close the public comment and ask the clerk to please read the consent calendar.
Minutes of the meeting held November 17th and December 7th, 2015. Finding that a summary of ordinance number 3287 through 3292 were published. Accepting the notice of completion for contract 1689 Dodge Ridge Road reconstruction project. Authorizing the submission of the fire prevention grant funding program in the amount of $200,000. Authorizing the Tuolumne County Fire Department to apply for assistance to firefighter grants in the amount of $315,000. Approving amendments to the bylaws of the local Child Care and Development Planning Council. Approving the appointment of Linda Posma to the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Advisory Board. Alan Zimmerly as a public member of the Ag Advisory Committee. Reappointing Terry Brayla to the Historic Preservation Review Commission, accepting resignations of Jim Newsom from the Historic Preservation Review Commission, Danita Moore Osborne from the Tuolumne County Commission on Aging, and Galen Ray from the Columbia Cemetery District, and directing the clerk to send letters of appreciation and post notices of vacancy. And as the Air Pollution Control District Board, approving the reappointment of Peter Giolito and Larry Sidmore as the Air Pollution Control District, and accepting the resignations of Jack Sauls and Jim Garavente from the Air Pollution Control Hearing Board, and directing the clerk to send letters of appreciation and post notices of vacancy.
Is any member of the board wish to pull any item?
Item 4, please.
Item 4. Any public comment on the consent calendar? Seeing none, bring it back to the board.
I'll move on the consent calendar absent item 4.
Second.
We have a first and a second. I believe it was Supervisor Hanvelt on the second. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Clerk, please read item 4.
Consideration of authorizing the submission of the Fire Prevention Grant Fund program in the amount of $200,000.
Supervisor Hanvelt.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board and public, one of the biggest topics in the county, I get hit with it almost every day with people. What are you doing about dead and dying trees, the tree mortality issue? And I know we're going to talk about tree mortality plan later, but this is part of what we're doing, and I think it's important that you know that we're going after and chasing every avenue to deal with the problem, both on public and private lands. And so I thought we ought to have a little explanation of what we're doing here. Thank you.
Paul Avila, County Fire. Actually, we're putting in for two grants, two applications to the state for the SRA fee grant. One of them is going to be working with the Area 12 for aging. One's going to be working with the Area 12 for aging, and that's going to be for defensible space, removal of dead and dying trees. It'd be for the elderly, low income, disabled, whatever other criteria they have. They're going to be setting up the criteria for that. And the other grant's going to be for roadside brushing, removal of dead and dying trees around critical infrastructure, homes, private lands. It'll be the areas that we determine within the high hazard areas on the map that we're currently going to be working on. And Steve Gregory's actually heading up the grant. I'll let him talk a little more about it.
Yeah, Steve Gregory, Tuolumne County Fire. Just to reiterate what Chief Avila said, we are working with Area 12. I'm working directly with Tracy, who's the director of Area 12. Area 12 does have the criteria kind of mapped out on what they feel meets the criteria. We're also working with Tuolumne County CRA Roads Department on what they've determined to be critical areas in the county for infrastructure, power lines, power poles, including even the flumes for water. So we're trying to address all those issues. Each grant's for about $100,000. Unfortunately, it's probably not going to go very far in light of how many trees are out there, but we figure every dollar is going to help.
Thank you.
I just want to add that we're trying to leave no leaf unturned, if you will, to going after this problem. It's painfully slow to get monies to do this, and it's a very expensive thing. And I want to thank the team for going after this, seeing the grant and going after it. And I'd like to move approval.
All right. We have first, I want to make a comment. I think it's really important what you guys do chasing this money because it is elusive and takes a lot of work. So thank you. So we have a first.
Second.
Any public comment? Okay, call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Clerk, please read item 15.
Consideration of approving the appointment of a real estate industry representative to the Tuolumne County Housing Loan Review Committee and reappointing Jamie Timmerlini as the Bank Lender Institute representative on the commission.
Ms. Shanahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Sheila Shanahan, Housing Program Coordinator for the county. The Housing Loan Review Committee oversees county affordable housing loan and grant programs, and the action today is to reappoint Jamie Tremoloni, who's a loan officer with Wells Fargo Bank, and designate her as the Banking Lending Institution representative, and to appoint a member to fill a vacancy on the real estate industry category. There are two extremely well-qualified candidates, Maria Cortez, who's a realtor with Century 21 Wildwood, and she's also a member of a solar subcommittee for the Board of Supervisors Housing Policy Committee, and Brian Gerdow, who's the branch manager at Academy Home Mortgage here in Sonora. Staff is recommending that your board reappoint Jamie Tremoloni and designate her as the banking lending industry representative and appoint either Ms. Cortez or Mr. Gerdow to fill the vacancy. Thank you.
Okay. Bring it back to the board for an appointment recommendation for.
Okay, well, since no one else wants to speak up, I will. I move in favor of staff recommendation on Ms. Tremoloni, and I'll recommend Marisa Cortez as the other member.
Cortez.
So we have Tremoloni and Cortez. Any public comment? Any other nominations?
I'll second the motion.
We have a
since
first and a
nobody's done
second
that.
to bring it back to the board. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Clerk, please read item 16.
Consideration of approving a certificate of recognition commending James Newsom for his dedicated service to the county as a member of the Tuolumne County Historic Preservation Review Commission.
Okay, I'm going to ask Ms. Shane to read the recognition, but first I would like to ask if there's any public comment and bring it back to the board for a motion to accept.
I move to approve
Second.
the certificate of recognition.
Second.
First and second, all those in favor, aye. Ms. Shane, will you please read this, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This is a certificate of recognition from the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes James E. Newsom for his many years of service as a member of the Tuolumne County Historic Preservation Review Commission. Since his appointment on July 26, 2005, Commissioner Newsom has devoted countless hours to attending meetings of the HPRC. Always a leader, Commissioner Newsom served as the vice chair of the HPRC and as its chair for the past 5 years, and often assumed the role of advisor, educator, and mediator during the Commission's sometimes contentious meetings. He also contributed tremendously to the betterment of the county through the thoughtful and thorough deliberation he gave to each of the projects and policies considered by the Commission. In addition to being a member of the HPRC, Jim Newsom has had a long history of providing service to the county of Tuolumne. From 1979 to 1992, he served as the county's planning director. In that role, he led the county preparing and adopting its first comprehensive general plan in 1980, and in modernizing the Uniform Zoning Ordinance and other development codes in 1982. During his tenure as planning director, the county experienced its highest growth rates and controversial development projects were the norm. Using skills honed through many years of experience in public service, Jim Newsom handled the controversy with aplomb and proposed many programs that are still in effect today to address concerns related to growth. One of those programs was the establishment of the HPRC and the adoption of the county's first Cultural Resources Management Ordinance, which led to the designation of the county as a certified local government, referred to as a CLG by the National Park Service. As a CLG, the county was able to obtain many grants for its historic preservation programs, such as preparation of cultural resource inventories for the communities of Soulsbyville, Chinese Camp, Tuolumne, and Twain Harte. In recognition of his efforts, Jim Newsom has affectionately been called the father of historic preservation in Tuolumne County. This Board of Supervisors does hereby join the Historic Preservation Review Commission and the Community Resources Agency in expressing their sincere appreciation for the many years of service, commitment, and dedication that Jim Newsom has given to the county of Tuolumne.
Mr. Newsom, could you please come forward? I want to thank you for the many years of service. We wouldn't be here today without your beginning steps, so thank you very much.
I truly appreciate this, and I want to say it's been an enjoyable time. As I've always said, my motto is, if it ain't fun, I ain't going to do it. And it has been fun all these years, and when people have sympathized with me with some of the battles I've had up here, I've always said, I've got a great job, and I've got the best place in the world to do it. So I thank you all for the opportunity to serve and for this recognition.
Thank you. Will the clerk please read the next item?
Number 17 is consideration of approving a certificate of recognition to Barry Rudolph for his contributions to County of Tuolumne.
All right. what I would like to do is, in the same order, is first have a motion for the recognition certificate, and then this time I'll read it. How's that?
Can I say something first?
Okay.
Mr. Rudolph, one last chance. You can say no. I'd really like to vote against this.
He has lots of chances. He's got 11 more days? But this is a good opportunity to go ahead and pull your retirement paper.
But sincerely, I would like to congratulate you on retirement. I want to thank you for an enormous number of years of dedicated service. You don't know what it's like until you see this guy out on the line working. And unfortunately, I have seen that more than I'd like. I saw him during Rimfire, and I saw him during Oak Fire, too. This man is dedicated. He has great passion for what he does, and you will be missed. And I can't thank you isn't enough, but we appreciate your service. And I know that the two guys standing up there would prefer you agree with me and pull those papers. But we wish you well and success in retirement. Thank you for doing what you did.
Okay, anyone else?
Yeah, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank this individual for all the help that he's given me as a new supervisor to really understand fire and all of its aspects. And I personally really appreciate that. And we will miss you. But I'm glad you're going into retirement, not because we're not losing a tremendous asset, but because it's a great opportunity for you. So congratulations.
Anyone else? Speedro.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Barry. He's been a mainstay, in the Tuolumne County Fire Services, and much appreciated. But I got to say, there's something unnatural about this. You were behind me in school, and you're retiring ahead of me. But congratulations.
Better planning. Anyone else? I just want to add. Just want to add that Barry, you always brought the energy to that department. Anytime there was something happen, I really appreciated how you were engaged in it. So I really want to thank you for your service. It's been a pleasure knowing you. Okay, any public comment before I read this? And we can have some afterwards if you'd like. But
Mr. Chairman, can I move that we approve the certificate of...
Yes.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. So go ahead. Public comment.
Glenn Gotcho, President.
I want you to know that Barry's dressed in black.
Glenn Gotcho, President of Highway 108 Fire Safe Council. We too would be remiss if we didn't congratulate Barry on his retirement and really thank him for the many, many years that he's helped us out in making this county fire safe. Barry, I just also want to let you know that even though you're retiring, and I know you're going to contemplate things for a while, there's a vacancy left on our board. So we'd like to have you come on the other side, too.
So anyone else? All right.
You can go first if you like.
I'll go first if I can.
That's right.
You want up here? Okay. Certificate of Recognition, Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. Barry Rudolph is to be commended on his distinguished 35 years in the fire service. Barry started his career in 1980 with CAL FIRE and promoted to battalion chief in 2001. During his time with CAL FIRE, Tuolumne County Fire Department, Barry has had many achievements, the most recent being assisted in securing SAFER grants funding for Jamestown Station, developed the Tuolumne County Fire Department rope rescue program, worked with and supported the Fire Safe Council in developing strategic fuel breaks, which have proven successful, providing leadership on and off the fire grounds, providing mentoring and professional grooming for countless company officers. Therefore, on behalf of the residents of Tuolumne County, the Board of Supervisors hereby thanks Barry Rudolph for his 35 years of dedicated service to the CAL FIRE Tuolumne County Fire Department. Thank you.
Paul Avila, County Fire. First, I'd like to thank you, the board, Mr. Pedro, for allowing us to give this moment to Chief Rudolph. You know, I guess I had the pleasure of working for Barry, working with Barry, and trying to supervise Barry.
Which was more fun?
Oh, I'll tell you. Anyways, Barry O. Rudolph. What does the O stand for? For those of you that have worked with them, overwhelming, odd, outgoing, outspoken, obedient, organized, open-minded, outstanding, or original. Barry, you began your career as a seasonal firefighter in Tuolumne, Calaveras in 1980 and continued working there. Actually, he started his career at the Columbia Air Tech Base and continued working here until 1984. The next 4 years, he found broadening his experience as a hotshot with the U.S. Forest Service, an engine foreman with the Bureau of Land Management, and a firefighter for the Spring Valley Fire Protection District in San Diego. Barry returned to CAL FIRE in 1988, working in the Shasta Trinity unit as a fire apparatus engineer and a fire captain. He also worked in Siskiyou unit and at the Trinity River camp before returning to TCU in 1999. In 2001, he promoted to battalion chief at the CAL FIRE's Ione Academy, working in curriculum development and then managing the wildfire battalion until he returned to TCU, Tuolumne Calaveras unit, in 2002, where he's worked for the last 13 years. Barry, in order to have a 30-plus year career in the fire service and have gained the respect of so many, it's apparent that you were all in, all the time, giving 100% effort 100% of the time. Barry, you are as original as they get. From your command presence on the fire ground to speaking to groups of students. No matter what the task at hand was, you were all in. Last, I would like to thank Barry's wife, Kay, and the rest of his family for allowing him to be all in. At times, he was away from his home for days, weeks, even months. I spent a couple of those months with him while assigned to emergency incidents throughout the state. Now the million-dollar question: how do I replace you? I don't. I have a tough assignment in finding someone that can continue the work that you've started, keeping both CAL FIRE, the South Division here, and the Tuolumne County Fire Department moving in a positive direction while being all in. Thank you.
Chairman, members of the board, county staff, good morning. Josh White, Tuolumne County Fire Chief, TCU Unit Chief. This is a difficult day. I thought I was coming to talk about dead trees, and here we are talking about, well, no, I won't make a correlation. We're not going to, this won't be the time for a roast, but we'll have plenty of time for that. Supervisors, you touched on a number of things. Seeing him out on the fire ground, his command presence. But when he wasn't out there, what was amazing is he never stopped. He's working with the fire safe councils. He would be texting me at 5 o'clock in the morning and asking me if I'm up. And as soon as I read those text messages, I know that he's been up for a number of hours already planning, already scheming, and coming up with new ideas on how to protect the citizens of Tuolumne County. His work with the fire safe councils is untouched by others. I mean, his cooperation, his level of commitment to the fire service, to protecting the citizens of Tuolumne County is nonstop. We also touched on his knowledge of the fire service and how he shares that. He absolutely does it with every company officer that was ever under his command. He constantly was that consummate professional that had extremely high standards and expectations of all of those that worked for him, as well as all of his peers, and as well as the management. Those that he worked for, he has high expectations of us, and that I appreciate. The energy, the enthusiasm is second to none. I will truly miss Barry. I've been pleading with him. I've been discussing how he could pull these retirement papers, but it seems to go on a deaf ear. I would like to thank Kay for the countless Saturday afternoons and phone calls that Barry and I had, and constantly taking him away from his family time. It's time for him to enjoy retirement, but make no mistake about it, we have plans for him in his retirement. We hope that he will continue with the Fire Safe Councils, with all these other things. Barry has an enormous amount of energy, knowledge, and historical perspective that we cannot lose. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, Mr. Rudolph.
I guess I'll finish this deal. I started 36 years ago wearing this patch. Came off of my uniform shirt. I really want to thank the chairman, Mr. Chairman, and the board for today. And I know that you have a lot of busy work today, and I do appreciate you taking time out to give me this recognition. I don't feel like I deserve it, but I'm not going to argue with you. We talk about accomplishments, and in the fire service we talk about, you read some of the accomplishments that were in there. Well, I've got to counter some of it by saying in the fire service we teach that there's no I in team. And any of those things that you talked about and read about, a lot of these guys that are in the back of the room were also a part of that and made that happen. So it wasn't anything that could be done by yourself. And so I've been in a rare opportunity to work with a lot of great people. Many of our fire station captains, I was in this position when they were resident firefighters for Tuolumne County Fire Department and watched them go from seasonal firefighter to engineer to captain and come through. They truly are homegrown in many cases, some of which are in the back of this room. And there's another great person that I really want to recognize because I couldn't have done any of this like has been kind of mentioned, and that's my wife, Kay. She always fondly likes to say she likes coming to these because she doesn't know what I do. Anyway, I couldn't have done it without you, so I really do appreciate that. And you raised our kids, and our son just graduated from college yesterday, and there's no student loans, and it's good. It's been an honor to serve. My last day will be Saturday, coming on the radio, calling San Andreas and telling them that Battalion 4415 is in service with 5-6 coverage. It's been a great honor, and I really do want to thank you. And Glenn and Jerry, I will be over there at lunch today, and I'm sure you guys will strong-arm me, and we'll do something. And I do appreciate working with everybody and making this fire department greater. When I started, the Tuolumne County Fire Department was 5 years old. So I've seen it grow quite a bit. Thanks very much.
And thank you. Okay. Will the clerk please read item 18?
Consideration of accepting a gift deed for the DeFerrari Family History Collection.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. Kanan Whitman, Assessor Recorder. And so today this is a pretty fun item. The Carlo M. DeFerrari Family Trust would like to gift to the county the DeFerrari Hartvig Family Collection, which includes some pretty neat pieces for Tuolumne County history. They include 3 Ben Sears paintings, a Miwok Indian artifact collection, a personal firearm collection, the original sheriff's desk from 1899, and also the original safe from the Iron Door Saloon. And so it's some pretty neat artifacts that we get to keep and preserve at the county archive. And the family is asking that we do consider keeping it at the Carlo M. D. Ferrari archive, which I think makes complete sense considering it is the D. Ferrari Hartwig family collection. And I would just also like to use this time to thank the family for this generous gift, and also to thank Carlo M. D. Ferrari for his lifelong work of preserving and promoting Tuolumne County history. And so I would like to make the recommendation that the board accept the gift deed for the D. Ferrari Hartwig family collection.
Okay, any public comment? I'll bring it back to the board, then I'd like to say a couple things. So I'm looking for a motion.
I move that we accept the gift deed from the D. Ferrari Hartwig Family History Collection and specify in my motion that it will be be retained as the D. Ferrari Hartwig Family History Archive.
Mr. Rutherford, could we add to that we thank?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Thank Carlo and his family.
Absolutely.
Okay, so there's the first, and Supervisor Royce has the second, and I just want to, also, thank Carlo and his family. They have such a rich history in Tuolumne County, and so many of the things that we enjoy today are a result of the things that he thought about doing. And had it not been somebody like him, a lot would have been lost. So I'm certainly appreciative of what he's done. And while I'm at it here, didn't I do a motion? I'm sorry. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None, passes 5-0. Okay, Mr. Pedro?
Okay. We got to take this opportunity because someone was not going to give us an opportunity to recognize them. So, Charlie, would you please come forward? We have an opportunity today. We have a remarkable individual who's served Tuolumne County for 35 years that's trying to sneak off into the sunset without giving us the opportunity to recognize, his efforts, and that's Charlie Dyer. Charlie started with the county in 1980 as a storekeeper in the purchasing department. He then moved over to the sheriff's office in 1985, dealing with property evidence, and moved on to cover their fleet area. He was having some issues looking for new opportunities, and when we started to come up with the idea of the archive facility, Dave Wynn and myself triangulated on Charlie and said, this guy would be perfect to help bring that new facility together, and he agreed. So in 2000, he moved over to the assessor's office, assessor recorder's office, and started his job in records management at the archives, and currently serves as the records manager. And he has done a remarkable job through whatever he's done with the county, but particularly when it came to the archives, he was a perfect complement. His skills and abilities, his passion, and his dedication, his tediousness was perfect for what was needed there. His personal relationship with Carlo and his dedication to Carlo was remarkable, commendable, fill in the adjectives. Charlie, remarkable run. You've done this county proud. And anyway, just want to personally extend my commendations. But the chairman has something so you don't ride off in the sunset without being recognized.
Charlie, presented to Charles Dyer for dedicated and loyal services to the citizens of Tuolumne County, September 2nd, 1980 through December 30th, 2015. Really want to thank you, and I hope you're still going to be around sometime for some advice and counseling. Sure. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't usually get caught flat-footed, but today you did. It's been a great run. I enjoyed the last 15 years, especially at the archives. We had a lot of fun. We built something that a lot of the counties come and admire, and they're really surprised that we have something like this. And if we can continue on that road, and I'm going to stick around a little bit to make sure that torch gets passed right, and we'll move forward and do some more great things together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we had some good fun stuff there. The clerk, please read item 19.
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to the drought conditions.
Ms. Riggs.
Good morning. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. I wish that we were continuing with all the fun stuff that we've just been able to participate in. Unfortunately, the next few items are not good news items as usual. Drought is better, and the reason we're here today is we need your board to consider whether or not to renew that proclamation. Just so you know, some updates. We have not had any changes whatsoever, no additional intakes, no reports of any other wells going dry, water systems experiencing any problems since the last board meeting. So it's been weeks since we have received anything. That is good news. We think we've been out there, we've been doing public outreach, we've been talking to people, trying to make sure that individuals know that the services are available should they need them. So that's been good. So far there are 118 tanks that have been installed, and altogether we have 137 water deliveries. Remembering that the difference between the 118 and the 137, there are 19 tanks or homes who already had tanks, and then they just received water. So today I wanted to ask that you would consider renewing the proclamation. You will see within the proclamation, oh, I'm sorry, that's a different one. I apologize. I'm already jumping ahead to the next item. This proclamation is always updated to reflect the most current stats. And if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
I think I'd just like to add to that. First of all, Ms. Riggs, no news on this front is good news. I mean, some more wells aren't going dry. But last I heard, while we've been getting rain, we're not at season normal. The drought is still here. It just feels good to get rain, and this feels good not to have any more bad news. But we still need to remain vigilant, and we will for a long time. So I just want to add that, and I'll move for approval.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and second, but I also have some comments. I was going to reserve these until my report section, but I think they're more appropriate here. I did attend the Aqua Water Conference last week down in Indian Wells, and I have to tell you that I attended a town hall meeting there with Felicia Marquis, who is the chairwoman of the State Water Board, and also Tim Quinn, who is the head of Aqua. And the current urban water use regulations expired sometime in February. I'm not sure exactly when. And the whole purpose of the discussion was, what do we do with those between February and the first part of April, when we'll actually know what kind of a water year we have. And the answer that came out of that, I believe is fair to say that Felicia Marquis is leaning towards extending those urban water use regulations and tweaking them, as she put it. So I just tell you that so that people know that while the news is really good on our local front here in terms of the groundwater situation, and it seems to be at least ameliorating itself, the state does not believe that we are out of the drought, nor are they confident that we will get out of the drought statewide, and we're not even sure locally what next year will bring. So that's why I seconded the motion. We do need to stay vigilant. We still do need to do our good citizen conservation measures and things like that. So just because it's been raining and snowing and doing all the things we wanted to do, we got a long way to April. Thanks.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Any public comment? Seeing none, any more board discussion?
No, I would just echo the comments that have already been made, and drive across New Maloney's or Don Pedro, it becomes very clear, very evident that we have a ways to go before we're out of this situation.
Okay, call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Clerk, please read item 20.
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to the pervasive tree mortality.
Ms. Riggs.
Good morning, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office and OES Coordinator. Once again, need to ask your board to consider renewing the proclamation for the local state of emergency due to pervasive tree mortality. Unfortunately, we know that this will continue to worsen as it works its way north. We'll discuss this more in our next item. However, I do want to make sure that you and the public realize that there was an error when we posted the original agenda item. It's been fixed. You have a copy of what the agenda item memo should have looked like. We did include some language from County Council, and I would like to discuss that as well. But in here, you will see some changes that have taken place since the last time you considered this proclamation. Originally, the Tree Mortality Task Force that your board directed staff to convene was headed up by CAL FIRE or County Fire. That actually, at the request of CAL FIRE, is moved to the operational area, meaning County OES. So we are facilitating that. They are participating. The unit chief is in there, and he is engaged. There's a list of other individuals, and again, we can talk about this more in the next item. And then in response to the governor's executive order that came out on October 30th, staff went ahead. We already have an authorized agent, which is Craig Pedro, our county administrator. Because we already had that on file, we were able to go ahead and get that application in. As you know, the governor approved that on October 30th. On November 3rd, we submitted our application, and on November 18th, it was approved with a date for expenditures clear back to July of 2015. So it does predate actually the date of his proclamation, which is unusual. We are continuing to work on various issues that we can discuss in the next item. However, the next part of this memo goes into during a prior board meeting, or actually I think it was a couple of board meetings. There was some questions as to whether or not the board could provide property tax relief for those suffering damage from tree mortality, such as a property tax credit. And I don't know if council would like to discuss this more than me, but it's in the memo. Essentially, what the research that Chris has provided is that the county does not have the authority to legislate a local property tax credit. It's under the California Constitution. However, on the second page of your memo, it does go on saying that California law allows for a review of assessed value under Prop 8, and should a parcel decline in value, such as a market decline, resulting in more than $10,000 in damage. And I think that our assessor recorder did speak to you about that, Kanan, and I'm not sure if Kanan is still in here, but he did talk about that during one of those meetings and offer that as an option. So council just want to make sure that you were apprised of the research that they had and give you that information so that you're aware that we don't have, or you don't have, the authority to do a property tax credit, but the assessor recorder could go in and do a different assess property should they have a decline of $10,000 or more. And with that, this is where I was going in the last item when I confused it, is that I did add into this proclamation asking that the governor would seek a presidential declaration. And that would most likely not just include California should he do it. As we, and many of you or all of you know, the entire western United States is really dealing with tree mortality. But specifically, we're asking Governor Brown to seek a presidential declaration. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have regarding this renewal.
Any questions? Seeing none, any public comment? I'll bring it back to the board.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
Second.
First and a second, call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Clerk, please read the next item, 21.
Consideration of providing staff direction on the organizational approach to responding to the tree mortality emergency.
Ms. Riggs.
Good morning. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office, OES Coordinator. We first began approaching this issue once we were approved for California Disaster Assistance Act funding. You know, it's a large issue, and it's hard to get your arms around the entire cascading effects of what the drought is doing in regards to tree mortality. And what we needed to do is focus, and we've talked about this in our the Governor Drought Task Force. Governor's Tree Mortality Task Force. But we have to do the same thing locally. So what you have before you is what we're calling an organizational approach or plan, in which we're asking you to consider and give us input. This plan, I'm just going to briefly go through this so that those who are listening understand what we're doing. I do give some background information that talks about the fact that you had first declared a local state of emergency due to drought in February 2014, and that we also, your board also declared another local state of emergency due to pervasive tree mortality on September 15th. We have a tree mortality task force meeting, and as you know, because we're approved for CDAA, we have to put together some type of plan. CDAA will reimburse up 75% of eligible costs for county, city, and special districts. Tribes are also eligible as long as they're sponsored through the county. And most recently, as of yesterday afternoon, and there's a few of you who know, I was very excited leaving the meeting, the Governor's Tree Mortality Task Force yesterday. We've been trying to seek some type of assistance for our community water systems. And yesterday I was given approval by the Director of Recovery for Cal OES that as long as they're sponsored through the county, meaning that we essentially apply on their behalf, they still meet the 25%. We do the paperwork part of it, but it will allow them, just like you would do for tribes and community water systems, we could offer some relief to them. We know that there are several, one in particular you've heard me talking about, which is Sugar Pine RV Park, which had 110 trees, I believe, was the last time. Now, PG&E just came up and they dropped another 41 trees, and there are still some others. So they have hundreds of logs laying on top of their infrastructure, and they can't get to it. And that's our concern with community water systems. So I will be conveying that. What I'd like to do is just briefly go through what this plan is, again, for those who are listening, and then if you have any questions and suggestions, I'd love to hear those. So first we go into what is the role of county OES, and our role in the operational area here is of coordination. Very seldom are we the ones actually running an incident. It's usually fire related. With that being said, coordination is essential. I am able and we are able to get in and help fire and law enforcement and get extra resources as they're needed. We're able to get the right people at the table at the right time to help move policy and decision making along when needed, especially during emergencies. And just so those who are listening know the organizational structure of emergency services in Tuolumne County, the OES director is always the board of chair for the Board of Supervisors. The assistant director is the county administrative officer, and then the OES coordinator is a deputy county administrator. What we've done and going forward is developed several different ways to approach this. One is a core planning team. And I won't go through every single agency it's in here, but some of those, of course, including county OES, of course, county fire, fire safe councils. We have Caltrans, and I am telling you everyone who's in there, PG&E, and then Groveland and Community Services District as well as Tuolumne Utilities Services District. We did that because those are the two largest water providers in Tuolumne County and can serve a large portion of our residents. This core planning team will be those who are, they do they're the regulators, both state, federal, and local. We can help to move process along. We can get questions answered, and we can help the community as we work through this issue. The next is a tree mortality task force. This is a much larger group, as you can see. And my goal in this is running it very much like we did the drought task force, in that those who are affected, meaning our city, special districts, and even our community water systems now, a place that they can come where we have a panel of individuals, local, state, and federal. When they are working through their plans and they hit roadblocks, they can come and we can help them work through that. AT&T might have wires connected to a tree that is dead. We need those wires moved before the tree can come down. Well, AT&T is part of that task force. We can speak directly to them and get that arranged. Same thing with PG&E, Caltrans, U.S. Forest Service is in there. Their entomologist has been offering a great amount of information. And fire safe councils. So any way we can offer resource and information sharing, that's the place that can take place. And that's where we can help facilitate the tree removal process as we move through this. Then what we will do is do some subgroups. These are examples only. I know that this will change and probably become larger as we move forward. And that really is for communication, coordination, and resource sharing. And those are going into our community service groups. That's going to homeowner associations. I know Mr. Pedro's already had a conversation with one of those homeowner associations. They're asking, how can we help? We can get out there and we can talk to them about ways that they can help. And again, one of the largest roles we have other than coordination in county OES is education and outreach. So part of what I have already started is going into, I've met with Tuolumne Utilities District, Twain-Hart CSD, Groveland CSD, and help them move through the process of how do they apply for CDAA. You'll see a list of items. They've all received all of this. We're now putting together a meeting with the special district so I can do the same thing with them so that we make sure that anyone who is eligible is able to work through that process and they know how to do it, giving them draft resolutions, copies of the resolutions that you have passed, and the letters, and a copy of our approval. We've also developed a multi-jurisdictional webpage, and that was at the request of both U.S. Forest Service and CAL FIRE, that the county operational area would be the center point for all of that information. If you were to go to the county website and you go into county OES, you'll see tree mortality. They can click on it, and there will be the most current resolutions that your board has passed. There will be the executive order from the governor. We will have links to essential sites. There'll be brochures, information, and also contact information for individuals. Who do I contact if I have a tree that I know is dead and it's threatening lines for PG&E? The phone number will be there so that it'll give people a source they can go directly to. We also continue to do outreach with the local newspaper, KVML, mymotherlode.com, and a way to get information to the public. We've talked about community forums. I think they're a great tool for all of us to work with our residents. We do need I would like to wait until we have a fully drafted plan before we go out and do those community forums so that we can explain why and how and other ways that we can assist our homeowners. We have the role of all local agencies. All of the local agencies I spoke to you about regarding county, city, special districts must apply on their own. They're independent of us, so when they apply, they're responsible for this 25%, and their agreement and all of their paperwork and contract will be between Cal OES and them and will not be between us. Does not mean that we won't be there to facilitate and help coordinate should they experience an issue, but it does not come through our Tuolumne County. Now, the way that we are approaching this, and Craig and I have both met with Bev and Duke and Ray, who are county roads. You'll see we've kind of outlined the way that they're approaching this. They're still working on this. They will be drafting up a plan and submitting it to us so that we can review and talk about it, and then we will bring it to you for your consideration. So we're looking at county roads, county facilities, and then our airports. And when we look at roads, we're looking at major collectors, and you'll see some examples. That might be Tuolumne Road, Phoenix Lake Road. Minor collectors such as Fuller Road, Woodham Carn, and local collectors. Those are subdivisions such as maybe Ponderosa Hills. So this is the way in which we've prioritized them. Priority 1 are those major collectors. We want to go along those and start identifying those that are dead. How many of them are there? They're only looking in the pine belts right now. So if we were to start seeing something lower, right now they're concentrating, and I think he said between about 3,000 feet up to about 6,000 elevation. So if we're seeing something in between, it doesn't mean that they don't exist. It just means that this is where we're prioritizing at this point. What they will then submit to us is a list of trees that are near power lines that PG&E and AT&T need to take care of, and we will work with them and coordinate to make sure that happens. A list of trees hazard trees that are under 24 inches, and those are ones that we can work with either our own road crews or inmate crews that can take and help assist in removing those, as long as they don't threaten homes or power lines. And then anything that is over 24 inches that is near homes, we will need to look at contracting that out. And they're also developing an average number of trees to be removed per mile. And the reason for that is we need to come to your board to ask and have you consider what might a 25% cost share be. And the reason that this number could become large is as we look at this, we have some flexibility in going into private land that has hazard trees that threaten public infrastructure. And they're telling us as far as 200 feet. So if someone has a 150-foot pine tree that's clearly dead that could fall and threatens roads or any other infrastructure that the county may own, we have the ability to go in there and remove that. However, remembering that there's a 25% cost share. So your board we will need to consider, how do we want to approach this? And what does that mean? How do we do it? That could become a large number. We will do the same as we start looking at those subdivisions. We want to make sure that we can get emergency vehicles in and out of these areas. Many of you have driven through them. You've seen what it looks like. We have Ray Ingalls, our road supervisor, was telling me there's a lot of the wood that has been fell that is sitting on our county right-of-way. We need that cleared out. We need to make sure that our vehicles, emergency vehicles, and personnel can get in there. Okay, role of the private landowner. Each of us as a good citizen and neighbor has a responsibility to take care of the land that we live on and that we own. However, we do know that what we're experiencing right now is unprecedented. Sometimes someone will have to remove 1, 2, or 3 trees, and they may have to do that every 10 years or so. We have people who've had, and I've shared this with you, who's given me permission. He had Mr. Hodges, 86 years old, paid for 42 trees to be removed from his 2/3 of an acre. They spent everything they had, and they are now making payments on the remaining amount. This is unprecedented. So while we'll look at this CAL FIRE, in a previous item you heard is looking at ways they might be able to use SRA funds. We are continuing to advocate, and we'll get into more of the governor's task force and what happened with that as soon as I get through here. Homeowner associations, there's a lot of ways that we can approach this to try and offset that 25% for those private landowners. The next part that's in here is the role of the board, and your role is so critical and essential. You're our policymakers. You have access to those state and federal legislators that we can't get to, and that they will listen to what you have to say and what your concerns are. This is just some of the items that we have to look at, such as trying to, besides the 25%, we are looking at, as we continue to talk about the Department of Industrial Relations exemption. We're talking about clarity of rules surrounding CDAA and the tree removal. Support for Pacific Ultra Power to ensure that they maintain their license and are able to continue operating past June. All of these, there's a whole list of items that your board is critical in supporting and advocating and changing policy if needed, and direction of policy. Then we finally get into some of the big issues that all of us are dealing with. And again, we get into that CDAA, the 25%, and there's different ways we've talked about. You'll see in here we offer up, if and when we can, we'll look at the market ability of the timber that's being removed. If we can get that into, we're working with SPI if they have the ability to take it, and they will take it. I'm hearing there's a lot of the stain, and they don't want the heavily stained wood. But we'll work to see what we can do. There may be other grants. Maybe homeowners can assist. I have had homeowners call me saying, I'm willing to pay for it. I just don't know how to go about this process. So how do we assist them with that process? And then, of course, local government funding. So is that general fund? What is that might be available out there? Then we have resources. How do we haul? How do we fall? How do we clear it all up, and where do we put it? So we are looking at different areas. I know one of my coworkers, Daniel Richardson, has been talking with individual about property that is owned right outside of Pacific Ultra Power, which would be a place maybe we could bring wood in. Ultra Power, as you've heard, they've submitted months ago, I think about 2 months ago, they submitted a plan where they would bring their chipper out, they would chip it and haul it right inside their gates. So it's a great opportunity. We haven't gotten that far. We're looking for consideration from your board as to how you'd like us to proceed. And, of course, ability and willingness of jurisdictions to assist private landowners. Jurisdictions are looking at what are they mandated and what are their authorities to do, and then what will landowners allow them to do? Will they allow them to go in and remove trees on property? And what do we do if we have homeowners who will not allow hazard trees to be removed by a jurisdiction? How do we proceed with that? What do we do with that? So this tree mortality incident we know is not a single, it's not a single season. We'll probably be doing this for a couple of years. We talk about that at the task force meetings. A couple things. One other, I did have a question about whether or not the task force meetings are public, meaning the ones locally. We've already declared they're not, just like our drought task force meetings. Those are not public meetings. But I had a question about whether the state task force meeting was public. And so I sent in a question, and what I received back is that they are not public. However, there is a website, and that website, I'm going to tell everyone what that is, and we'll put this website on our tree mortality website as well. If individuals want to see what's taking place at the Governor's Tree Mortality Task Force, they can go to this website. It'll give them the agendas, it'll give them the minutes, it'll give them different information, who's participating, but it's www.fire.ca.gov/tree task force. And if you just go to CAL FIRE and put in task force 2, it'll come up because it is on their website. So with that being said, yesterday was the second Governor's Tree Mortality Task Force. It was well attended. There's a whole lot of information that's coming coming out of there and being discussed. One of those is they focused on doing work groups. And I didn't bring, and I'll get each of you a copy of what we received yesterday. So far, the only work group that Tuolumne County was included on, now this was just, they are changing, and I know our 2 board members are looking at what they want to participate in. They did put me down on the resource allocation, which is, of course, what I've been kind of pounding on OES about, is we need to know what our resources are, and we need to know the extent of how we can use those resources. So that first meeting will take place on January 6th. I just received that yesterday before I even got home yesterday. I already received an invite for when that will take place. So that will be critical, but there are others. Some of the they identified 6 counties, ours being the most northern county. So it's Tuolumne, Tulare, Madera, Kern, Fresno, and Mariposa. Thinking if I have all of those counties have been identified as the 6th worst when it comes to hazard trees. And they have the maps up. They will make those maps available to us. It's very clear when you look at Tuolumne County's map what districts are most impacted. And it does show as you run along 108 and you go into your Miwok, your Sugar Pine areas, there's just a ton of red up there. So we've seen it. It just kind of really just clarifies it for the state as well as to where we need to be working. They are still identifying. One of the questions we had is it says 200 feet of public infrastructure, 1,000 feet within communities. And Supervisor Brennan and I were going back and forth. What does that mean? And what is defined as a community? So it's still a little ambiguous, and we're asking for further clarification. I am excited about the fact, like I mentioned earlier, that during that meeting we were able to get the approval to go ahead and include our community water systems, and we will be able to assist them, especially if they will allow those who've already done some work. And that was what I sent off a question today. If they've already had work done and they're coming in through the county CDA application, can we go back and make, are those costs eligible? And that's, of course, critical, because that means if they can get 75%, someone like Sugar Pine RV, who has more trees, now has those resources reimbursed to them to go ahead and take it further. So With that being said, I know Supervisors Brennan and Hanvelt each have and participated in these with us and have some comments as well.
Okay, Supervisor Brennan, did you want to start?
Sure. I'm going to say there, again, I think there were more questions yesterday than there were answers, certainly. And the two answers, though, that I think were important that I want to kind of get Ms. Riggs to verify. I think I heard them say that they were going to lift the DIR directive, which I think was very important. And also that there was some discussion about arborists versus foresters. And both of these are important issues because it gets to capacity. The DIR piece was about prevailing wage. And while there are a number of companies and businesses in Tuolumne County, I think we did a count. I believe there were 30.
Yeah, altogether in the Tuolumne Calaveras unit, there were 120 contractors, 5 of those of which are tree removal companies that are registered with DIR.
Correct. And so you can see quickly how if there are only 5 companies that meet that threshold and can do this work, we immediately have a problem with capacity. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we did hear that they were going to.
So what we heard yesterday is originally when we've been asking for the DIR, Department of Industrial Relations registration exemption since October 26 when we first went. Yesterday, what we were told was that Cal OES had received notification from an employee, and I haven't got to see it yet, within DIR that said that tree removal companies, the prevailing wage did not apply to tree removal companies. Now, CAL FIRE said they hadn't heard this, and but that came from the Director of Recovery for Cal OES, so he is going to get me that information. I've been asked to forward that on. There is some concern, but I think with that we may be able to get this exemption and move forward.
And the reason I bring this up is because this gets at the complexity of the issue. Is first we heard no, and then we heard Cal OES say yes, and then we've heard CAL FIRE say, well, we're not sure. And so it's imperative that we're at the table and we're seeking clarification because, again, if we're going to be able to start moving on these issues, we have to have as much capacity as we can. Same thing with the arborist versus registered forest. I think we had 5 arborists in the county. The number was very small. But we have a number of registered foresters, and so if we can actually capitalize on those skills and actually get out there and look at both the trees that are dead and those that are in the process of dying, the county will be more efficient in removing that wood off the landscape. So a couple of very important pieces and really gets at capacity to start working on this job. So I think there will be a lot of information that will be coming out of these committees. They are tasked with organizing very quickly and so that these questions can be answered. And there will be a tremendous amount of there were so many departments with the state of California that are engaged in this, and it's important. They need to be at the table so everyone is hearing the same message at the same time, and there is consistency across the board. Right now, there is a lot of confusion, and that's going to help. The other piece that I would say, again, a couple of key agencies need to be there, and they, while they sent someone and they were in attendance, and I'm going to say the main one is CARB. CARB is at the heart of so many of these issues, and we need a decision maker from CARB at the table. That, again, was a very clear message yesterday, and I think it will be incumbent upon counties to keep pushing to make that happen.
Okay. Supervisor Hanvelt.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say that unfortunately on problems like this, government doesn't move as fast as I would like them to move. But I have to tell you that people who don't live where we live don't understand this problem. They just don't see it. The governor's staff even commented about how important it was to go out and see this. PG&E, give them credit, has been taking political leaders out to see this. They did a helicopter tour. I was at an RCRC meeting, I think, when the last tour went, so I didn't go. But I've been out there. I've seen it. The magnitude is awful. The memo says there's 22 million dead trees. Last thing I saw, which is weeks old, from the Forest Service is 29 million. I believe the number exceeds 40 million today. There's also studies by scientists. There's over 100 million overstressed trees. There's talk from real forest people, silviculturists, that we could see 100%. They use 100% mortality in ponderosa pine and sugar pine. This is just beyond belief, the catastrophe of it. A lot of times you hear it's drought related, but I believe it starts with overly dense forests exacerbated by drought, making these trees overstressed and available and susceptible to beetle. We're not going to get out of this very quickly. There's not sufficient infrastructure to deal with it. But we need to utilize every bit of infrastructure we have. I think you've said that. We need to save the biomass plants. And it's, even with infrastructure, the timber lifetime on some of these trees, these beetle kill trees, there's already been standing, and they're standing trees. The timber lifetime is on the order of 6 months, I'm told. That came from the American Forest Research Council. There's not a good solution here. This is going to be very painful in what we do, but we got to go after it. It's a public safety hazard, and we got to do everything we can. But one of the things I'd like to comment in this, I support what Ms. Riggs has led here in this organizational approach. But this is going to be an iterative process. We're going to face a changing landscape, and we're going to have to adjust as we go. And this isn't going to be fun. This problem exceeds anything the state has seen before on this level. I hear people say, well, we've seen dead trees before. We saw them in the South. Not on this magnitude, and not with a problem that is growing wildly. It's not controllable, but going widely beyond our ability to even deal with it. So I fully support this, but recognize we're going to adjust as we move forward.
Okay, Supervisor Royce.
Sure. Everything that you have laid out as far as direction, I agree with, and I think it's good the way you have the groups comprised. I don't have any input on that. What I want to emphasize in the direction that I want to see the board really lay down thick is that we need to be very aggressive about pursuing help and assistance for private landowners. Right now, that's the biggest component that's missing here. The way that I think we need to do that is leverage the 200-foot provision that you mentioned with everything that we have. If it costs us 25% to save a property owner 100%, that's a good return. And people need that help. This is a very, very devastating thing that's occurring to people. And I can't even put into words how hard this is for certain people. I see it, and they have trees. Not only is it devastating, the visual impact to their property, but the fire damage and the risk with storms coming through and all the the limbs that can be falling. And so with that, we need to be able to put our money where our mouth is. I think general fund gets tapped pretty heavily, and I don't know how that's going to work out. But I think we could even consider looking at our reserves. And that's what I look at it for. It's money, it's rainy day money. When you have something like this is a legitimate emergency, and it needs to be considered. We need to get a magnitude of what that kind of cost could be. And that's going to take some time, and with this group, you can work on that and bring it back to us. The other thing to consider is if it's only 25%, maybe we can share that with property owners, or maybe property owners can contribute that in some way. We need to learn what the state's going to allow us to do there. And then also working with the timber operators, you mentioned that. But the one thing that can happen here is when you have contractors going around and there's an emergency, people can get taken advantage of. And if we're participating in that, we need to make sure that we have a way to check that. And I think lastly, I'm blanking out here, I apologize. No, come back to me, I forgot. But that's the most important part.
I would agree you have a defined approach, and I look back at the role of the Board of Supervisors. I totally agree that we need to address all of those. I think one of the most important one is the DIR situation. I said we only have 5 companies within Tuolumne County that qualify to do that work. If we don't get an exemption, what can we do to help other companies be qualified? And I think that's something that we need to look at. There's so much work out there. 5 people aren't going to be able to do it, or 5 companies. So we really need to stress that. I'm sorry, I avoided asking Supervisor Rhodes for whether he had something. But in agreement that we're going with the right direction, but certainly agree with the points that my fellow supervisors have made. And go ahead, Mr. Rotifer.
Oh, thank you, Chairman. I think everything's been said, but I want to put an exclamation point on one that Supervisor Royce brought up. I've lived through several disasters and emergencies and stuff, and I want us to be very aware of the potential for fraudulent activities going on out there. I hesitate to even mention it in a public forum because I don't want to give anybody good ideas. But there is the potential for people that are vulnerable to be taken advantage of. And I certainly would like to see us in a position to identify those as quickly as we can and to as aggressively pursue the bad guys, if you will, in every case we can. That's the easiest way to shut it down.
Okay, the youngest member of the board finally remembered what he was going to say here.
This is what happens when I hang out with this group. So, what we need to look at additionally, I think, with the private assistance component, is to use it as a way to incentivize people removing this material. So this material, it poses a risk to public infrastructure, and that's how that will open the door to be able to utilize it. So that's a great mechanism there. And along with that, the wood is also, it's good to get it removed because it's brood wood, so for next season it doesn't continue to spread at the rate that we've seen it. So that's a really good way to motivate people. I've had a lot of constituents come to me requesting, ordinances mandating that people remove their trees, and I think that would create a hardship for a lot of people. But I think this could be a way to deal with that.
Okay, one last word.
Well, this is, I just want to put a dose of reality into everybody. On rimfire, we only really got a small portion of that footprint dealt with. In the Natural Resources Committee meeting, we heard that they actually treated salvage, if you will, roughly 15 to 20,000 acres of the Forest Service footprint, which was 154,000 acres, so a little over 10%. A lot of that did not go to the mill. It wasn't salvageable. They're burning 2,000 piles of material out there in the rimfire footprint, 2,000 piles that are 6 to 10 acres worth of material in each one of them. This has a shorter lifetime. We'll go after what we can. The biomass has a longer life than timber, but the reality is there's nothing to do with a lot of this other than to pile and burn it. That is a sad statement, but I think we need to prepare ourselves that that's what's going to happen to a lot of this material.
Okay, one last word, Supervisor Ross.
Yeah, just last word, another thought is with the DIR issue, the prevailing wage issue. I don't think it's as big of an issue as we're thinking. It is something that needs to be addressed, but there's new legislation that started this year. As a contractor, I know if I go bid on any kind of public project, I have to register with DIR. I can go online and do that overnight. You pay, they want your money. They want $300. You pay that, you register with DIR, and you can bid on public projects. You got to pay prevailing wage, do certified payroll. It's not that big of a deal. For contractors that probably haven't done it, it's a pain in the rear, and it's hard to know what's going on. But I think you could put together a little, like, seminar or something, and pretty easily get these guys mobilized.
Pedro?
Okay, so, Mr. Chair, if I'm hearing correctly, then essentially the board's direction is keep moving in the direction that we are. There's a lot of clarification that needs to be done, and we have areas of emphasis that have been, made clear. I do want to just touch on one thing because I'd be sensitive, as if I were just listening. There's areas when we were talking about some of these groups in the OAS realm. They necessarily, the core planning team and the task force, they need to be able to speak freely. They're talking about concepts, ideas, from broad to individual landowner situations, and those are not that's not the environment for public, to be in those kinds of discussions. However, I know that this is a time, if ever, and I know your board is all about this, for transparency. We mentioned the big role of OES being education and outreach, and we're already here talking about this at least every month, if not every board meeting. And as we move further and further into this, we'll be talking about this, it's potentially at least every month, if not every board meeting. So we will be transparent. We want to have the information out there, but we want to have it accurate and precise what we're saying, so there's not confusion. Because sometimes, too much or poorly provided information can be confusing. At a time like this, we need to be precise. We need to be clear.
Okay. Any public comment?
I'll try to be brief and add to the confusion and frustration here quickly on this issue. But we alluded to a bunch of things. I just don't want it to get lost on the public and the board, some of the other reasons of why we got here. Supervisor Hambelt brought up the lack of forest management over the years, and that is a huge component of this, and that is something you guys can look forward and work on in the future with the Forest Service as far as what they are doing as our neighbors and also as 80% owners almost of this county. One of the things right there that you can do immediately is encourage them to work on a forest-wide NEPA for hazard tree removal. Other forests have those, such as the Sierra. When they have a fire go through, they can immediately start doing roadside hazard trees. They don't have to wait to do a new NEPA on that. We look at areas of the ditch that go through government land, and now we're dealing with them versus state and NEPA issues on removing that timber. One of the last good bug kill cycles in the early 90s affected a lot of private property owners. John, you remember in Pine Mountain Lake, everybody's lot. Well, back then...
I remember who I hired to get work done.
Well, we can get to that. But what happened then is there was infrastructure in place, and those property owners, they didn't have to look for money or ask for help. There was market value in the timber, and they were actually able to put a little bit in their pocket and get the mess cleaned up. So we have gone from that situation to this situation in just a little over 20 years' time. So those are type of things you guys can work on to address in the future. As far as the DIR component of this, I'm a licensed timber operator in the state of California. I am a licensed timber operator because we have to comply with the forest practice rules from the state that apply to private property. Those change every year a little bit, and this might be changing a whole bunch of things involving with CDF. But I would encourage you guys to encourage the state to say, look, we have LTOs in place. There's numerous of them in this county that are capable, one, of doing the work. And if where we come in is that if that timber is removed and sold and further processed, then you fall under CDF regulations and those forest practice rules. That's why an LTO has to be the one to do the work, because we've had the training to know the stream courses and the protection measures and all those things that have to happen. Another component of that, there are already many exemptions that exist for private property owners, where Supervisor Handbelt, he can just go cut down a tree on his property, and that is fine. If he wants to sell it and remove it, he can call us. We can do a little bit of paperwork even without an RPF being involved, and there's many levels of this, and then we can have that timber removed and sold. That's what I see being the biggest issue going forward. Is it's easy to get this stuff on the ground, but then what is going to happen with it? And it's the then what that is the huge question. And so, but just keep that in mind if we're thinking of a place or getting property to deck this. If it's going to try to be sold at one point later, we've got some logistical issues with the legality of how that happened, and there's just a lot of things in the circle to complete it. But as far as the DIR stuff goes, I think you have a huge case that we've got a lot of LTOs here that can do it, and that waiver should go through without question.
Thank you. All right. Does staff have enough direction to move forward?
I think so, yes. Yes, we do. I would like to just comment on the there is a, I'm trying to, sorry, my mind's gone. We worked with CAL FIRE, and what they used in the past when they had the fire down in the Arrowhead area was there's a one-page exemption. So when you have an LTO coming in and they're removing that timber, it literally is like your first page of describing it, and you may have worked with this. On the back page, you're listing just the addresses at which you're taking. And this is a quick way, and it's already in place. It's ready to go. So once we get a plan to your board for your consideration, we can then submit that to Cal OAS. We cannot begin removing trees until we get that plan going. Even though we've been approved, it's not eligible until we do it. So that's why it's critical with Duke and his crew, and they're working hard to get us, and we've told them when we met with them, we want them to be as flexible as they can as they're looking at where is that tree. If there's a 150-foot tree on a piece of private property that could fall and block off that road, we need to approach the homeowners. Within the FAQs from Cal OES, they've already provided a release of liability and rights of entry. Now, I haven't given that to council yet, but I'll do that this afternoon. And everyone is looking at that. Does that work with the language and what we need with our county? But they're already provided, and they know that counties are going to be doing that. So they're giving us a flexibility, and we agree with you that we need to use that flexibility to assist our landowners. That's the only way we have right now of assisting private landowners until we can find something else. We are advocating. That's why one of the reasons I had asked to be put on the resource allocation is looking at other ways that we can help, and some of those are different types of funding. SRA, I think it's the greenhouse gas. I can't remember what that was. Cap and trade. Okay, maybe 32. So we're trying to look at any way that possible that we can assist private landowners as we work through this process.
All right, thank you. Motion, or I think you got it. Okay. Time management here. I think the board would like to have a 10-minute break. If we can get through it, we have a couple short items that I'd like to get done before 11 o'clock, and maybe we can have a break just before the 11 o'clock setup.
Yeah, we really could use about a 10-minute break to set up for that.
Okay.
And I know there's a request if we really get going right at 11 because we had people coming from out of the
All right,
area.
let's take a 10-minute break. We'll have to get back to those later. Thank you. Call the Board of Supervisors meeting back to order. Will the clerk please read our 11 o'clock appointment?
Consideration of providing direction on the scope and the cost of a new county jail.
Mr. Pedro.
Okay, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, With me today I have Maynard Feist with Lionakis. Of course, your Honorable Sheriff Jim Mealy, Under Sheriff Bill Pooley, and Jail Commander Tamra McCaig. How we're going to do this is I'm just going to do some introductory comments, kind of frame, from where we've come to where we are today. Turn things over to, I'm just going to say Maynard, to talk about some alternatives for your board to consider, and then allow the sheriff and his staff, to present a recommendation to your board. So with that, let me just go ahead and just for backdrop, it was back in April that your board went ahead and approved a revised funding plan for the new county jail. If you remember back at that time, we still weren't sure if we would be able to secure AB 900 funding. Your board went ahead and said, let's assume that we are going to get that, which we ultimately did. That allowed us to start the design sooner than we otherwise would have been able to. Just wanted to mention that there are two components to this project. One is the off-site work, where we will be extending Justice Center Drive, doing the preliminary grading for what we call our Justice Center, our Justice Partners Pad, where folks like probation, district attorney, probation, public defender will be located. And then we'll be putting a road that will connect Justice Center Drive to the jail site, along with the extension of all necessary utilities to that site. The good news is that the estimate that we prepared back in April, recent update shows that we're basically right on track, and perhaps going to be able to save a few shekels there, which could be helpful in the overall project. As far as the jail construction component, of course, that's far more complicated and more costly. That's where the real dollars are. There's one part of that where we have about $6 million in costs that are being funded 100% by the county. That's your architectural work, project management, inspection services, state fees, owner-supplied equipment, and such. Staff believes that all of those areas of costs that the county is 100% responsible for are on course to come in as budgeted at this time. So that's good news. As far as the construction estimate that your board was looking at back in April, and want to emphasize, and I'm going to have Maynard speak to this just a tad, that was based on an architectural programming document, so that's a list of the kinds of things you need in the jail, rough square footages, and that kind of a thing. And that at that point, we were looking at a target number of just over $36 million. The most recent cost estimate for the same basic scope of work, but based on completed schematic design drawings, and that's where you actually start to turn this into a three-dimensional project where you actually have defined spaces and the relationships, floor plans, and something you can really sink your teeth into and develop real cost estimates on. That same project, that same basic scope, grew to approximately $39.5 million, or just under $3.5 million increase from what we looked at in April. And again, I'm going to have Maynard speak to that in just a moment. But given that the cost estimate in April, that did increase, we're looking at any increase at this point, since the grant funding is fixed, would be 100% borne by the county. The county's project team, the sheriff and his staff, and my office have had a couple meetings with Maynard and his team to look at ways to reduce the cost and alternatives to be considered. And that's what's provided as Attachment C in your staff report. And you're going to hear quite a bit more about in just a moment. Just for perspective, since we haven't seen this in a long time, on the second page of your memo, there's a breakdown of the major components of expense and your sources of revenue on this project. You're looking at a project as originally conceived, at least in April, at a total of $44.2 million. That includes both the jail construction costs and the off-site work together. And the estimate that we were looking at before today's discussion was about $47.5 million. So that would put our net county cost growing from about $11 million, what the county itself would have to fund, as opposed to the state, at about going from 11 million to about 14.3 million if we made no changes. So what you'll hear about today, again, are alternatives for your board to consider. I know the board is definitely a priority for the sheriff, and I know with your board, we want to make sure that what we do here stands the test of time, that we maximize this opportunity, maximize the number of beds, try to design something that has the lowest operational cost possible and meets the needs of the jail staff in the areas of inmate classification and housing flexibility. And maybe at this point, I'm just going to go ahead and turn this over to Maynard, and he can talk about some of the techniques they've looked at to try and reduce the cost of this, to manage the cost, and then some of the value engineering that they've already exercised to get to what's been presented in your board packets. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Maynard.
All right, thanks, Craig. Just to clarify, when we did get the budget established with the additional AB 900 funding, we put together a full construction budget based on what the county cash match was, but then we had to account for construction contingency. So that gave us the $36 million, and that allows us some construction contingency on top of that. And when we started the programming, we wanted to make sure that we could accommodate all the functional areas of the building, and that kind of created the document in which it accounted for all the spaces, the types of spaces, the efficiency factors, the grossing factors, and so forth. So the plans weren't developed at that time. As we got into the plans a little bit more and had the dialogue with the sheriff's team on what needed to be next to each other, how they wanted to operate the facility, the site became probably a bigger paramount of an issue than even the building itself. Because the site is somewhat limited and the terrain is very drastic, it meant that we had to stack certain functional areas to accommodate the slope of the site, but also to accommodate how they want to operate and bring in inmates to the vehicle sally, being adjacent to the courthouse for transferring inmates, food coming into the facility, staff parking, all of those components. So that drove a lot of the shape of the building and how it could actually fit on the site. So going vertical and having to condense certain areas of the building to accommodate a site obviously adds a little bit more cost, or quite a bit more cost than if you had a flat open site where we could be single level throughout. These are not all excuses. I think these are reasons why the building is costing a bit more than the program anticipated to cost. The other efficiencies that we probably didn't gain that we anticipated was circulation. And so when circulation is typically part of the grossing factors, when we go vertical, it increased some circulation. So what happened when we got the estimate from our estimator? We went back in and validated all of his assumptions because, as Craig said, when even at schematic level, everything's not fully developed yet. Not all the mechanical systems, electrical, structural, so forth. So there was assumptions made. The estimate was actually higher. We brought it down another $2 million based on those assumptions, and that created this budget that we have right now, which was $39 million. From there, we talked with the sheriff's team as well as the CAO's office to figure out what's our next steps. So we created a list of areas as well as functional items and efficiencies that we could kind of spitball out there to see where they stuck. Then we met as a team, digested those more, went over them in much more detail, and every one of those really were preferenced by what does it mean in terms of the number of beds, and what does it mean in terms of how we're going to operate and accommodate our various classifications. I won't steal Tamara's thunder, but it really has to do with how every facility is going to operate and how we're going to be able to accommodate the various types of inmates that you have currently as well as in the future. So when we met as a team, we talked about various discussions and put a lot of things on the table. And I believe, Craig, in the packet that you sent him earlier, there was that laundry list of items. So you had that laundry list of items, and we went through and said, what can we do and what would not be acceptable? And you see some of those were highlighted in there, and they came up with a total. So from there, we figured out these are different options and strategies we have, and they have varying difference of degrees in how they want to operate and how it's going to accommodate things. But real briefly, what you see on the screen and on your tablet are the 5 alternates that we came up with, some very extreme versus some that would be a little bit more manageable. The first column, which is the basis of the project design, obviously met the program and accommodates their operational needs, but it also includes some operational efficiencies and maintenance and some of those things like rear chases and some of those items. Alternate number 1 is a little bit less of a
Maynard,
hit.
let me just stop for a second. If people don't have a copy, there are copies on the table in the back if you'd like to follow along.
Okay, thanks. And then alternate number 1 actually reduces the number of housing cells by converting one of the cells to a dormitory. And that's obviously a cost savings, and it helps keep the number of beds where they were. Operationally, that does affect the facility a bit. But also, as we go through these other alternates, these do include some additional VE recommendations. So I think what's maybe perhaps a bit misleading is the first column. We can still improve a little bit on that 3.4, even if we were to incorporate some of these VE items other than changing the bed types. And then alternate number 2 is a little bit more extreme, where we convert another one or reduce one of the 8 cells, which is 16 beds, and take that away, and then keep the same number of inmates by having the dormitory and doubling up on the other classification 16-bed cell. And then as we go to alternate number 3, it gets even more extreme, where we even made recommendations about reducing or eliminating the food service from the facility, contracting that out, and then also provide some more efficiencies with the space that's gained from that and pulling the building together. Alternate number 4 takes even more housing units out, but keeps the food service. You can see the savings and the net increases. And then alternate number 5 is probably the most drastic, where we just have a facility that's similar to what they have and not going to meet their operational needs. So let's focus more on probably the first 2 alternates, which is the basis of design, and then alternate number 1 and alternate number 2. And I think from here, maybe I'll let the sheriff and Tamara and Bill speak to these a little bit on how that affects them operationally. Is there any questions before I push on?
Supervisor Hanvelt.
Yeah, somewhere along the line, I'd like you to address with the alternates, are we transferring capital costs to operational costs? Ultimately, you know, are we playing a pay me now, pay me later game where we continue to pay? That's an important part of how we consider this.
Exactly, and there's a bit of that, and that has to do with how they can classify their inmates and what it means to staffing. So I'll let them speak to that.
Thank you. Jim Mealy, Sheriff Coroner. So, first of all, it was very concerning to sit in the meeting a few weeks ago and to be told that, you know, we're at a point and we haven't even put a shovel in the ground that we need to come back to the board and ask for more money. Very concerning. So, staff has been looking at this and have re-looked at it and re-looked at it and re-looked at it. What we don't want to do is to continue to come back, because we've made not only a comment and a promise to the board, but also to the public, that we will give the best jail at the least amount of money. I think that our record has, and what we have done, has shown that we're looking at all facets. That's where AB 900, 1022. What Maynard talked about was the difference between, I wrote some notes here, the difference between a preliminary view and a schematic drawing. So I think we do have a better feel for what we need and what we need to operate. And looking at this, it's basically coming down to, if we looked at this as a hotel and we had 500 rooms, it's going to be more than 500 guests because some rooms can offer a double bed, 2 double beds, or 1 king, or maybe a king and a pull-out. And that's basically what we're looking at, is that we may have 224 beds, but the ability of filling those 224 beds are really going to come down to classification purposes. As we take away cells and we start to create dormitories, we lose the ability to classify our inmates. What happens is that we are now putting more people that may not get along with each other. Individual cells cost more money, but we are willing and to work around those, and we know that there may be some limitations in the with money purposes. So, Supervisor Hanville, when you asked the question about offsetting, I'm going to tell you that it's that old commercial of you can either pay me now or you can pay me later, and that's really where it's going to come down to. It's going to cost us more money, operational wise, because it's more staff intensified if we go with some of these alternatives 3, 4, and 5. We can live with, I don't want to say it that way, the best opportunity for us is to really concentrate on alternative 1. We can make things work with alternative 2, but it's going to be costing us more. But alternative 1 is the one that, you know, we're talking $700,000 difference. Yes, it is a lot of money, but the bottom line is that it's going to cost us more money in the long run as the operational costs move forward. Anything from Tammy?
What the sheriff is saying is exactly spot on. We have plugged numbers into our existing classifications. We have like 17 or so basic categories that we look at when we classify an inmate and housing issues. We plugged our current numbers into the basis for our project. When we first started, we had all the classification space that we needed, and in each classification we had other room for these other 77 beds that we will be filling, and we were able to spread those out throughout the facility and in the housing units to meet our needs. In plugging those numbers into alternative 1, it makes it a little more difficult. It's not as efficient as running the operation with all the other classification spaces available to us. We would have to do some more maneuvering, but we can make it work. We can get by with that. It is going to be a little more manpower intensive, but we will make that work. As we move down to 2, it just gets less safe, less secure for the inmates and for the staff, and it's even more intensive with staff and trying to get all the movements and trying to meet all the Title 15 requirements of yard times and day room time and visiting. It's just taking a bigger block and having to chop it all up instead of spreading it out into the other ones and giving it more flexibility.
I have a question. You mentioned more manpower with alternate 1. How much more are we talking about?
We're going to have more people to move the inmates, to rotate them around, to programming, to services, to medical, instead of bringing as much as we want into the units. We're going to have to do more with feeding. Like if you have like 4 or 5 classifications in one unit and you're feeding them separately because they cannot get along and eat in the day room together, we're going to have to also be tracking the yard times more closely, because now you can only have certain ones of those classifications using that yard.
Okay, the question is how many more? Because I want to get to a quantity. How much is it going to cost us more to run that jail? And if we're going to run it over a period of time, how long is it going to take to offset the...
Under option 1, we think that it's going to be more staff intensive as far as the types of jobs that they will have to do. They're going to have to be more precise, more on the ball, just because of the safety issues and things that go along with that. As you move into option 2, I believe you will have to add staff. I cannot tell you as to how many we would have to add because we haven't made a staffing plan for that option yet.
Can give me just a ballpark,
I think
one or two or three.
You're looking at between option 1 and option 2, roughly $700,000. I think after 3 or 4 years, you're probably going to be going negative at that level.
Okay, all right, that's what I'm getting at.
Are you saying there's no manpower difference between base option and option 1?
No, there is more. But I think that it's more manageable. We will be able to do it, but there is going to be a lot more tracking, a lot more movements, and a lot more separation in just our daily operations in moving inmates, and in getting them their requirements that Title 15 allows them, because you are breaking that unit up into so many subcategories that it's going to be much more. It's going to be a lot more work.
So where if you had individual cells, one deputy would be able to take care of those 16 cells and 16 inmates. Whereas now, where they may be in a dormitory or there may be a block of inmates, it may take 2 deputies to run that, because now we have to not only track when these inmates are out, when they have been fed. Yes, electronically computers can help that, but it's actually now moving the inmate from point A, which will be the cell, to medical, where if these are inmates that are classified in the same type of classification, we can move them as a block. And so that's where the labor intensive comes, and as Under Sheriff Pooley talked about, we haven't put a staff plan together because we don't know where what the facility is going to look like.
Yeah, I think it's important that we come up with some number, because if we reduce and go to alternate A and it costs us $300,000 or $700,000 more a year to operate, doesn't take too many years to make up for that savings. And
correct.
Hypothetically, maybe we'd be better off to borrow more money up front than to spend it.
The 100% schematic is ideal for the plan that we've laid out. You have a difference of almost $2 million there. I'm sorry, $1.5 million. That will eventually be eaten up. I can't give you a time frame as to when, though. It could be a decade.
We can give you this. I was just talking to Maynard. So we're talking at least 1 to 2 rovers, and that's going to be anywhere from 2 to 4 FTEs, from going from base to alternative 1.
Okay.
So
we use the upper end, use 4.
So if you use 4 deputies around a custodial staff, around $100,000, $110,000 a year. So look at that as $400,000 within a year. Depending on the high end.
And just a reminder, Maynard said there would be additional efficiencies that could bring that base cost down that have not been factored in.
Exactly.
Right.
So, again, if you were to look at that attachment, you saw all those highlighted areas. Those are some of the efficiencies we can still, or value engineering ends, we can still incorporate to improve.
Mr. Supervisor Royce?
Yeah.
For instance, if the facility could accommodate rear chases being omitted, concrete on the roof, which we probably could, then it would be more productive than to incorporate those value engineering items than to take one of the 8 cells, which is 16 beds, out. So, for instance, we could probably shave another sheet in front of me. We could shave another, $300,000 off that, $400,000 off that. Because those are, if you look at those line items, we can pick and choose those additional items on. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah. Supervisor Royce?
Yeah. Well, first of all, the line of thought that we're going down here as far as analyzing staffing costs, I think is really important, because that's what we're going to live with for a long time. And the capital cost up front, we swallow it one time, we're done. It's painful right now. I understand the design and build process, you have, preliminary cost estimates, and then you start working out and refining designs, and that's a natural process, so understandable. But I don't want to compromise the long-term design and what we're going to have to live with because of the fact that we got to swallow another $1 million or $2 or $3 or whatever. So there's pressure on us because we're in the public eye and we get criticized and it gets analyzed in that way. But I just want to say that we need to do it right. Additionally, I had a couple questions. What do you anticipate the life of this facility will be?
Since it's hard construction, it's designed to be a 50-year building.
50 year?
Yeah. I mean, you're going to have maintenance upkeep, but we're going to keep those types of materials. That's one thing we didn't talk about either. I didn't express it. When we went and looked at other alternatives, we are very construction savvy. So we looked at other construction alternatives like precast or tilt-up walls. The problem is there's not enough economy of scale to make that work in the site. We can't get a crane in there to even make that work. So we did look at a lot of alternatives, but right now the materials that we're looking at.
Is it block or what do you?
CMU. We're looking at insulated CMU for long-term operational costs as well, because that'll get eaten up in energy.
Insulated CMU or ICF?
We have an insulated CMU, either the.
Oh, it's a
we can talk
composite. So the other question that I have then is about, so 50 years is a long time in Tuolumne County as we experience growth and our population grows and society, goes down the line and we see where we're at. I'm very concerned about us being landlocked on that site, and 25 years from now, 30 years from now, what are we going to do? We got 224 beds, right? Or 208, depending on which way we go, probably 224. What is being done to leave room for future expansion and potential for growth on the site that we have?
In the design itself, we've left room for add-ons. You could add either one or two more housing units to this facility. Probably would better just one a little bit larger one as opposed to two smaller ones. We've made accommodations for that.
Okay. Last thing I want to see is the same situation we're in now, where we've got a landlocked jail that's, a mystery house and nowhere to go. So, I mean, that's more important than any of this to me, really. And I know you guys are dealing with that behind the scenes. That's not really what you're selling to us today. But that's something that's more important than any of this.
It also is very important on your support services, because you're going to be landlocked with your support services.
All of it.
You can't undercut your intake, you can't undercut your kitchen, you can't undercut your laundry,
Yeah.
because you can't expand them.
Yeah.
So they are sized to accommodate that 300-bed number, so that they're not going to have to change the way they operate if you put an addition on.
So is that kind of the magic, ceiling for the site for this facility is 300 with potential for expansions?
Well, depends on when that expansion happens. Is there more room in the laundry? If you do more shifts, is there more room in the kitchen? If you do, yes, you can accommodate more than that.
Mm-hmm.
It depends at that point, do we want to build 64 beds or do we want to build 100 beds?
Yeah.
We have the room for that. Right now we don't.
Okay. So bottom line is I just don't want to cut those corners.
That's exactly right.
Supervisor Hanville.
Yeah, one more question for our jail commander. I'd rather hear it from you than from these other people who don't live with it day to day. They don't really know what reality is, and I'm sorry to pick on you, Sheriff and Undersheriff, that way, but what I'm concerned about here is not only cost and operational costs, but I'm worried about the safety, operational safety of our deputies in the jail. We had an incident, I don't know, that was a year or so ago that was very unfortunate, and that was I attribute it largely to the dysfunctionality of our current jail system, and I'm worried about that. I'm worried about putting our deputies at risk. They already have a bad condition. I don't want to compromise that.
Right. That's why I believe what we've designed currently, the one that's on the sheet as the basis of the project, that is with all of those factors built into it. That is running the most efficiently, effectively, and safely, and not just for staff, but also for the inmates. Classification is crucial to making all that work properly. And by cutting cells out or converting a 2-person 16-bed unit into a 32-unit dorm, we've really cut down on how we can manage the people. So safely and efficiently as well. So that's why the basis plan, we put all of that into that design. Doing alternate one, it squeezes us a little more, and it's not going to be as safe and secure as the other one, in my opinion.
Even when you have to add staff and take those operational costs, you're not going to be as safe. That's what I wanted to know. Thanks.
Any other questions?
I do.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Not really a question, okay? But I was with 3 of those folks out in Colorado Springs, okay? If you've taken a tour of our jail and you've taken a tour of a modern, relatively newly built jail that's designed well, I don't even have words to describe the difference. My concerns on building this jail, obviously cost is important. We have to be able to legitimately stand up and defend our expenditures to our constituents, to the state, to everybody that we're in this game with. It's not a game, but I don't want us to build a jail that in 2019 when we move in, is that about right? 2019 when we move in is already obsolete to our needs. Okay, capacity and operational functionality are absolutely critical. If we're going to have this jail for 50 years, it will get obsolete in those 50 years. We don't need to start off that way. So I'm really, again, I agree with, I think what I heard Supervisor Royce say, that we need to make a fiscally sound investment in this jail, but it needs to meet our needs, and it needs to meet our that's operational needs as well as capacity needs. So I think we all recognize that we're going into this with the potential, well, almost the certainty of cost creep. It occurs all the time. We need to make sure that we don't make decisions, in my view, that compromise those factors in the name of trying to keep the cost of this artificially low. Again, we need to be good stewards of our money, but I'm really interested in a good quality jail when we come out the other end, because we are going to have to live with it for a very long time.
Supervisor Royce.
Yeah. Do we have a deadline associated with this action? Or is this just you're trying to get it resolved so you can keep working?
Both. I mean, we need a commitment in a direction so that we can get into design development, because if you
Could you speak into the mic, please? We can't pick you up on the audio. Thank you.
I apologize. So, yes, we have a deadline. With the state, we have a deadline, but we also have a deadline to keep the process moving because, as you know, in the state process, you have to build in escalation, and that escalation kills you. So the further you delay it, the more escalation, right?
So the reason I ask is because I think we should actually look at the project with and pursue the basis. But what I want in exchange from you guys is an actual staffing plan. And I don't want you to staff every single one of these, but maybe at least the basis and maybe alternative one. And show us for several purposes. One, so we have an actual legitimate expectation of what we're going to have to cost, and I also want something to hold you guys accountable. In the future, when 2019 rolls around, when we go to staff that thing, I want to know what it's going to take, where we're going to be, and actually hold our feet to the fire, and maybe we make more of an investment to actually bring that number down even more. I think actually looking at that and writing it out and presenting it to us it would be very valuable.
Okay, Supervisor Halvold, and then Mr. Pedro. He had his hand up first.
I had a conversation with Supervisor Kobseth of Siskiyou County just last week on this subject. They're struggling. They're probably not going to be able to build their jail. Yeah. At least that's the way they feel. And they can't even find compromises to do it. And they're seeing huge cost overruns in what they had forecast as construction management or actual physical construction costs. And I'm curious because I'm concerned about that, regardless of which option we sign up for. And I agree with what my colleagues have said so far. I'm concerned about what you see the escalation in costs to be. How much risk are we on that?
Obviously, we have contingency in the estimates at the early phase. We are escalating out based on the state's mandated escalation, but also with Cummings Clark Cummings is our estimator, and they're very proactive in what they're seeing throughout the state, what's going on. Siskiyou County know what's going on up there as well, and unfortunately, they are trying to shoehorn so much in a very restrictive budget, and they also have maybe a little bit less limited resources for a pool of qualified contractors and subs compared to what your local area would be able to afford. It is a location thing, but you're right. We have to make sure that we're staying ahead of the game and not being too optimistic to say that we can afford something that we can't. So we do have escalation. We do have contingency in there. We don't want to come back to this board again. So we want to make sure that we're doing the most efficient things with the costs that we have. We will continue to look at cost savings wherever we can. In regards to the staffing plan, the state requires a staffing plan be developed, and when we come at DDs and submit them for PPs, BSCC is going to review that staffing plan to see if they're in agreement with that, and that will be a check to the team and the Sheriff's Department to see if they're in agreement with that staffing plan. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. Mm-hmm. So that will be your proof in the pudding as well.
Ms. Pedro, then I'll have a question for you when you're done. If you don't.
Well, I was going to suggest this. We were planning at the end of the staff memo. It mentions that we need to approve the contract with Lionakis to continue, the development of this project, beyond this state all the way through construction. We're planning to do that at your first meeting, in January. And, perhaps I'm looking at the team if, maybe we could focus down on those two alternatives and come back with the type of information that Supervisor Royce, at a high level, what Supervisor Royce is asking, and then we can kind of affirm the general direction based on a tweaked base and alternative one, mm-hmm. and also get the contract approved so we can get on with design work.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Ms. Pedro, the question I had for you, we know going into this we're going to have to borrow money, but unfortunately I can't remember what that amount was. Do you have a ballpark figure where you look at?
Well, I should come back with more information on that as well as part of that report at the first meeting in January. But it's been kind of it depends. If you remember, one of the things in the funding plan that you approved in April, I made the comment, that we're going to have to measure everything against the standard. Is this more important than the jail as far as putting one-time money away? And your board has put some funding away, and it's in prior years and in the current year. But we're looking at, potentially if we get close to the base costs, we're talking about moving the cost up to $11 million, that's our share, to closer to $14 million. We're probably sitting somewhere around, I think it's $1.5 to $2 million that's in this year's budget. So we're somewhere in the 12 million-ish, range, unless we can continue, that we'd need to borrow unless we continue to chip away using one-time funds to get that number down. So part of it, now that we're getting close, and I think we can take a better shot, talking with Maynard also on the time schedule, because timing also, when will this cash be going out the door, makes a difference on what I recommend to you for borrowing. But I know we want to try to minimize any external borrowing and maybe look internally, perhaps as mentioned in the funding plan, sitting down with the treasurer, sitting down with the auditor. This would be a good one to bring to our finance committee to talk about. We've talked about treasury notes as one opportunity, also internal borrowing against some of our internal service funds. So it's a lot of options. I'm giving you the big picture, but I could come back with a better view of that at the January meeting as well.
I think that'd be important. When we start looking at these alternatives here that increase the cost of operation, it doesn't take long for me to think that maybe we ought to borrow a little sooner instead of having the long-term costs. So just kind of where I'm thinking right now. So what do we need? Where are we going to go from here?
Sounds like his direction.
Do you have enough direction?
Well, I offered.
Supervisor Rotifer, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't. One of the things that we have to be careful about, I think, is, I guess I would characterize it not intentionally insultingly or anything as micromanagement, but I think one of the things that we need, this project needs to keep going. Okay, when we start adding time, then I worry that we're adding a cost to it, and so my personal preference is that we stay with the basis of the project, the design baseline. Okay, for the time being. If we want staff to come back to us with some more information, and we maybe change that decision down the road, I think the folks that are working this project need to keep moving, and I don't want to slow them down by adding staff work in before we make some kind of a decision. I don't think this is something that's irrevocable, but personally, I think we need the full capability that we started out with, and if that means that we make some decisions financially down the road, then I think we need to do that based on some additional staff work. But I don't think it's time right now to roll off the baseline of the project. I think what I would like to see us do is let these folks proceed with the baseline project, go ahead and provide them with whatever questions that we've got, and have them come back in January or whenever they come back, and talk about what we might do in the future if things continue to escalate to the point where finances become a little bit more questionable. But
I think that making those decisions in January is not going to slow up the process, because we don't have a contract with them to move forward yet anyway, right? So in order to make it flow, we're going to have the contract, and by that time, maybe we'll have the sound figures.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, but I'd like to add to what Supervisor Murphy said. I really do think it's time to get the Finance Committee involved in this and looking at what the numbers look like. So we're doing a little pre-vetting before we come to the next board.
I would agree, but we have to have the numbers in order to do that. Mr. Pedro, anything else? So are we okay with the process?
We do need direction, obviously, and that's what he was Maynard was asking. What I would ask is that we would go with the base, but the commitment from my staff and this team is that we would continue to shave, and we could probably get it to around that 2.9 area or somewhere around there, being up front here, if we want to stay with the base. Nobody wants to build a jail. I'll be the first one to stand in line and say, I don't want to build a jail.
That's not what you've been telling me all these years. Can I quote you on that? I know who you said that.
Nobody wants to build a jail, but there is a need.
I would agree.
There is a need. I got an email just the other day. I was going to share it with you, but I'll just give you a quick synopsis of an inmate that was in our facility. He spoke about not only the staff, but he spoke about the programs that we are able to offer. And we're only able to offer very few programs. But it meant a lot to him in the sense of changing his attitude in his life. That's what this jail is going to do. And I think the public needs to understand it's not just housing inmates. It's giving them an opportunity to change their life so that they do not come back and commit crime, and that we reduce our recidivism rate.
We don't want them back.
That is the commitment that this board has, and that's the commitment that the sheriff's office has. And I think the public needs to understand that, yes, we are putting a lot of money in, but it is to reduce those people to coming into our facility. It's a partnership with the district attorney's office. It's a partnership with the probation department. It's a partnership with Child Protective Services. It's a partnership with the community. And I think that's what the public needs to understand, is that, yes, it's a lot of money. We all know that. But it is money that is going to make Tuolumne County a better place. We don't want to build it, but we have to. This is not a decision off of emotion. This is a decision off of fact.
And I actually want to thank you for that comment, because I think that's something that we are aware of, but it's a very important piece for the public to understand. So thank you for that.
Supervisor Royce, did you have a final word?
Yeah. So here's a little cheesy analogy for you. It's like buying a car, okay? You want to know how much horsepower it has. You want to know what the fuel mileage is. You want to know how safe it is. You want to know what you're going to pay for it. You're going to know what your payment is and what your insurance is going to cost. Same thing here. We have a lot of different factors. We've got our operating costs. We've got our capital costs. We've got our liability with it, our future, the features and how functional it is and all those things. We need to make those decisions with informed information, and we're going to accomplish all the big things you're talking about. It's absolutely, right on the head what you're saying, but we got to get refined in the exact direction we're going to know. We need that data, and so I think we're all on the same page. Kind of, we're moving forward. We've got to come back in January. You're going to bring us a contract. With that contract, I think I would like to see same thing with Carl and the sheriff. I think the direction we're leaning is the basis, but before we actually pull the trigger on that, I want to see some numbers, and I want those numbers on the record, and I want to know what it's going to cost. I want to know how much the staffing cost is going to be, how much more it would be if we change to an alternative in writing on just like this, just like we have hard numbers for the capital cost, along with what it would cost to amortize those things. And if we're going to internally borrow, what's our annual liability for that? If it's going to be...
What January meeting are we talking about?
First meeting, January 5th.
January 5th.
Yeah. So that's a deadline. I don't know if that's something... It doesn't have to be...
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch.
Hey,
we'll get it done.
You're asking for a few $1 million here, so you can take a couple weeks and
we'll get it
iron
done.
out the numbers.
We'll get it done.
And that makes that puts us in a position where we're doing our job. That's what we need to be able to tell the public we're doing. We're asking these questions. I know what I'm obligating the county to for the next 50 years.
No, that's a good point. I think one thing that we can do for you by January is we can't give you every utility operational cost because the thing isn't designed yet.
Right.
But we can give you, with the agreed VE items that we still agree on, what is that going to reduce that $3.4 million down to?
Mm-hmm.
And then I think we can look at it from an operational standpoint in terms of staffing, the alternate 1 versus alternate 2, what that means in terms of staffing.
Mm-hmm.
Will all the staffing be ironed out? Probably not.
It's not going to be perfect. It's conceptual, just like the design, and we know
That's
that.
what we're looking at.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just you want it on record.
And just to cap that, then we'll do the best we can at this early stage to try and give you an estimate of what that one-time borrowing, might be, and that could be a serial borrowing too. Interest rates are low. How we do that depends on the mechanism we use for borrowing. But we can bring that back, try to get our finance committee to, walk that through along with the treasurer and the auditor and myself.
Okay. Do we have enough?
I think so.
At the January meeting, what we'll do is we'll have, just to summarize, we'll have the additional costs that we feel the county and the staff can live with in terms of the overall building. I don't think alternate one's really going to change in terms of cost, but it will change in terms of staffing. And then we will come back and present those numbers to you along with our contract, and we'll figure out, okay, is this acceptable for this option versus the other? Fair enough?
Yes, yes.
And work with him to have how we're going to pay for it a little bit, if you're going to fund it, some options, and
We
as
always
you mentioned.
work with the purse strings.
There you go.
So, okay.
Okay. Anything else? Any public comment?
Yes, if I may. Members of the board, I'm Assistant District Attorney Eric Hovater. I'm here on behalf of District Attorney Laura Krieg, who couldn't be here because of a pre-existing commitment, but it was critical that our office's opinion be heard, and that opinion is overwhelmingly in favor of what Sheriff Mealy is talking about, especially if the consideration of keeping the basis, the current basis alive is viable. A couple points that I'd like to make is, number one, as a prosecutor, crime rates in this county are increasing. In particular, serious violent crimes and elder abuse. And I do the elder abuse in the county, and I see those cases on my desk. And a lot of the people that commit those types of crimes are the types of people that we want to remain in custody a lot of times during the pendency of the case, and certainly jail capacity has something to do with that. I would mention to the board that jails today, our jail today, is not the jail it was when it was built. Because of the changes in the law, a lot of inmates who were once in prison are now in our jail. And those are individuals that require careful classification. In the past, and even now, when someone commits a crime and goes to prison, they go to the Dual Vocational Institute, where people are trained and facilities and resources are used to classify those people. And now the jail is being forced to take that role in addition with all the other roles. And that's something that's very critical. And as Supervisor Hanvelt mentioned, there are safety issues for the jail staff as well as for the inmates when you put people together that shouldn't be put together. When that happens, cases come to our office. And that's an additional cost to the county when you talk about safety issues and cases. I don't know what the jail population is going to look like 10 years from now. It could very well be that changes in the law decriminalize or take more people who are currently in prison and are going to put them in the jail. We have no idea whether that's going to happen, but that certainly seems to be the trend. So I would urge the board to consider that there's something else, and that is, what is that jail population going to look like? When it comes to capacity, the jail that we have now is under capacity. And we would urge the board not to consider alternatives 4 and 5, because we can fill a jail with 224 beds right now with the type of cases that we have. Every day we see that people who are getting 120-day sentences, for example, are being released after serving less than 10 days. There are cases where people get a 30-day jail sentence and they're being released the same day because of jail overcrowding. The DA, Laura Krieg, gets calls all the time from concerned citizens wondering why these people are getting out of jail after they're committing these crimes. That message is being heard loud and clear by the criminal element in this county. They know, and it's passed around like a coconut telegraph, that the consequences are being less and less and less, because it's not the fines that's really the motivation here. It's how much time are you going to spend in jail? And so an undercapacity jail means these people are not going to be serving their sentences, and where's the motivation to not go out and commit any more crime? Incarceration is one of the things that we have to hopefully keep the crime rate from going higher and higher. Our population, as one of the board members mentioned, our population is not going to go down. It's going to continue to increase. Changes in law are making it in some way easier for people to go out and commit crimes. So I would say that probably the crime rate is going to continue to increase. And that means looking at the capacity of the jail and also the ability for the sheriff to classify those people is a very, very important situation that we would not want to have changed in any way. By reducing the capacity of the jail, by reducing the ability of the sheriff to classify these increasingly more dangerous people, defeats the purpose of why we're building this jail in the first place. So we would urge the board to support the sheriff as we support the sheriff, and if we can keep the original basis viable, that's what we'd be asking. If the board has any other questions, Ms. Krieg would be more than happy to answer any of those questions for you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Supervisor Hanvelt?
Yeah, I just I want to emphasize that what Mr. Hovatter said. I sat in the Administration of Justice meeting.
I know, I was your handler.
Yeah, oh, that's right, you were there. But it was very, I have to carry someone to watch over me. Monterey County, Fresno County, and others emphasize just exactly what you said. Crime is on the increase dramatically, and it's putting additional pressure on our jails, our probation offices, the DA, and the law enforcement, and the courts. And I think we need to find another solution. We can't shortcut or shortchange what we're doing. So I appreciate your comments.
The short timer.
Good morning again, Chairman of the Board, members of the Board, Adele Arnold, Chief Probation Officer. Since I won't be here in January, I need to implore you now to please not consider option alternative 3 and 5, because that would cut out the kitchen, and right now our juvenile hall, as it proceeds, is only doing a retherming area. Also, we have put in a very small laundry because the jail, with their new facility, will be doing the majority of our laundry. So those are somewhat selfish needs. As you see the concrete and mortar go down, we are not in a position where we can change our laundry or our kitchen area as it stands now. The other part, as chair of the Realignment CCP committee, I implore you to please support the basic plan as it moves forward. As you know, and we've talked recently in our realignment presentation, we somewhat have to barter right now with the jail when we want to bring one of our offenders in for time in the jail for noncompliance with probation in terms of their community supervision release, and we have to always look at who we can bring out. We need to have that as the basis of an alternative sanction. We need to have space available not only for detention, but for the valuable programming that needs to take place while these individuals are in custody. And we have continued to build that. You've seen that. We've come to you with the programming. That can continue and will continue, but we need to have space in the jail for programs and for treatment. So please, it is a great deal of money, but it will be well worth it. And if we can provide rehabilitative services, you won't see that revolving door that you often see right now. So that's my 2 cents. And in January, please picture me here saying support that basis. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Any other comment?
We got our direction.
We'll
be
looks
back
like
in
we're
January.
going in a direction. Yes, last chance for public comment. You have to come forward, please.
I can't speak to every case. I know that elderly abuse is a horrible crime, and there's definitely a lot of violent criminals that need to be locked up. I know somebody that was on probation that was cited for having a sword on their wall. And their probation officer said, oh, it's fine, forget about it. And then later on, like months down the line, they came back and said, no, we're going to lock you up. And I'm just afraid that probation reinforces this revolving door policy. And I just felt that I need to speak up and
all right, thank you.
that concern.
Any other public comment? All right. The clerk, please read. All right. Want to take 5 minutes? Let's 5-minute break before we do our 12. 10-minute break before we do our 12.
5 minutes with the clerk.
All right, we'll do that. All right, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Will the clerk please read our 12 o'clock appointment? As Supervisor Hanville says, it is 12 o'clock in Tuolumne County right now.
Consideration of approving or adopting a resolution recognizing Chief Probation Officer Adele Arnold on the occasion of her retirement.
All right, we have this resolution, and I'm going to ask Supervisor Hanville to please read this resolution.
Actually, I think I'll go over there and do it. And I'm going to ask Miss Adele to come up here so I can give it to her. This is an occasion that I meet with some mixed emotion. I want to personally wish Adele well, but this is from the board to you. It's a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne. Whereas, on July 1st, 2009, the Board of Supervisors appointed Adele Arnold as Tuolumne County's Chief Probation Officer. Whereas, after 40 years of working in law enforcement, social services, and education, Mrs. Arnold has chosen to retire from her public career to travel and spend time with family. Her last day with the County of Tuolumne will be December 30th, 2015. And whereas, with regard to her work in Tuolumne County, Mrs. Arnold may be best remembered for the following accomplishments: implementation and rollout of AB 109, Community Corrections Partnership, chair and implementation, developed strong working relationships with justice partners, arming of adult field officers, juvenile hall planning and construction oversight, new case management system, reorganization and streamlining of department, digitizing departmental records, expanding the alternative sentencing programs, implemented evidence-based programming and risk assessment tools, Lexi Pool policy manual, survived flood and multiple toilet failures. I think that was a little bit of humor.
It wasn't funny at the time.
There's a lot of comments I can make to that. You know, things like my cup runneth over brings new meaning to it. Anyway, whereas Mrs. Arnold is indeed a strong leader who came to Tuolumne County at the right time with her extensive previous expertise working in the law enforcement field as Chief Probation Officer, Assistant Chief Probation Officer, supervising Deputy Probation Officer, and Deputy Probation Officer, and personable. She is such a can-do person and is always looking at ways to do the job better and more effectively to achieve departmental goals while meeting the rehabilitative needs of the population we serve. All of this enables her to accomplish much in her relatively short time with us. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors wishes to thank and commend Chief Probation Officer Adele Arnold for exemplary service to the County of Tuolumne and its residents, and be it further resolved that the Board of Supervisors wishes Adele and her family great happiness and enjoyment in retirement. Adopted by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne, December 15, 2015. I think I'd like to just add my personal congratulations on retirement, my well wishes, and I think I can say that for the entire staff of the County of Tuolumne. You've served well. You've served us selfishly, I mean selflessly, because you just put out so much, and we can't thank you enough.
Okay. Now, what we have to do here is, first is we're going to have to adopt this resolution. So
I'll move adoption.
we have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Looks like it
You're gonna have
passes
to wait, Adele.
5-0.
There's much more.
Before we go on with,
Not your turn yet.
not your turn yet. It's going to take a while here. So
You think we'll let go of you that easy?
we had to team up on all this stuff. So what I have here is from the County of Tuolumne, presented to Adele Arnold for dedicated and loyal services to the citizens of Tuolumne County, July 1st, 2009 through December 30th, 2015. And I want to personally thank you for giving me a better understanding of probation.
John, did she take your ankle bracelet off?
We also, you want me to go ahead and introduce?
It's Dana's name.
Yes, we also have a representative from Senator Berryhill and Assemblyman Bigelow's office, Dana Jorgensen, with something special for Adele.
Dana Jorgensen with Senator Berryhill and Assemblyman Bigelow. I'm pleased to be here today. Every time I come down to Tuolumne, I'm like, wow, I get paid to come down here and do this and drive these roads. And, you know, when Frank talks to some of his colleagues, their districts are like 20 miles by 10 miles, and they can't imagine having 50 members of their supervisors. And he goes, well, you know, it's challenging at times, but it's wonderful because they can learn from each other, and that's some of the things I was thinking this morning with your jail discussion. I can think of all the jails and the Board of Supervisors chambers and the probation departments, and it's a good laboratory for all of us to learn from and work together, and I know that we do work together in these small counties. This is a California State Senate resolution to Ms. Arnold. And when we prepare these, I'll just show you this real quickly. There's an outline of the Capitol and the dome, and there's clouds in the back. And I always try to be really careful to not go into the dome or the clouds, but when this was being put together, there was so much to say, and I wanted to include it, that I went into the dome and I went into the clouds. It's a lot, because I'll tell you what, I never do that. So this is a certificate of recognition presented to Adele Arnold, Tuolumne County Chief Probation Officer. Congratulations on your retirement after 24 years of service with the Tuolumne and Siskiyou County Probation Departments. Your efforts to implement AB 109 and construct the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility are honored and appreciated. Most importantly, your can-do positive attitude is appreciated by your employees and the public, and I know a lot of them are here today. And I've been on staffs, and when you have a good staff and everybody's, hey, let's pitch in together, it makes it a lot easier, and that's great that you fostered that. And lastly, thank you for your efforts to serve your clients and protect the citizens of Tuolumne County, signed by Assembly Member Bigelow and Senator Berryhill, dated today.
Okay, now, you're going to have to Adele, don't go anywhere. You're going to have to stand up here. Like I said, this is a team effort.
You should bring a hand truck. Before I present this on behalf of Congressman Tom McClintock, I got to say a couple of words about Ms. Arnold. We had a rather lengthy session on the jail construction project. I got involved fairly early in trying to get funding for that jail project. And one of the things that we did was bring down a member of the governor's finance department and a CSAC representative to tour our current jail and all of our AB 109 efforts and everything. that tour went exceedingly well, or I'm sure we wouldn't have that funding. And a lot of it was the great day reporting center that Ms. Arnold was very crucial in setting up. And the success that we're having, because the jail is only one piece of the law and justice picture. And I think the one thing that makes Tuolumne County stand out when we go out for these kinds of funds is the fact that we understand that it's just one piece of the law and justice picture, but it's a critical piece in how all the pieces fit together. And Adele's been a very key part in forging that partnership here in the county, as we talked about earlier. The other thing that I just want to tell everybody is it doesn't matter where I go or where any of us go in the law and justice community in this state. Adele Arnold is a recognized leader in that community and has been for some time. And you have no idea the value that that brings to this county to have someone like yourself, Adele, in that kind of a position, providing that kind of leadership throughout the state. It just makes getting through wickets that much easier. So this is, those are, I can't tell you how much I appreciate that and how much I wish you very good luck in your retirement and a high level of enjoyment of it as well. I was up this last weekend helping Congressman McClintock vet some young Service Academy hopefuls, and he asked me to present this award to you on his behalf. He unfortunately could not be here, but it says Certificate of Special Congressional Recognition presented to Adele Arnold in recognition of 40 years of public service in law enforcement, social services, and education, signed Tom McClintock. And again, my own personal thanks for a wonderful job.
Don't go anywhere.
We get to spread the wealth here. So I have a letter that I'd like to read from the United States Senate. Dear Chief Arnold, I am pleased to join your friends, family, and colleagues in offering my best wishes as you conclude your career as the Chief Probation Officer for the County of Tuolumne. Throughout your distinguished career, you have shown an inspirational record of performance that that reflects your allegiance to the highest standards of public service. As Chief, you have worked tirelessly over the past 6 years to ensure that the safety of Tuolumne County residents was and continues to be the utmost priority while working to provide substantial opportunity for those re-entering the community. The strength and success of California depends on dedicated people, such as yourself, who risk their lives on a daily basis to ensure that the safety of their fellow officers and those within the probation community and for the citizens of Tuolumne. On behalf of the United States Senate, it is my honor to congratulate and commend you for your exemplary service to the Tuolumne County community. I wish you good health and happiness during your well-deserved retirement years. With warmest personal regards, sincerely, Dianne Feinstein, United States Senator. And I would just like to add, I want to thank you so much. As a new supervisor 3 years ago, the learning curve on a lot of these issues is incredibly steep. And your time and your patience with sometimes the same question, because hearing the answer, I had to hear it a couple of times, was amazing. Your ability to articulate an answer and make sense out of some things that are so complicated and difficult that just really reasoning is out here somewhere was and is so appreciated by me. And again, thank you for everything that you've done for Tuolumne County.
Okay. Mr. Pegler.
Mr. Chairman, it's like, how do you follow all that? And I know there's more to come. But Adele, I've had the privilege to work with some really fantastic chief probation officers here. Bill Mitchell, one of the longest serving chief probation officers in the county's history. so well respected. His longtime assistant, who became the director, the probation officer here, Shirley Jewell. Again, these are great people. I got to say, though, that what seems to set you apart, with everyone is just the depth of your concern, for the people that you are trying to serve, both the citizens at large, but the clients that are working under you, those probationers, and your care for sincere care for your employees. Your ability to work with all the different law and justice partners, I would venture to say, is unparalleled in that time. And even though your time was shorter than most of those folks I just mentioned, your impact is arguably greater. So it's been a privilege, to be able to serve with you.
All right, thank you. Now, is there any public comment? Would anybody else like to come up and speak to this agenda item?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Donald Segerstrom. I am the presiding judge of the Tuolumne County Superior Court. I don't want to turn my back on you. I mean, how do I do that?
Get her up next to you.
How about like this? Does that work? All right. The connection between probation and the court is a relationship that is in a constant state of flux, but it is one of the most important relationships that the court has. I mean, we have relations with law enforcement agencies, particularly the sheriff's office, who provides the bailiffs. But when the court is looking for assistance, in everyday decisions that I have to make, and all the judges of the court have to make, we make decisions that affect people's lives, their freedom, their children, where their children live, who their children live with. And those are huge decisions that have tremendous impacts on people's lives. And what a judge, as a judge, you cannot simply know enough to make reasoned decisions without the assistance of probation. You have to have somebody who is intelligent, objective, perceptive, and worked really, really hard, has a really tenacious work ethic to provide the court with the information that we need to make decisions that are in the interest of justice. And I've been very fortunate to be able to work with Adele Arnold as a district attorney and as a judge, and now as the presiding judge. And your contribution to the court has been immeasurable. Your staff is great, and I think they are a reflection of their leader. And because you provide the tone for that office, and your care and concern for the public safety primarily, but also for our youth particularly. Adele clearly has a soft spot for trying to make sure that the recommendations they make to the court about youth who come before the court are really in the kids' best interest, and looking to try and rehabilitate kids, because that's in a delinquency setting. That's the mission of delinquency, is to try, once jurisdiction has been taken, to try and rehabilitate youth. And Adele's department and her personal mission has always been to provide the court the best reasoned information she can provide. And in everything we do, it's been a pleasure to work with you. I have to echo what Craig said. It really has been a genuine pleasure to work with you. I remember when she came in and gave me her letter of resignation, I at first refused to accept it. But then she said, no, I'm really serious. The time has come. And so with great reluctance, I accepted your resignation. But I wish you well in everything that you do. And you're going to be missed.
Thank you.
Everybody, so I'm not gonna have you stand behind me. So, 2009, Judge Dewtemple was the presiding judge and told us all that that they had selected Adele Arnold, and it was like, who is Adele Arnold? Who's this lady? What's going to happen? And because an outsider, what's going on? So I just want to say that Adele is a great partner. I'm going to miss her. She made me a better sheriff, and the reason why she made me a better sheriff is because when you get an email from Adele, there's some chuckling, but this is how she lives her life. When the power of love overcomes the love of power, the world will know peace. That's the type of person she is. I love Adele. I will miss her. She has taught me so much about what it means to be caring and what it means to be a sheriff. Being a sheriff is not having a gun and a badge. It's being helpful. It's being loving. It's to be a part of the community. And that's what I'll miss about Adele, is our friendship and her love towards the community. So I love you, Adele. Thank you so much. I'm going to kiss you. Okay?
Oh, please, it's got to stop.
I guess it's your turn.
Okay. So, Adele, would you like to say a few words?
Wow. I'm tired. I've done so much. I think it is time to retire. But I just want to tell you from the bottom of my heart, thank you. It has been a pleasure and an honor. My career in probation has not really seemed like a job. It really has been wonderful. I have enjoyed most every minute of it. I've had wonderful staff in both counties. I know when I came down here, I worried for a while and thought, have I really done the right thing in leaving a county that I pretty much cut my teeth on and worked all the way through the system to come down to Tuolumne. But the construction project and having that helping to build something positive for the youth of the county was real important to me. And so we decided to come, and my husband was already retired, and he faithfully came along with me and has hung in there. Although I did say 5 years, it will be 6.5 when I retire. But, I've always been late to most things that I do, so it's okay. It's okay. And we have purchased a motorhome, and we're going to go out and see the country. And I will be back for the dedication of the juvenile hall. That project, that is the bittersweet part of retiring, is that I really wanted to see that through. But as you met Mr. Don Myers this morning, and he will usher the county through and make that a gold standard program. And so I feel very good about the competent hands that I'm leaving the department in, and I have an awesome staff. I have to tell you, they're wonderful on many things, especially realignment, when they followed right along, and they had great faith that I wasn't running them off the edge of the cliff, and that we were going to be doing things that we'd never done before, and that they were things that were going to be positive. And I am very proud of what we've done here with 109, and I think that our success rate with our day reporting center is immeasurable in the state, and BI will tell you that we have a better participation and graduation rate than many other counties, and it is we're seeing the results in the community. So I'm really going out on a very high note. It couldn't be a better time for me in many regards, and I will miss you all greatly, and thank you very much.
And thank you.
Go ahead. Just want to remind everybody we do have lunch being served out in the foyer, so please hang out and have some lunch and enjoy some time with Adele.
Sure.
All right, I'd like to call the Board of Supervisors meeting back to order. Will the clerk please read our 1:30 appointment?
Consideration of supporting the transfer of Ackerson Meadows to Yosemite National Park.
Mr. Pedro.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, it was back in March that your board last discussed the notion of Ackerson Meadow becoming part of Yosemite National Park. And I just put just a very few graphics up on the screen. First, just for folks who don't know where Ackerson Meadow is. Here, if this is Groveland, and I'm following up Highway 120 towards the entrance to Yosemite up the 120 corridor. Ackerson Meadow is just off of Evergreen Road, which is off of 120. And that little red area there looks like an old-fashioned key is Ackerson Meadow. And you can see that it's surrounded by Yosemite National Park and then the Stanislaus National Forest. And it's approximately 400 acres. Let me just also put this one. This is a closer-up view of Ackerson Meadow. This is Evergreen Road. As you approach the meadow, people who have driven this road a lot will recognize there's a good bend in the road as you head down towards Camp Mather and O'Shaughnessy Reservoir. It cuts right through Ackerson Meadow. And just to define it, is it follows the border of the pointer right here. Again, it looks like a little key. And there's a couple in here is a kind of an island of Stanislaus Forest property. And then you can see a thumb of Stanislaus Forest property extending down between Ackerson Meadow and Yosemite National Park, just for orientation. The general process that was discussing, I'm just going to give you some highlights that was presented to the board, that if this were to occur, as originally conceived, the transaction would occur in 3 steps. First would be a boundary adjustment of Yosemite National Park. Ownership wouldn't change, but potentially the boundary would extend to include Ackerson Meadow. Second, the step would include the Trust for Public Lands in purchasing the property. And the final step would involve the actual donation of Ackerson Meadow to Yosemite National Park. Those are the 3 steps, and that's the sequence as originally discussed, though that sequence could be a little different as I understand it today. But indeed, the current property owners have shown a desire to sell the property to the trust and to see the property donated to the park. There's a letter that was presented to you back in March. It's in your board packet, and the owners are here today and then can speak to that more directly. The process for this to move forward required consultation by the federal government with the Board of Supervisors. And just to kind of cut through to the end of that was that your board took a position in March that basically insisting we do want to proceed with consultation, and the board chose to appoint a negotiating team representing the county, which included Supervisor Gray, the district supervisor, Supervisor Brennan, who we dubbed as a subject matter expert because of her involvement in grazing and forest issues combined, and then yours truly. We have met several times with the stakeholders, which include representatives of the land owners, the Trust for Public Lands, Yosemite National Park, and the U.S. Forest Service. There is some, and I would characterize those briefly as good faith discussions aimed at trying to get to a win-win situation on the specific issues that your board raised at that meeting, as opposed to some of the deeper philosophical issues which none of those parties could address specifically. There is some matter of urgency here, in that the Trust of Public Land has, and they will speak to this, has exercised an option in their agreement with the property owners to pursue the acquisition before January 4th. And I know that they would, and they'll speak to this, would like to have your board's support as part of that process. And in the big picture, parties would like to see that this addition to Yosemite National Park become a part of a celebration of the 100th anniversary of the National Park System, which will occur in August of 2016. Just some of the key facts and policy issues is that Ackerson Meadow has served as grazing land and is under Williamson Act, thereby preventing development for at least 10 years. This area has also been used by hunters. In 1945, the Yosemite Sugar Pine Lumber Company sold the property to the Erickson family and remained with the Erickson family until 2006, when it was sold to Ware Holdings. Ackerson Meadow and the neighboring area supports a wealth of species, including the highest concentration of the density of state endangered great gray owl known to exist in the Sierra Nevada. It's also home to several cultural artifacts. Those combined has and will continue to make it difficult to develop this property. There are two major and potentially competing public policy issues at play with this project. One is the concept of private property rights, and I know your board's been a strong supporter of that. The owners are saying they would like to sell the property and have it donated to the park. Arguably, taking a position in opposition to that would be contrary to the concept of private property rights. However, another concept or philosophy your board has expressed in the past is guarding against the loss of private lands. And while the board does not have a no net loss of private lands policy, that's something that is expressed over the years and has exhibited by your actions over time. And there are many concepts that were shared in your coordination document that I would say were touched upon as part of our negotiations on this matter. The stakeholder group, as far as the stakeholder group proposal, I would just characterize that as we met as a stakeholder group, I'm not going to read what I have in the staff report, but I would just characterize it as productive. There was open sharing of information, perspectives on the land. There was some learning, mutual learning that occurred. I think that all parties, tried to bend and accommodate, the others. There were some areas where some of our stakeholder partners said, frankly, we just can't go in a certain area, but where they could accommodate things in order to reach some form of consensus, they gave it their best effort to do so. The group discussions ended with a set of mitigations that members could live with, along with pledges of follow-up actions in order to demonstrate good faith. So not just to talk about it, but to actually put some things into writing to demonstrate that they were sincere and ready to take action to follow through on the things that we had discussed, and some of those are touched upon in the memo and included in your meeting packet. The mitigations that I'll go through now comprise what I'll refer to as a stakeholder group proposal, and it's organized maybe not in the same order in which we addressed it in our discussions, but I grouped them into common categories. So the first area of mitigation is the mitigation to address the county's request that Ackerson Meadow property east of Evergreen Road go to Yosemite National Park, and the west of Evergreen Road go to the Stanislaus National Forest when all the dust settles on this, and there was a variety of reasons for that. So again, on this particular diagram, again, here is Evergreen Road cutting through. So this area on the left would be Stanislaus National Forest in the end. This area on the right would go into the park. And I'm just going to go ahead and go to a diagram that does a much better job in illustrating that. So the areas in blue is that which would go to the go to the Stanislaus Forest. This little island of Forest Service would go to the park. This part of the thumb of Stanislaus National Forest land would go to the park, and the straight up and down lines of Ackerson Meadow would also go into the park. But again, this side of Evergreen Road would be forest. This side, would be the national park. Second mitigation was aimed at concerns related to Evergreen Road. That includes, in your packet, you will see a draft easement deed, and I just want to underline draft because we're still working at that to finalize it, but representatives from Ms. Carrillo's office and the Trust for Public Lands were earnestly working on that, along with Marilyn Fitzsimmons from CRA, and a copy of that draft easement is in your packet, and that would establish an easement for public road and utility easements, and specifically prevents the assessment of fees, tolls, and any other form of exaction that might impede the public's use of the road. And that was a big concern of your board. There's also a letter in your packet from Don Neubacher from the Yosemite National Park, the superintendent there, where he states the intent not to put trailheads or improve parking in that area. That would become an attractor for additional traffic, and then enhanced maintenance requirements on the road. Third, there's a mitigation aimed at the loss of property taxes, albeit that the property taxes are minimal because this is in Williamson Act holding. Right now, the Trust for Public Land has developed, again, a draft grant agreement where they're willing to pay 10 years, the equivalent of 10 years of property tax on Ackerson Meadow, knowing that some of that would come to the county, some would come to our ambulance system, some would go to local schools that would otherwise be losing that tax income. So that was a good faith gesture towards that impact. Then there's a mitigation aimed at the loss of grazing lands. Part of this has to do with the way this property gets diced up. If this on the left side or the east, am I getting that right? The west side of Evergreen Road goes to the forest, that would allow it continue to be used for grazing, albeit differently because now it's privately held and this would become Forest Service held, but at least the Forest Service allows for grazing under their grazing regime. There was also a nod as we were drawing lines at one point. We were looking at bringing the park boundary to include this area here, but based on interests that were expressed to us, we asked the park if we could leave that out and keep that in the Stanislaus National Forest holding, and that was accommodated in our discussions. And then a very interesting thing that came out of our discussions was that all parties were supportive of having a study conducted by UC Davis on the impacts of grazing on the great gray owl. Is it good for the great gray owl, or is it not good for the great gray owl? That study would be of great interest and use just about anywhere, not just in Tuolumne County, but anywhere where there is great gray owl. Most, not all, the parties are interested in not necessarily offering up their own dollars, but certainly helping to work together and finding money to get that study accomplished. And as far as how you do the study, exactly what areas around Ackerson Meadow that would be done, the study period and all that would be determined by the team from UC Davis because that's their expertise. So that's a particularly interesting component of what the team had discussed. I'll just summarize it saying that as part of your board team, that the board's negotiating team agrees that, one, the stakeholder process which took place represented a constructive, good faith effort of all parties to work together towards developing win-win solutions that all could support. And two, the stakeholder group proposal is the best set of mitigations that could be developed should the transfer of Yosemite Park proceed. And then I've given you a number of options in here. Again, our mission as a team was to negotiate in good faith to address some of those concerns that your board articulated in March. We think we've had good faith discussions, and there's a good set of mitigations attempting to address those to the best of our ability. But we've always characterized it, this still has to come back to the Board of Supervisors and see if there's a majority or more to support any particular position. And I've laid out 4 different ones. One that's aimed at supporting the transfer, with those mitigations being implemented. Another option is taking no position, being neutral, yet supporting those mitigations, opposing the transfer, but still supporting the mitigation actions if it were to proceed, or simply opposing the transfer outright. And I think the board can understand some of the nuances, at least, of those 4 proposals. And your negotiating team did not offer a specific recommendation as which one the board should choose or might choose, but those are 4 options that are available, to you. So that is your staff report, available for questions. And I know that members of the partners that sat and negotiated this are ready and able, desirous of talking to your board.
Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, I do want to disclose that I did meet with Mr. Erickson on December 17th to show him this map. They do have an active grazing allotment, and these transfers did have the potential to impact their grazing capacity. We did make some adjustments, especially on the piece that is between Ackerson and the park, based on some information from the Forest Service where we thought that was a priority piece to him, and I do want to disclose that he had a slightly different configuration, but that made more sense to him. But we did have that meeting, and I don't know if he'll be addressing that here.
Okay. Before I let the board make comments or ask questions, I'd like to hear some public input on this, if I may.
Hi. Thank you for discussing this project again. It's good to see everyone again. And Craig, thank you. My name is Markley. I'm a project manager with the Trust for Public Land. I've been involved with this project for a little over 2.5 years and have certainly been hearing about it for much longer than that. This last year of working with the county and the Forest Service and the Park Service has just been such a tremendous show of goodwill and good faith efforts to come together to reach an outcome that could be palatable for everybody. There's really been a commitment from everyone to hear the concerns and to work together to find solutions within the powers of those involved to do so. The Trust for Public Land is now, as Craig mentioned, committed to acquire the property. We've exercised our option, and we have found full funding to do so, much of it coming from our own internal funds at the Trust for Public Land. You may wonder why there is such a fuss about these 400 acres. This is really a property that is unlike many other properties in the state. It's got resource values that have made this a top priority for protection or for conservation for the Trust for Public Land for the last 30 years. It's been on the top of the list for the Forest Service and the Park Service, as well as a whole host of non-government organizations such as the Tuolumne County Land Trust, Sierra Foothills Conservancy, Audubon, Pacific Forest Trust, National Park Foundation, American Rivers, among others, and state agencies that have also recognized this as just a resource-rich property that they would like to protect. Now, part of what I wanted to do today was just to give a little bit of the story of the property and, of course, to make myself available for questions if there are any. I think when we met the Wainwrights, Nancy and Robin, who are here today, they shared with us their hopes for the property and shared a story about their original acquisition. And when the property came on the market in 2003, it was really a property that anyone could acquire. The Erickson family, through their own circumstances, was selling it. Tim Erickson's sister. And it could have been bought by anyone. I think we all feel lucky that it went into the Wainwrights' ownership. Essentially, that is a story of Robin Wainwright having responded to a realtor's advertisement, going to the property, falling in love with it, and deciding it would be the perfect place for their retirement. When Robin was there and was able to strike a deal to acquire the property, it then eventually went into his ownership, and for the next 12 years, everything continued as it had, with the Ericksons continuing to graze the property and the Wainwrights continuing to own the ownership underneath, to pay taxes, and to continue essentially with the property undeveloped. That ranching was continued to go forward with pretty much unfettered access based on a handshake deal and goodwill. Today, the circumstances have changed, and the Wainwrights would like to sell the property. And the Trust for Public Land has been working with them for the last couple of years and with many, many, many others to line up the funding to make that sale possible and for ultimate conveyance to the Park Service to become possible. As evidenced by our ongoing collaboration with the county to address the stated concerns from the Board of Supervisors and the community. The Trust for Public Land and others have taken a number of steps that you have already heard through Craig Pedro. The Trust for Public Land, from our part, as was mentioned, is very much committed to working to get an easement to the county to allay concerns about continued unfettered public access along Evergreen Road, to put in a $15,000 payment to the county at the close of escrow, and to ultimately support the ranching study that was mentioned. Notably, the Trust for Public Land hopes to continue to work on other properties to set up the financial tools and mechanisms to continue to support ranching in Tuolumne County, which truly we as an organization support and believe is an important part of the economy here. So as you consider the choices in front of you, I just hope that it will be possible to find support for the project. I think from where our organization sits and the partners with whom we've been working, we believe that it would be a wonderful show of support for the process that has involved several federal agencies, non-governmental agencies such as the Trust for Public Land, and private landowners who have all been working together to get the best outcome possible here. So yes, I am obviously available for questions. Would also like to introduce Robin and Nancy Wainwright, who are the current landowners of this 400 acres. Robin and Nancy.
Well, first of all, I would really like to thank Craig, Markley, the people at Yosemite, many in the county, many hundreds and hundreds of hours spent trying to figure out the best way to accomplish this. So we're very grateful for all of that investment. You guys don't know us very well. We kind of, when we first were married back in 1992, we moved here. And since then, we've been very conscientious citizens of this county, although we usually keep our head pretty low, so we have not trumpeted what we've done. But one thing we're particularly proud of is a very sizable grant through the Sonora Area Foundation that through which we were able to establish the Somerville High School Foundation, and then use that first money to do a master plan of the whole thing. The objective was my wife's concern to see a new track there because our daughter was running track. My son and daughter both went to Somerville High School, and the track was horrible. And I was a track runner back in the day, so we wanted to see if this be possible. And it took a few years, but finally, a couple of years ago, there it is, the new track and football field, all of which grew out of the original master plan and so on. So we're grateful for that. And we've invested in a number of other things, which I won't take time to bore you with, but we've been very committed to the county, and we have enjoyed the people here. It has been our desire to see this property go to Yosemite National Park because of the kind of, the great gray owl is the one major thing, but many others. Every time I've been on the property, I have seen a number of other animals. I've seen bears walking down through the meadow. I have seen an animal which I couldn't verify, but I think was a wolverine, because I can't identify it in any other way, which doesn't seem possible down at that low elevation, but I've yet to be able to show any other animal that would fit what I saw. So it's a remarkable environmental area, and so we think that the Yosemite National Park would be a way of preserving the integrity of that, and that has been our desire. The property, to be correct, really is held by my wife from the Ware family. She's a Ware family member, and it's held in the Ware Holdings, which is a part of the estate of the Ware family, and that's the legal owner of it at this time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
good afternoon. You'll each get a package there that contain my remarks, and in the interest of time, I'll just go ahead and read them and then follow up with just a couple quick things. I'm here on behalf of the nearly 400 members of the Tuolumne County Farm Bureau. Our mission is to protect and promote agriculture. We believe strongly in private property rights, and we would not speak against the Wainwrights' ability to sell the property or give it to whomever they desire. However, we will speak against our local government support for a process that will remove land from the private sector. There are many short and long-term negative effects to our county if the Ackerson property ownership is transferred to the government. To begin with, nearly 80% of this county is already owned by the government. Do they really need more? Have they shown that they are good stewards of the land and that they deserve more? Or do we have a national forest that is overstocked, overgrown, and in severe danger of catastrophic fire? Maybe this point is moot since this area was part of the 255,000-acre rim fire in 2013. Does the national park really need this property? This property is on the border of the park and not surrounded by the park. It is not crucial to any facet of the park operation. The surrounding area of the park is rarely visited by guests, as the nearest guard shack, which is the place where you have to pay to access the park, is miles away. According to a March 2015 article on the website Mother Jones, the Park Service is nearly $12 billion behind in deferred maintenance to the current parks, yet they still want more. Sometimes this land grab is pushed by a politician looking for a photo op, or maybe in this case we need an accomplishment before our 100-year anniversary. After reading the board packet on this matter, I see zero positives in this land being transferred to the government. However, the list of negative impacts is lengthy. This property is a historic cow camp and currently a critical portion of the Erickson's family cattle operation. Any changes to the dimension of this property will force the Ericksons to spend thousands of dollars to build new fences, and the loss of the ground will force them to reduce the number of cattle they can take to the mountains each spring to graze. This starts a chain of actions that result in financial harm to the Ericksons, our county, and once the land transfer is complete, they will never be undone. Fewer cattle means fewer cowboys are needed to gather and manage the herd, and fewer trips are needed to check on the cattle. This means less commerce to the businesses of our county. They won't be purchasing as much fuel and supplies as in previous years or staying as many nights to do their work. For over 100 years, this land has been managed by both grazing and logging the property. Proper forest management is why the great gray owl is present and why the meadow is so prevalent. Part of this property was sold under duress many years ago to the park and is hardly recognizable as a meadow anymore. The owls are rarely seen there, but they are present where the cattle have been allowed to graze. Many of the owls that used to be in Yosemite have moved to private property that has been properly managed. Without cattle to manage the land, this meadow will drastically change in the coming years and eventually be overtaken by invasive species and cease to be a meadow at all. Our county will forever lose this property as part of the tax base. The proposed mitigation is for 10 years' worth of taxes. What about the hundreds of years after that? We already don't receive a dime in property taxes on 80% of the land in this county, yet we have to deal with the government's lack of land management every day. The Trust for Public Land in the park is not needed to preserve the qualities of this land. Current management practices would continue if the property were to remain privately owned. Zoning, Williamson Act declaration, and lack of developability of the meadow will keep this property as is. It is not endangered of being developed. Other mitigations deal with the national forest boundary and the county road. While this may be possible, the national forest just doesn't change their boundaries overnight. They seem to have this little thing called NEPA that they have to deal with. This boundary change will also have to include additional fencing, cattle guards, and gates. Who is going to have to pay for this work? There is another option for this land. A private individual has come forward and expressed desire to purchase the land. This person and their family will maintain the historic use of the property, and all of the rest of this discussion can cease. And just because time and effort have been expressed to get this process to this point is not a justification to take this property out of private control and add it to the government's role. Finally, if you are going to vote on something today, I urge you to oppose this land transfer. While the proposed mitigations are a start, they still have significant failings. I urge you to support this land remaining in private control. And I'm Sean Crook, the president of Tuolumne County Farm Bureau. We heard today some of the many great benefits of this Ackerson property. And let's note that it's been privately owned for hundreds of years, and we're talking about how great and wonderful that it currently is. I strongly fear that we will lose those qualities if it is turned over to the national park. We've seen the lack of management. We need to worry about their efforts towards fire and just letting things be natural as they've occurred in other areas of the park. The Forest Service has a mess of the rim fire to clean up. They don't have the time and the resources right now to deal with more property. And I think as a board, you guys should be advocating for less Park Service and National Forest, that maybe it should be sold to private individuals so we could get some management and maybe have these positive benefits on other areas of our forest. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Don Newbacher, Superintendent, Yosemite National Park, and I do want to express my thanks to the two supervisors that worked with us countless hours and to come up with these mitigation measures. And I do think it's a win-win situation for both parties. And Yosemite Conservancy, our nonprofit that works for the park, has provided us a substantial amount of money for this acquisition too. So we're very committed to it. And there were a few comments about, is it important to the national park? It is. There are about 100 pairs, great gray owls. Many of those great gray owls are in the park, and they're very managed by the National Park Service. Everything from DNA studies to encroachment tree removal. We manage meadows very effectively, and we spend money every year, including the meadows in Yosemite Valley, where if you go there, even in the last couple of months, we've been removing conifers that are encroaching the meadow. So we're very active in our management. We spend millions of dollars every year maintaining what we have. And I just looked the other day in terms of fire management, about a third of the park has been heavily managed by prescribed fire. So the park spends anywhere between $80 to $90 million a year really managing our resources well. And I think we've been a good partner to Tuolumne County. We now generate between Mariposa, Madera, and Tuolumne County close to $500 million worth of economic benefit overall. So I do want to express how much we enjoy working with Tuolumne, whether it's transportation and other issues. The other thing with Ackerson, it is technically already in the national forest. So it isn't an increase in the federal system. It could technically go to the national forest system, but since it's all owned by the United States government, we thought it was best to put it in the national park system because of the private property rights. By the way, I do want to express too, the Park Service didn't go to the Wainwrights and say we want to purchase this property. I mean, they came to us, and I think that's very important. We're not trying to expand. We want to honor their legacy. Great gray owls, again, the 100 pairs. This is a critical piece of property. Of all the park, only 3% is meadows. And adding this to the park will help, and 70% of our species are dependent on meadows. So it's a very critical parcel for us to acquire long-term for the long-term health of the park. And again, we don't want to develop it. We don't want to use the road, but we do want this piece of property in Yosemite National Park. And thank you for your consideration today.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak?
My name is Tim Erickson, and I'm the neighboring property owner. This portion right here. And I'm very much opposed to the national park buying any more land, especially that one. The Wainwrights have been very gracious to me. First time I've met them, I've rented the land since they bought it in 2003, I guess, something like that. And just over the phone, nothing in writing. And last year, or 2 years ago, when the rim fire was there, Mrs. Wainwright, in 16 said, 14, she said, don't send any money. I said, well, I got to fix the fences anyway. She said, no, it's been hard on you, so I didn't pay her a year ago. Then I started paying them again this year. There's a little discrepancy. It said the land was sold to my mother, who was Maisie Erickson and Wollstonhume in 1945. My grandfather purchased this from Irwin Buckley in 1896, and then he purchased this maybe 1897, and he's had it ever since. But they did sell this, and maybe this too, to I think Yosemite Power or something in 1908. They were going to build a dam on the river, and then they found the soil wouldn't hold in those days, whatever they used. So he just had the surface rights on this until 1987, when Tim Manley, a forester, got it back. Now we have full title to this. But they paid half the taxes, and then the lumber companies did it. It went from hand to hand. Bohemia ended up with it the last, and then it came back into our full ownership.
Mr. Erickson, could you speak into the mic?
No, I'm
because
sorry, yeah.
that's okay. Mr. Pedro has a pointer if you want to
okay.
use a pointer.
I don't have one of these. Okay, I'm still in a different century, kind of probably. So, anyway, my grandfather owned this, and then when the park line was moved from, I don't know, White Wolf or somewhere, it moved down in the 20s or 30s, moved down to here. This is what we call East Meadow. Now, I hear it called South Meadow now because it's south of the Ackerson camp, but it's in the park right there. And he didn't want to sell it. There were rails around there until the last fire in 13 finally burned out the last few rails. But they needed this. The park needed this. This is their line because they were going to do something with it. Nobody has ever seen it. And the grass grows up to the top of the fence. And my cattle get in there once in a while. One year I didn't fix the fence when Hunter Sharp was the district ranger and his wife was my cattle ranger in the Forest Service. Somebody saw him in there. They got irate, so I moved them out, and I told them I just didn't fix the fence, but I said it made a better-looking meadow out of it because it fed it off. But this grass over here can grow this tall, and this great gray owl, this is our cow camp right here, where it comes back in there. You can kind of see a little spot there, and you see the owl right there every year. I've never seen one in this tall grass. And you know, John Winters did a study there in the early 80s through Ackerson Meadow. My stepfather let him go in there, stay at well, give him the key to the gate. And then when we wanted to log it, he was a man opposed to it. We finally got it logged through Tim Manley, who was a forester then, since he's passed away. But he didn't want us logging it because of the great gray owl. Now that owl lives where that grass is fed off. And he's lived there for years before they did studies. So these new, whatever, Mr. Newbacher, you know, he's doing fine. And it's funny he's over here where the grass is fed off. I don't know why. But they said he wasn't conducive to domestic livestock, logging, or people around. Well, every year we see him right by our horse pasture. Big, beautiful bird, and we don't bother him. But that's, you know, and we graze it off in the fall. Now this right here, we put this fence up every year. We have to walk it miles, many miles. And after the Ackerson fire in 1997, these dead trees, this big around, Park won't log them. They won't do anything constructive with their logs, I'm sorry to say. They kept falling on our fence. So finally, Dave Latimer, who is the district ranger, he got somebody in there to cut them. He's a very good district ranger. Jay Shields just left. Sorry to see him go. But anyway, they had somebody come in and cut them after we put the fence up, and they fell them over all the fence. So we put this fence up, and then this rim fire came up through here, and we got some cattle out of there last fall. It's a mess. I mean, why don't they log the timber to make money instead of go in the hole? There's portions of that forest, that part of the park, that no one ever sees. I don't know why they need more. And I talked to Mrs. Wainwright a couple of years ago, and she said she'd be willing to sell it to me, correct? And I said I didn't have the money, but maybe I could drum it up with some easement. So I went to Sierra Foothills Conservancy. Bridget Fithian came out and said, oh, yeah, we're interested in that, and I could get you some funding. So then I called Mrs. Wainwright again, and Mr. Wainwright told me, he said, no deal. You said you couldn't get them, you didn't have the money. The park's in on it. I said, they're the worst managers in the world, and I still believe that. And it's a beautiful park, but this stuff here, they ought to give it back to anybody. So the great gray owl lives there. He doesn't need managing, and he seems to do well by himself. I mean, he's been there. The studies were done 35 or more years ago. Maybe he's been there for 200 or 100 years. I don't know. And you know, if the park's willing to pay 10 years of taxes, if it's going to be in there for 200 years, 10 years doesn't amount to much. Doesn't seem like. The road donation, it says a 60-foot wide road. Well, right here, where it comes back onto me, they've got some plans to do something in 2019. The federal government has. So they're going to do something with the road. But Tanya Allen told me that they're only going to make it 20 feet. And they come by there too fast as it is now, because it's right between our cabin and our barn, which in the fall we have to cross the road, load our horses, dogs, children, people. So that's a 4-lane road. They're talking there. And right here, where they want to trade, the park's not even willing to give them acre for acre. This is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 160 acres. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 160 acres. Why don't they give them acre for acre, Mr. Newbacher? Why don't you trade them acre for acre?
It was for efficiency of management.
Managing what?
The property between
Excuse me, we can't have the dialogue back and forth.
Okay.
We can have a person come up and answer the question, but it can't go back and forth. Yeah, and it doesn't get on video.
Got it. I don't want to take the meeting over anyway. So, and then there's a letter in here from Mr. Newbacher to John Gray saying that there'll be no parking along Evergreen Road. This is really to manage the great gray owl, who needs none. And but visitors will be able to view wildlife, flowers, everything. Where are they going to park if there's no parking along Evergreen Road? Well, I can't ask him. I just wonder where they're going to park if there's not going to be a parking lot along the road where they can get out and go view the wildlife or traipse through the meadow. The meadow will end up being a weed patch. If you ever look at Hodgdon Meadows, right inside the Yosemite West Gate, it's grown into wee willows. When it was grazed by the Cuneo family and curtained, back to curtains, it was, I wasn't there then, but Cuneo's, it was kept down and in good shape. Okay. And I don't know why they spend all this money on this owl. He does find by himself millions of dollars, and this is part of our allotment here. We have a 300 cow allotment. We gather into these meadows in the fall, and then so that will mess, and it's that's my own personal feeling. So, and it will affect my property right here, because if I ever want to do anything with it, I can do 40-acre parcels. It's zoned for that. I can't make them into that because there's no outlet on the road. It just goes in and stops, even though Hetch Hetchy owns the Mather Road. It's not a county road. So, but it's zoned for that. I have 2 historic parcels. If I wanted to build something there, or somebody down the generation line wanted to build something there, the park is going to get a letter, and what if they're opposed to it? They have more power than probably one individual. Guess I can't ask you that either, can I?
We're listening to you, okay?
All right, thanks. So it will affect what I can do with my property. I don't want to develop it. I was working on getting something to purchase this till Mr. Wainwright told me to stop. And anyway, I think they ought to at least trade acre for acre if that goes through. But the park doesn't manage well. I mean, I've seen it for many, many years. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
That was going to be the last time you ever saw that. My name's Dick Geiser. I'm not going to tell you guys anything you don't know already, but I think we ought to have a policy that anytime the federal government wants another acre of ground, that they ought to sell 2 more. And gosh, with the history that we have in this county, and we've seen it so many other places throughout the western United States of terrible management. And maybe the park is probably better than BLM and Forest Service. I couldn't testify to that, but I think we've been stuck with disaster after disaster after disaster, and I certainly would not encourage any more purchase of private ground by the federal government. Thank you.
Anyone else?
My name's Dan Erickson, and as you heard my dad say, our family's ranched there for years, but it seems like because of the owl, our ranching practices get bashed continually, and they talk about the park taking care of the owl. The Forest Service does all kinds of studies on the owl. We get cutback grazing in certain areas, and the owls never seem to show up any more on the restricted areas than they do on our private ground. So when I was here before talking about this, they said that somebody accused us of destroying Ackerson Meadow, and he said the creek never ran because the cattle have destroyed it. Well, the creek comes out of springs out of the national park behind Ackerson Meadow. After the rim fire, in the driest years that we've had, the creek ran all fall into the winter, and that's because all the trees and brush in Yosemite burnt up, and the groundwater came up, and the creek ran all year. So I just like to say I think it's proven that we don't destroy the ground as private landowners. And Sean Crook said that in the packet he gave you, there's 180 signatures that are opposed to the national park acquiring public land.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Renee Crothers. Maybe I feel partially responsible for this because I'm a part owner or previous owner in Ackerson Meadow. I helped sell it to the Wainwrights with my family, with my brother and my mother. I think if this has become a situation of the great gray owl, as my family has previously said, it has survived. We go out every summer out of our cabin door, and there sits a great gray owl on the fence. As far as it being in the areas where it's been grazed, we see it more there than we do other places. Secondly, that owl lasted through the Stanislaus Complex fire, it lasted through the Ackerson fire, and now it's lasted through the Rim fire. If this is an owl situation, the owl is there. The other thing is I think the great stewards of the land might be the public land trust companies or Yosemite, but I truly believe the people who are stewards of the land are the cattle ranchers. Their livelihood is based on that land and what that land produces and how their cattle eat off of that land. So I would take into consideration that the true stewards of the land are cattle ranchers and my family. Thank you. For your time.
Good afternoon. I'm Stephen Crook, just speaking, but I've heard for years about the Park Service shutting down the entrance and busing people in. And I know that's kind of died now, and the superintendent just told us that there wasn't going to be any parking. But as time goes on, new superintendents, new Board of Supervisors, what would happen if sometime they decided to go ahead and make the busing and parking right there at Ackerson, so it'd be real easy to bus people into the park. I would sure think you ought to keep that in mind.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Excuse me. I'm going to bring it back to the board for some questions. I do have some questions. There was a statement made that by Mr. Erickson that the property, he offered to buy the property. Mr. Wainwright, I have a couple questions for you. If you could come to the podium so I could ask them and everybody could hear the answer.
Yes.
If for some reason the trust doesn't buy your property, what would be your plans for that property?
The trust has bought the property.
Okay.
They've already closed on it.
So the fact that the property is maybe I'm seeing some head shake, maybe not sold yet, but it is encumbered by the trust, and then so maybe I need to have that answered by Markley.
Thank you. It's we have exercised on our option. We have not acquired. So
Okay.
we're in the process of acquiring. Robin, you may still want to be up here.
Okay.
But so that we do not own the property. However, we are legally obligated to do so. We
Okay,
have made a commitment.
so any offer that would come forward other than the trust offer right now could not be decided upon by the Wainwrights in that you have the property encumbered. So regardless of whether we do anything, the trust is going to buy the property.
Yeah, we signed the agreement with them 3 years ago, the Trust for Public Lands. They've been working for 3 years to raise the money to accomplish this. Mr. Erickson did call me a month or so ago and said he wanted to buy it. By this time, enormous amount of work has been put in by not only Trust for Public Lands, but a number of other people throughout the county. So I didn't think that was had integrity to suddenly pull out from all the work that's been done for this goal.
I understand. I was just trying to understand where the property is right now as far as ownership. You still own it. The trust has exercised their options. So whether we make a decision or not, I hope we do, the trust has the option and the obligation to buy the property. Okay? Is that clear understanding? All right, thank you. Mr. Erickson, you raised your hand. You.
Yes, sir. In response to Mr. Wainwright's, I did call him a month ago or whenever it was and tell him thought I could generate the money. But I did talk to him. I think it was or Mrs. Wainwright maybe 2 years ago in maybe March of 13, and talked to her about purchasing it, or maybe him, I don't remember. And then I said I didn't have the money, but I'd have to get somebody. In June, I had Bridget Fithian from the Sheriff Foothills Conservancy come out and look, said, yes, I think we can generate something. She didn't give me a dollar figure, so I called him back and said,
okay, and just to clarify, the Conservancy is also another trust. There would be a land trust holder that would be purchasing the property.
No, they would just they would give me the money or whoever the money, then they would send it. They're a business that owns land and cattle and promotes timber harvesting.
Okay, so where we're at right now, the option's been exercised. The trust is going to buy the property, just so everybody is clear on it. And am I correct in that? Okay. A question for Ms. Shane, and I probably should have asked this sooner, but maybe if you could come forward. On the property that we're discussing, what could be done with that piece of property development-wise? Should Mr. Wainwright keep that property? What type of development could be done on that particular piece of property?
Well, it is ag land, and so at this point, under the zoning, it can remain as ag land. There is a potential to divide it into parcels depending upon the agricultural use and the zoning, but again, that's just a potential. They'd have to go through all the process.
So 40-acre parcels, ag?
Potentially. For dry land grazing, that's 160. So,
okay,
yeah.
all right. So there is a possibility that it could be developed, but there is a number of issues with the property that have to do with habitat and
Yes.
and archaeological sites and stuff like that. Could you just kind of give just a brief?
Yes, as you heard today, and also I'm sure in your agenda package is information about the concentration of resources, significant resources on this property. Certainly the great gray owl habitat, that is not the only species of special status that exists on the property. So any type of proposal to develop the property would require environmental review. And at that time, we would look whether or not there'd be impacts on those resources, both from the cultural as well as the natural. And then, as you know, under CEQA, we would have to evaluate what the extent of those impacts and mitigation for those, such as setting it aside for areas to avoid, or I don't want to bring up open space, but that's always an option, or again, setting aside in some kind of a conservation easement or something like that. It would really depend on the extent of the development that would be proposed.
Okay.
Supervisor?
Yes.
So as a follow-up, there could, though, potentially be a building site on the property, say, for a home?
Sure. If someone could build a home, that would just be a ministerial permit from the county.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. There's been a couple statements that have to do with private land never going to the government, and that should stop, never happen. Mr. Pedro, I recall a couple things that we've done here in the near past that have are a little bit opposite of that. One, as I recall, the county took a piece of private property, Kennedy Meadows, took it from private ownership, put it into government ownership. Is that correct? That's
A little different circumstances, but the effect was private going to government. That came as a result of a bankruptcy. Stewardship Council looked for who that property might go to, and it came down to essentially Forest Service or county. The county ended up being granted the ability to take ownership.
okay. The other thing I think about that's happened where it goes from private property to government property, maybe not necessarily federal government, is when the tribe does a property transfer and they put the property into trust. So we've done that in the past, haven't we?
There's one other example. I can't remember the year. Several years ago, that it was done. We recently did support something where property could go into trust. And I think Chairman Day did go back to Washington to try and get that accomplished. I don't know the result of that. There's a follow-up where they would also like the county to consider having property taken into the trust. That has not been taken up. There's no timeline for that right now.
Okay. I want to address a couple comments that have to do with the park. Past 7 years. I worked really hard, and as my other fellow supervisors, to develop a good relationship with the park, and I think we have. I just pulled this off my desk, and somebody asked me where I'm from, and I say Tuolumne County, and I usually throw in Big Oak Flat because nobody knows where Big Oak Flat is. But I always say I live 25 miles from Yosemite National Park. And, the park is the economic engine that drives our tourism business. I think Mr. Newbarker, our Superintendent Newbarker, did mention there's over $600 million worth of business that have done on our gateways. We have 4 gateways, so about a quarter of that money comes directly back to the people in the business of the county. I know from the 120 corridor, most of those businesses would not exist without Yosemite National Park. It's just not going to happen when the park is open. And I think we really saw this during the government shutdown, and we saw it during the Rim Fire. When the park's not open, our economy tanks. So I want to make it clear. I believe that the park has been a really good partner. They contribute somewhere in our neighborhood of $200,000 a year to our transportation system, the ART system itself. They paid a big share of the Ackerson Creek crossing after the Rim Fire when we needed to put those box culverts in there. They supported our grant application to the Evergreen Road, where, again, I get frustrated with government, believe me, but we, through their support and others' support, we were able to secure $12 million to repair that road. And Mr. Erickson, we're not going to make it a freeway. That's not the intent, but make it so it's a road that the county can maintain. It's one of our highest cost roads per mile in the county. So I don't want anybody in the room to think that I don't personally appreciate the park, because I do, and I really appreciate the relationships that I've been able to develop with Superintendent Newbacher. We have a new development that's going on Highway 120. It's a $48 million development. It's going to provide 100 jobs. The owner of those properties did speak at our last meeting, and he talked about the importance of having other things to do other than going into Yosemite, have them stay more in the community. And he did cite the availability of that property as being one of the really good things that could happen. And I know that there's problems about parking. I know there's a lot of fine tuning that needs to be done. But just using his words, and I'm not speaking for him, is that it would be a tremendous asset to his business. Now, if we look at $48 million project, we're going to try. I wish Mr. Zimmerman was here, but I've had this discussion with him. How much money, how much economic value is that development going to be to the county? Well, we know what Evergreen does for the county. That's over a $10 million a year operation. We would expect Rush Creek to be even greater. We generate approximately 10% TOT tax from every dollar that's spent. So we have a lot more going on here than just trying to decide whether it needs to be remaining grazing or it needs to go into the park. There's a lot of other things. My history is long in this county. I'm fortunate, like Mr. Erickson's, to still have a portion of my family's homestead. I just know that I want to be a better steward than what I have been, but resources are such. I believe that the Park Service has some resources, but that's kind of a picture that I want to paint. I don't want to make everybody in the public think that all of government does bad things. I think we as a county have done some good things. I think the U.S. Forest Service has done some good things, and I think the Park Service has done some good things. It's not all bad. So I'd like to hear from my other fellow supervisors.
Okay, well, this may take a little time. First of all, I strongly believe in private property rights, and I think people should largely be able to do what they want to do with their own property, within reason, of course. I mean, we can't step all over the rest of our friends and neighbors. But I also have a problem with public lands and the increase of public lands. And I share some of the comments that are made here earlier today. I do not see, and this is not a political statement because I think there's no blame to go around on the political front in terms of the sad state of our national forests and the policies that are implemented on the national park system. I just don't agree with them. I think they're not good stewards of the land in general. I love Yosemite National Park, by the way. There is no greater thrill, personally, than driving around the corner when you see the valley and you see El Capitan and Bridal Veil Falls and Half Dome back there. And it's even more exciting when you bring someone who's never seen it before and you hear them go, "Oh, that is incredible." I never get tired of doing it. So I go do it periodically just to do it. My brother just went there, and he and his wife, who had never seen it, his wife, and they had the same experience. So this isn't an accusation against the national park. It isn't even an accusation against the Forest Service. I just don't think that with the budget considerations and the resource allocations of the federal government, that they're doing the best service they can with our public lands. And I think rimfire is an example. I think that the tree mortality issue is another example, and that it's driven by an overdense forest. You talk about the owls. I think the number is 46. I could be wrong. It could be something less than that. But owl packs were burned up in rimfire. The owls flew away. They were homeless for a little while, but they found their homes. The land animals got fried. The deer herd on Jawbone Ridge is in decline, has been. Rimfire was a disaster for that herd. Nathan Gravelin has given us a lot of data on that. So, again, not an indictment. It happened. It's behind us. But we don't have to put ourselves at the whim. Someone's got up and said that the ranchers are the best stewards of the land. I made that comment in front of the GRAP meeting. That was the Grazing Regulatory Action Plan by the state water boards. I made that comment in San Luis Obispo County. These people are good stewards of the land. They live off of it. They take care of it because they depend on it. They want to do the right things. If there's a better way to do it, they do it. They've been that way for a long time. And I agree with the comment. The great gray owl's there, and we know a lot about the great gray owl because of the studies that have been done right there at Ackerson Meadow. I've been to Ackerson Meadow. It is spectacular. I mean, it isn't like seeing El Capitan. It's quite a different kind of beauty, but it's spectacular. But I'm going to tell you, I think the great gray owl's been there because of where the land's been for the last 150 years or so. And so I'm not interested in changing that. Study's nice, but the study, what is that going to do? It's going to give you a result, and what are you going to do with it? No, there's no commitment there. As for the Trust for Public Land, I'm glad there's people who are interested in doing that kind of thing, and they get donations and they get money from well-meaning, good-intentioned people. But I'm not sure that the data in the world tells us that setting this land aside and never touching it again in perpetuity is the right thing. The county menace thing that was brought up, well, that was a question of U.S. Forest Service of the county, and the county makes sure it's going to be there for a while, so I feel good about that. But I don't think Ackerson Meadow addition to the national park is going to change the tourism that we get in the area. Ackerson Meadow is there, and I can drive by and I can look at it, and I think it's there. I know that if you want to do what you want to do, Mr. Wainwright, you can do that. But this isn't real altruistic on your part either. You're selling the land. You're not giving the land to the park. So in that regard, I am going to oppose this. I haven't seen no other choice. I think when I balance everything, it is the best interest of the people of our county and elsewhere. The land remain in private hands as long as possible. If it goes to the park, it goes to the park. That's the way it is, but it doesn't have to go with my support. So
Mr. Supervisor, we haven't called for a motion yet, but
I didn't make a motion.
Okay. I would like to hear from Mr. Roder. It sounded like one.
Sure. I've got three kind of cross-competing, not really interests, but I can't think of a better word to use at this point. One is I'm absolutely positive, because of discussions that we've had on other subjects, the very strong interest in personal private property rights that every member on this board has. And in that regard, If an individual wants to sell his property, he ought to be able to sell it to whoever he wants to sell it to. I share with, I'm sure, all of my colleagues as well, a serious concern for the track record on federal lands management. And that is not a slam against anybody that works for any federal lands management agency, be that the Park Service or the National Forest Service. It's a funding issue in many cases. In some cases, it's a legal abuse issue. But the fact of the matter remains that in spite of the best efforts on the part of employees of those organizations, the track record for federal management of lands is, in my mind, abysmal at best. So I strongly support a no net loss of lands from private to federal policy. I would be much more in favor of this if there was I'd be in favor, I could more easily support this transfer if it was an acre for acre trade. The third thing that comes to play in my mind is we have, as a board, have worked very, very hard to try to establish good relationships of coordination and negotiation with our federal agency partners. And I do believe from everything, though I didn't participate in them, everything that I've heard from those that have, that these negotiations were conducted in good faith with as much cooperation as the participants felt that they, within the constraints of their job, could do. And I don't want to spit in the face of those efforts. In fact, I want to applaud everybody that participated in the process for having what we have been asking for a very long time. And I hope, regardless of how this comes out, that this particular set of negotiations, discussions, coordination, whatever you want to call it, is a model for future efforts. It's very, very important to me. Also, as Supervisor Hanvelt, I love Yosemite National Park. I really do. But you know what? I also love driving up from Oakdale to Sonora. And that is a wonderful vista, and I don't want to see that destroyed. And that vista, very much like Ackerson Meadow, is a result of one of our three historical legacy industries. Through some well-meaning efforts, but had some unintended consequences, we've pretty much decimated the forestry industry throughout the Sierra Nevadas, much to our economic downfall, and also contributing much to the forest fire issue, destruction of some habitat, quite a bit of habitat. Our mining industry, every time they turn around, they got to do a NEPA or a CEQA in order to dig a hole in the ground. And that vista coming up on 108, 120 from Oakdale up the hill and Ackerson Meadow are the product of a cattle industry that is constantly under pressure, economic pressure, restricting their grazing. And I am very concerned with the future health of the cattle industry. And every time I see lands being, I'll say manipulated, that isn't the right word, but when I see lands changing hands, being differently purposed or whatever, or new regulations or whatever that restrict the cattle ranching, I just see that 120, 108 corridor becoming another Tracy at some point in the future. And that scares me to death. Okay? I think the health of our cattle ranching industry needs to be a consideration in every decision we make. That is the best management of oak woodlands. It is the best management of forest meadows. And that's borne out by a number of studies. So I haven't made up my mind yet. I'm going to listen some more. But I'm going to have a hard time either supporting or not supporting this transfer because, honestly, I've got conflicted principles. But my mind's still open. But those are the things that concern me. And like I said, I want to hear from my other
Thank you. Supervisor Royce.
Sure. So try to keep this short and to the point. This is a very difficult decision. This is probably one of the most difficult decisions I've had to deal with since I've been on the board sitting up here, because you look at it from either side and you listen to the points and they're all valid. So for me, what it comes down to, just bottom line, is my gut. And what my gut says, from everything that I know in my life growing up in Tuolumne County, is basically you drive through there and it's absolutely gorgeous. And I don't know if our action even is going to change anything, to tell you the truth, but if we support this and it moves forward, I feel like it will change. As it sits now, I think it will retain the character of what it is more. I look at it and I drive through. I've got memories in my mind driving through there, looking at it, walking around even, and the grass, the beautiful just vision that I have of it, I think will change. And every single thing that John said, I agree with 100%. I think his vision for it is right. I think it's right. It's just what my gut says, and so for me, it's number 4. And I.
Yeah. Hey, that's okay. Supervisor Brennan.
So, first off, I do want to acknowledge the stakeholder group did meet in good faith and certainly tried to find some resolution to some of the issues that were raised. But there's a couple things that are really that we're talking about Ackerson Meadow. Supervisor Rhoda first started to hit upon it, and that's the foothill country, because I think that foothill country is critical also as habitat value. Aside from being so important to our recreationists, again, people don't come to recreate in Tuolumne County to drive through Tracy. They come partially because of those foothills, particularly in the springtime. Those foothills are there in the condition that they are because of the cattle industry in Tuolumne County, because they take care of them. But aside from that, I think it is critical habitat. I think that habitat is as important to Tuolumne County as some of the upper meadow habitat. Having said that, I am always concerned when you lose even a small amount of capacity, that puts some of those foothill ranches in jeopardy. And we're seeing it across the board, whether it's with water regulation, as we heard, standards on the forest changing, capacity is being lost. And I don't know at what point we can continue to lose capacity and not start losing more ranches. And I don't want to see that happen. I don't think that, I think Tuolumne County will suffer if our ranches start failing. And so when I hear, and I heard the word a couple of times, protection, that we need to protect certain things, and that putting Ackerson Meadow into the park will protect them. I have a fundamental disagreement with that. They are there because I truly do believe because of the activity that is going on. And I actually believe that there will be a detrimental impact to particularly the great gray owl if we take grazing away. I think the owls are there for a reason. The owls are there because they can reach their forage base. to somebody's question about the study, that was what we were hoping to get out of actually looking at, because we have made a lot of assumptions. We, even as a county, we talk about having restrictions on developing that property or doing something with it because of the great gray owl. But I'm not sure that we have a complete knowledge base of what the great gray owl needs to exist. And it seems awfully interesting to me that the foraging base for these owls is actively correlated with active grazing management. So I think we will see a change, and that bothers me. It bothers me that we're using words like protection, and I'm not convinced that we have the knowledge base to say that we are going to be protecting the animal and not actually harming it. Or what I think will happen is he'll just move farther onto the Ericksons, and then we'll want to protect the next private piece with the same zeal that we want to protect Ackerson. A little bit concerned about that. So, well, I recognize that there were good faith discussions. Fundamentally, I have a lot of problems with supporting the transfer to the park.
Okay, Markley, I have a couple more questions for you, if you could come forward. Earlier I asked a question because I figured this is where we're going to get, and that the trust is going to buy the property. Is a trust in the business of grazing cattle?
No.
So we're going through this exercise saying that we're going to be losing all this grazing property. Somebody else is buying the property. We all agree that they have a right to buy it. I didn't see anybody here disagreeing with it. I would love to see it stay in the cattle business, but it's not owned by the cattlemen. It is going to be owned by the trust. You're not going to be in business of grazing cattle. So what is the best thing that we can do with this property? As far as, I don't want to use the protect, but to keep it as close to what it is as possible. I have to believe that I would like to see the county step up and take it. Maybe we'll do what we did with Kennedy Meadows. But I don't see $60,000, $70,000 a year of income coming in off it. I don't know what Mr. Erickson pays a year for the grazing of the cattle, but I'm sure it's not even close to that. So, here we're arguing a point on whether we're going to support something. The bird's out of the cage. I'm sorry. That's where it's at. We could beat it on the table all we want, but factually, that property's going to the trust. What can we do to make the best out of it? And that was the purpose of our team that we set up. If it was going to happen, which it has happened, what type of mitigations could we come up with that would make it as palatable as possible? Those are the mitigation measures that we came up with. I felt this is where we were going to be in the very beginning. I wanted to get the best I could for our county. I think our team did that. When I ran for office, I pledged I would do my best to make my decisions in the best interest of the people of the county. I'm to a point right now where I have to make this decision, not that I'm forced into it, but it's the right one to make, to support the transfer, because what else are we going to get out of it? You guys are going to do with it what you want. Cattlemen are not going to be able to graze it because you don't own it. So what are we going to get out of it as a benefit for the county? And I think that's what we did when we did the negotiation. So I'm done. I'm ready for a motion. Any other public comment? Be happy to hear it. Thank you. You can talk. I'm sorry.
Well, thank you. And yes, we are in the position to acquire the property. Obviously, I think that the outcome that was the more realistic outcome given the condition of the landowners in that they wanted to sell the property. The best outcome for them was to have it go to Yosemite National Park. That matches their value set and their desires for the property. And we're working with them to help with that. We believe that the Park Service is actually a good final steward for the property, obviously. And really, I think when it came down to what we were looking at, this was never a trade-off between ranching or Park Service. This was a trade-off between likely development of the property, the analysis that was done of the current zoning, and the allowable development on the property would be that it would be 3 privately held parcels with 3 homes on it. And that is what's considered the highest and best use for this property and would be the likely buyer in the open market. So when we're looking at those situations where you have a property like this of such tremendous resource value, and I really want to stress that it is not about the owls. It is about the whole matrix of habitat that is out there. It's about the way that the meadows actually clean the water for their then delivery into the water system that fuels this county and fuels the state. It's about many other resource values beyond that bird. And I think that the one comment I will make to the bird is that they are underperforming in the Ackerson Meadow complex. They are considered to perhaps have a better opportunity to get more food with different management. But again, it's not about the owl. It's really about everything else that's on that property and everything else about that property that would be lost if this were to turn into 3 homes developed as they would be on the open market.
Barclay, can I ask a quick question? Yeah. If it stayed with your organization, because I'm reading a number of cases where conservation groups have gotten property and basically gone to a no management scenario and found that things were, or not active management, if you will, and found that things have gone kind of backwards and then they've had the capacity to go back and reintroduce some grazing, maybe some limited timber harvest for the health of their lands. If it stayed with your group, then that option would have the potential to be exercised. Again, I'm questioning the transfer to the park, because when it goes to the park, then fundamentally the management scenario is drastically different.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I look at it.
So just to be clear, the Trust for Public Land does not hold properties, but we would work with another entity that ultimately would. So it's not necessarily within our purview to make those kind of management changes. We don't typically hold property for a long period of time. But, obviously we have Don Newbacher here. But I think that when we talked about this study, that there was an intention to have a control of the Ackerson property, not being grazed, and then to have other opportunities to look in the immediate area to look at the impact of how grazing could actually be revised, or how grazing unrevised actually impacts habitat values. Again, in that whole matrix, not just looking at the owl. And I think that we are all in a period of learning now, and that we'll all be looking for studies like that. There are other studies happening throughout the state that are looking at how grazing can be managed to better conservation values. The Trust for Public Land is actively engaged in pursuing projects of that similar ilk. And so I think, just as is true with the way that we've seen forest management change over time and grazing practice become more and more informed by studies, we'll continue to see an evolution of what kind of the standing understanding is of what is best practices, and then we'll, as communities and as individuals and as agencies, be able to revise our management practices to meet those competing interests. But it's a work in progress. Absolutely.
Any other questions?
I do want to mention one thing. I know that the tax payment came up, the 10-year tax payment, but that very specifically in the grant agreement proposed does not interfere with the county's continued ability to access payments through the federal payment in lieu of tax program, which would continue to go towards the county unimpacted by anything done here. Obviously not a perfect solution, but something that has been considered.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kirk, isn't this a fun job?
Do you want to raise? Is that what you're going to ask? No, I just...
You want to run for election?
You know, again, that I'm here for this part for Farm Bureau, that we try to protect and promote agriculture in this county, and we do not want to see any loss of that. Clearly, if this land ends up under National Park Service control, the historic uses of grazing and timber are gone. That's done. That's not going to happen in National Park land. Now, they may have other management practices that they use in other areas, but what has historically been done to get this to the state that it's in now will be over, and that won't be up for discussion anymore. John, I agree with all the great things you said about Yosemite and what it's done for Groveland since its existence, and I'm not going to argue any of those points because I believe they're all valid. I also don't believe that Yosemite is going to have to close its doors if it doesn't get control of this property, and I don't think Rush Creek's success relies on this property being part of the national park.
I think you're right. I just wanted to make sure that people saw the big picture.
No, and absolutely, and I appreciate you doing that, and I agree with that. And I don't want anybody to think that I'm up here to bash Yosemite, because that's not the intent of any of that. I have a different management philosophy overall, and I think there's a better use for this property. So now I'm going to take my Farm Bureau hat off quickly and put my real estate broker's hat back on, and I believe, and I'm not privy to their contract with the Trust for Public Lands, but I'm sure what they're doing is exercising an option to purchase at a specific date. Now, I have been involved in many real estate dealings over the last 11 years, and I've never brought one in front of you guys for your support for any way. So there must be some reason that the Trust for Public Lands wants the Board of Supervisors support in order to go forward. Now, if they're contractually obligated, I believe, to purchase the property. If they don't, that contract most likely has provisions that would provide the Wainwrights some sort of compensation for the Trust for Public Lands of failing to consummate the purchase. Now, that's just my hunch. That's the standard procedure in most real estate contracts. What Mr. Erickson is talking about is if he is allowed to potentially purchase a property and come to an agreement with the Wainwrights, is that he's in touch with a conservancy that essentially would purchase a conservation easement. I don't believe we have a lot of conservation easements yet in this county. They've started in other areas. Orvis is down there in Stanislaus have done a large one recently, and we have some other examples, and we're just kind of getting on the beginning end of that. And so that would be one of the possibilities I believe Mr. Erickson would be looking at in the future, and that would eliminate the worry about large-scale or intense development, yet it would still allow the historic uses of grazing and logging, and that's what the group that he's been talking to. So where it may be true that this sale is going to go through to the Trust for Public Lands one way or the other, they still have options on whether they decide to give the property to the park or not. They could either turn around and resell it themselves, or they could look at the ramifications of backing out of the contract. So I don't think, Chairman Gray, that we are here and have to make one of these choices just because a lot of work has gone into this. We acknowledge that as well and appreciate the efforts of everybody. But I don't think that just coming up and saying this is a done deal, we've got to take what we think is best for us, is the right answer. I always think there's more that we can do.
It's quite possible my words were based on the answers to the questions that I asked.
Absolutely understood.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm going to attempt to articulate my feeling here real quick. Pretty much everything that's been talked about has nothing to do with my decision. My decision is going to be based on one thing, and it has to do with I look at this as habitat for not just all these animals, but also people. It's habitat for a certain kind of people. And these are people that I grew up around, people like my grandpa. And those kind of people are disappearing. And it's a cultural heritage thing. So, I'm going to make a motion that the board pursue option 4.
Before I second that, I'd like to comment. I appreciate everything everybody said here, and I know I know there's deep feelings behind all this, and I appreciate those. But like I said before, I think in good conscience, I have to agree with Supervisor Royce and second the motion to option 4.
Could I let Mr. Erickson speak
Sure.
first? And we want everybody to have their opportunity up here.
I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. I just wanted to say, there's a little pointer again.
He likes that toy.
Fun toy. Say, seriously, Markley said something about these studies,
You can make this up.
continuing studies on cattle grazing and whatnot. As I mentioned here on East Meadow, the park took that from my grandfather in the 20s or 30s. I don't remember when they moved the line. He didn't want to sell it, but they said if he didn't sell it, they'd condemn it, and at that time they didn't have to pay much for condemnation. So he sold it. So that's where the grass is this high, and we don't see the owl. We see him where it's in the fall. We graze it down. It's very short, and the Forest Service did some studies, and they said, well, an owl needs 18 inches of grass. This has been a few years ago. I said, 18 inches? Why? Who did they ask? She said, I don't know. Just a bunch of scientists got together and decided it needs 18 inches. Now it's dropped to 4. But there's a place in Eagle Meadows that they can't even graze, and there's no owl there. But it's owl potential habitat. All these studies that I'm not just saying Ackerson Meadow, but we go through lots of places where there's some little thing, either it's a salamander lizard habitat, don't see them, but it all affects our business. And they want to do more studies. These people that really don't know, I don't think they know about grazing. You don't know about grazing unless you've done it. I don't know about what somebody else does here unless I've done it. I can't be the guy to tell anybody in here what's best for their deal. Now we don't shoot mountain lions, but each year we've missed some calves that are born in the mountains. We see them, then pretty soon you don't see them. They're gone. Or if a cow dies, you can tell when the bear's there. They ring it like a dish rag, which if she's dead, they didn't kill her probably, she died. But some of those things we don't see, but that's food for them too. I don't like the lion bit, but everybody who wants lions and wolves will never have to deal with them. That's where some of these studies come in by people who don't know what they're doing, but they have an idea, and a cattleman can tell if there's feed there, if there's going to be grass there, if there's not, from doing it for many years. I've been here a long time. I'm 70 years old, and I know what's good and what's not good without doing a study and writing all this stuff down. I can tell if there's no grass there, I better not put a cow in there because I need weight on my calves to sell them. I don't need somebody coming in and studying the creek because the creeks have made it all these years, or the grass. That's just what I say about some of these people doing all these extra studies, and it costs a lot of money.
We got the point. Thank you. Okay, first I had a motion by Supervisor Royce for number 4, and did I have a second? Yep. Okay. Supervisor Rutherford?
Mr. Chairman, I've got a substitute motion to offer.
Okay, we'll handle a substitute motion first.
I honestly can't. I can't deny my principle of personal property rights to sell the property. However, I also cannot support the transfer of Ackerson Meadow to Yosemite National Park, and I just hope that between the owner and TPL that they can consider another option other than transferring that to the park and the Forest Service that will continue to allow grazing to thrive in that area, either through resale, abandonment of the sale, and going down another road. That's up to them. But my substitute motion is for number 3, to oppose the transfer of Ackerson Meadow to Yosemite National Park. But because it was such a great effort, I want to support the mitigation actions in the stakeholder group proposal if the transfer moves forward.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
A second?
Can you summarize that again? I'm sorry.
Option 3.
Option 3.
Okay. Can I make?
We can have discussion,
Sure.
absolutely. We have a first and second discussion.
Sure. So, I just wanted to say something to the property owners that, first of all, I have a deep respect for what your intentions are in trying to preserve this property, and I appreciate that. And I think, like I said, your intentions are good-natured. The thing that I'm afraid of, like I said, is losing those kind of great gray owls, like Mr. Erickson. Those kind of people, you lose. No, and I mean that with
no disrespect,
love. You remind me of my grandpa. So, when ranches like this, they slowly disappear, I look at this as that's what we're losing here. We still have, right now at this moment, for the last 150 years of the management that was there, the environmental values, you have the beauty and the meadows and all those things. I would not want to see that turn into a housing development or something like that. And I think that pursuing an option through a trust or some kind of conservation easement or something is a good thing to do. But you're losing something here in what you're doing. You're losing this cultural part of it, which is a very deeply seated thing in this county. And there's things like the check dams, yellowhammer cabins. There's a lot of things like that that are slowly disappearing. And that's what I don't want to see lost.
Okay, any more discussion on the motion? We had the substitute motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Brennan. No more discussion? Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
I wasn't fast enough to say yes.
Call for it again.
Yeah, let's call for the motion. I'm going to call for all those in favor. Aye. Opposed?
No.
So we, at option number 3 passed on a 3-2 vote. Handel and Rice dissenting. All right? Well, thank all of you that came for this, the work that you put into it. It's much appreciated. We're going to take a 10-minute break and go on to the next item. Thank you. Right, we're going to call the Board of Supervisors meeting back to order after a robust first item of the 1:30 agenda. We're going to take a couple things before we take the second 1:30 agenda. I'd like to take items number 22 and 23.
22 is consideration of approving the Columbia Airport Capital Improvement Plan, authorizing the county administrator to sign any grant offers.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I'm Benedict Stuth, the airport manager. Before you have item 22, which is the Airport Capital Improvement Plan. This is roughly the same plan that you saw last year. Each year we go through a scenario where we work with the FAA and the Caltrans Division of Aeronautics to come up with a capital improvement plan for the airport. So basically the projects that we had from last year, the first year projects are in progress right now, so they come off the list, and we're going after the next year's projects in this plan. This plan is looking at funding for the upfront projects, which is next year's the construction of taxiway Bravo and Charlie. We are estimating this project to be in between $1.4 and $2 million. One of the good news items is since our item has been delayed, I've had a chance to talk with the FAA today during a meeting, and they have said that they're fully supporting that project and expect it to be funded by May of next year. In addition, we've also just accepted 2 additional grants from the state of California yesterday, which covers half of our local match for our current projects that we are working on now. So the plan in place is working, and we're moving forward. And if you have any questions, I'll entertain those.
Any questions from the board? Any public comment? Just one. Benny, thanks for all the hard work and getting this money coming forward. Those projects have been needed for a long time. Looking forward to see them start. All right, but clerk, please read item number.
We're going to approve it.
Oh, do we have to do that?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, you can't shortchange that.
You guys made me tired the last subject.
Mr. Chairman.
All right, please.
I have a motion. I move on staff recommendation.
I'll second.
We have a second by Supervisor Brennan. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0.
Is consideration of approving the revised Tuolumne County Airport's policies and procedures for hangars, tie-downs, wait lists, and associated forms.
All right.
All right, so once again, this next item has to do with the draft hangar policy for the Tuolumne County airports. Back in December of 2014, we decided that we really needed to tackle this issue as a lot of issues were coming up at the airport that we couldn't necessarily answer. So what this draft policy does is it clarifies a lot of policies and procedures for the airport. It adds some good policies and procedures for the airport in answering a lot of those questions that were left open. In addition, it takes all the policies and procedures for the airport and consolidates them into one document, which helps us with providing consistency with all of our policies that we do have. And if we do need to go forward and make any changes, we only have to change one document instead of multiple documents. There have been some numerous changes in the policy itself, and while all of them we feel are good policies and procedures, there are some notable changes. One is the hangar waiting list. We are moving to a deposit-driven waiting list, so we'll be requiring a $300 deposit for people to be on those waiting lists. It really helps us as the airport out having a deposit-driven waiting list in that whenever we go for development, like for case example, we had a hangar developer come and talk to us at the airport last week. The first question was, do you have a hangar waiting list and how serious is it? By having a deposit-driven waiting list, we're able to answer that question right off the bat. We've reduced some of the requirements and what you would need to have a hangar, which is now you have to be 18 years old and in possession of an aircraft. You no longer have to have a pilot's certificate to do so. And most importantly, it provides us procedures for when we find violations in hangars at the airport. It gives us a procedure for actually resolving those issues and moving forward, whereas we didn't have a clear-cut procedure before. If you have any questions, I will be open to entertaining them.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, for those of you that haven't been in bed with this for the last 2 or 3 years, 4 or 5.
Been a long time.
This is something that we've been struggling with on the Airport Advisory Committee for way too long, and I just wanted to thank Benny for slogging through a very contentious, very difficult issue, and I move on staff recommendation.
We have a first and second, and I would concur with Supervisor Rutherford. Thanks for this. I think it's been with me for about 4 years. So I believe that we know it's not going to be perfect. We know everybody's not going to be happy, but it's a lot better than what we had. So thank you. Supervisor
I just would like you to share with us any comments you've got from current hangar owners or permittees, whatever you call them. Curious what the reaction is.
Well, we did fully vet the process, and we took every opportunity to put this policy in front of as many people as we could. Every time we took it to the advisory committee, we would release it to the public and send it out to every single user that we have on our mailing list to solicit comments. We have, during our public comment period, we did have over 71 comments. They ranged from insurance requirements, stipulations, how to get into a hangar, what the requirement should be for a hangar, clarification for what should be in the hangars. Mostly, I would say we had positive reactions. A lot of people really saw the need over the years to have this policy in place. That's not to say we didn't have some negative comments and some people with concerns. What we did is we took every single one of those concerns, brought them in, found a way to either incorporate the policy or explain why those concerns wouldn't be to the benefit of the airport or even the tenants themselves, and really put forward a draft policy that reflects all of those concerns that you see today.
Any public comment? Bring it back to the board. For the vote.
Been a long day.
I'm a little slow today, but I have Alicia here to keep me moving. Thank you. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
How do we feel about doing the rest of the stuff that's on this list? Want to wait? All right. Let's do our 1:30 appointment. Would you, clerk, please read item number 2?
Consideration of approving Volume 1 Consideration of approving Volume 1 classification report from Coffin Associates, including title changes and reclassifications, Y rating 2 positions, and new class specifications, and accepting Volume 2 compensation report from Coffin Associates.
Good afternoon. I'm Ann Frem, the HR Risk Manager.
Kimberly Phipps, Administrative Analyst.
And we promise that this section of your 130 will be significantly shorter than your last portion of the 130. So today, before you today is the final classification and compensation survey that the county started working on in March of 2015. These 2 documents here are the culmination of many months of effort. I want to first start off with thanking Kim. I would have died doing this if it wasn't for her. She spent hours and hours and hours working on classifications, and she has just done a fantastic job, and I can't say thank you enough to her. So the volumes we have, there are 2 volumes. There's Volume 1, which is classifications, and there's Volume 2, which is compensation. And we're going to start with the Volume 1, the compensation portion, the classification portion. This report, there are 3 major sections in the report. There's a written report from Coffin Associates that talked about study goals, the process, classification concepts, different findings and recommendation, and also they gave us a really handy tool for keeping classifications up to date, creating new classifications so they don't get a little out of whack as bad as our last ones did, which hadn't been updated since really 2008. The second portion in this book is the recommended position allocations, which are in Appendix 1 and also attached to this report as Attachment 1, that talks about reclassifications, title changes, and any positions or no changes. So a reclassification is basically where an employee has been determined to be working in a different classification than they're currently assigned. The consultant has recommended those employees for a reclassification. A title change just basically is, instead of an engineering assistant, you'll be an engineering technician. It's instead of an office assist, a department support tech, you'll be an administrative assistant. It's titles that are more easily recognized industry-wide and kind of more modern titling. And finally, there's just some that absolutely had no change that are listed in there. And then there's the final class specifications. This has been that has been the hardest part of this position, because I'm going to go to soon here the process that we went through to get the final class specs written and approved. So it's important to note that this report was taken as a snapshot in time. So the documents that they received, there's been a lot of changes, which is why we have created a final recommendation chart, because some of the recommendations from COF, some of the people that have left, some of the promotions have already happened. So the classification process was very time-consuming and very difficult. We had 264 class specs that were updated and or created by COF and or by the county. Prior to the award of the contract, we had sent out position description questionnaires to all the department heads and asked them to distribute to their employees within the department. We had a date that they were supposed to bring back. And what these questionnaires did is asked basic questions about the job, percent of time spent, so that way COF, once they were awarded the contract, could set up interviews with the employees. So they spent time reviewing our current class specs, reviewing the position description questionnaires, so that way when they conducted interviews either in person or by phone, they could really have a well-educated discussion and to try to get a really clear picture and understanding of the day-to-day functions of the job. Then COF also met with managers and department heads after meeting with staff to really get a clear picture of the department head's idea of the function of the job and how it worked in the organization. They then went and created new class specs based upon all of this information, and that's when they were sent to Human Resources. There was many back and forth exchanges between department heads, managers, and HR, as Kim can well attest to, before the class specs were sent out to all the bargaining units, because any changes to class specs, there's a meet and confer obligation because of our collective bargaining. During this process was not without controversy, but we did receive responses back from all of the bargaining units with the exception of SEIU, which represents healthcare, that all the class specs were approved and were accepted by the bargaining units. I do want to talk about one of the issues that happened during the process. The management unit had actually asked for some details that were in the Volume 2, the compensation portion of it, which I provided for them, but I had actually scrubbed the financial data off of it. They had asked for the benchmarking information, which we'll get to in a little bit, and they wanted to discuss the benchmarks. The benchmarking portion of this, the Volume 2, will be dealt with at the bargaining table. We were only trying to get good class specs and the class specs approved. So it took a little bit of discussions and a few emails to really to drive that point home, but I'm hoping everybody did understand that good class specs drive compensation, which is why we were meeting and conferring over the class specs. The county also created quite a series of class specs for all the relief positions that don't have a benefited position tied to them, like all of the recreation positions. There's also positions that had no incumbents and newly created positions that we had to transfer to the new format. So with 264 plus class specs, of course, we did miss 3. There are 3 class specs that weren't created: a lead equipment technician, a supervising sheriff's clerk, and the supervising DA investigator. That will come back to your board in January, probably on consent, since there's no reclassifications or anything associated with those. And also, anything on class specs? I think that was it for class specs. So if we can go to attachment 1 really just briefly, you'll see that there are 2 different colors. There's an orange color, which are positions that are proposed for reclassifications, and there's a blue section for people that are proposed for retitles. We thought we also had caught every single employee on the retitle. We did miss 1. Any retitles that need to happen to staff, we will certainly make sure that happens when we are going through PeopleSoft and updating it. The reclassifications, there's a couple of different levels of reclassification. There are some people that are currently in a job that they're working at, and they're being proposed to be reclassed to a new title that doesn't exist. So we will, during negotiations, create a pay range and assign that. Until that pay range is created, the person will actually stay in their current salary range. We also have a couple of people that were reclassed to a lower level classification, but as not to harm their salary, we're recommending a Y rate. A Y rate basically allows that person to stay in their current salary until the new salary catches up to what they're currently being paid. Or if that person should retire before the salary catches up, then the new incumbent's hired in at the regular rate of pay. The two people that were expected to be Y-rated, if you look at the data that's included in the compensation, the new positions will actually pay more than they are recommended to be paid more than they're paid now. So it would be kind of odd to take somebody, move them up, move them down, and move them back up. So we're recommending a Y rate. We also have one position, a public health nurse 3. I have dry mouth so bad, sorry. Public health nurse 3. In my brain, it's a senior public health nurse. That's what's in the chart. It's actually a public health nurse 3. That is the correct title. That's in the classifications. And that will be addressed properly when we deal with renaming people in the system. Additionally, Department of Social Services, their positions are governed by merit systems. And during the meet and confer, it was discovered there's a lot of people over there that really needed to be looked at by merit systems. So they did additional position description questionnaires for merit systems, submitted it to Merit, and Merit will be coming back with recommendations, and most likely we'll have those in time for the mid-year budget. So any of those changes that would be made, thank you, Craig, any of those positions that need to be changed, we will recommend during the mid-year. Thank you. Okay, the compensation portion. The compensation portion is volume 2. We have not met and conferred over anything in that book yet because we need the board to accept the report, because this book will be the basis for bargaining. So COF did another detailed report, going through the study process, the market compensation findings, internal relationships, and recommendations. And again, this is based upon a snapshot in time. And we've worked with department heads, and there are issues that were in the COF report where they had only recommended 2 levels of engineer, but we really wanted 3, and it made sense to have 3 because of the life cycle of engineering projects and getting a person up to the level where they can actually use their own license. Same with assessment techs. There are some very high level, and there's some new certificates that are going to have to be acquired by people that are working there that would really qualify them to be a senior. So we've created those class specs, and we asked them to include financial data in the project. So briefly for the how the compensation portion was collected, we had they picked a number of classifications. They picked 119 classifications for benchmarking, and they went out to the comparison counties, which are listed in here: Alpine, Amador, Calaveras, El Dorado, Mariposa, Merced, Mono, Nevada, Placer, San Joaquin, and Stanislaus. We had actually met and conferred with the bargaining units prior to the award of the contract to agree to those counties. Mono County was not responsive to any of the requests. They are short a CAO, short an HR director, and the one person in finance who said they could help was kind of overwhelmed by the time that they came there. So Mono was non-responsive. So out of the 119 classifications, 106 classifications, they found sufficient data to recommend salary information. As I've stated before, and I'll state again, class specs drive the compensation survey. So that's why it was so important to have the meet and confer and get the agreement from the bargaining units on the classifications, because those classifications that were created are what what COF went out to get data. And there's not one county in the state that's like any other county in the state, so we realized 100% match was not going to happen. So COF analyzed each class description using a 70% match against the county class specs, using education experience, knowledge, skills, and abilities, the scope and complexity of work, authority, responsibility for others, programs and budgets, problem solving, contact with others, both inside and outside, consequences of actions, decisions, and working conditions. And as the counties were contacted, benefit data was also collected from the comparator agencies. So that way we could get a total monthly compensation calculation that took into items such as retirement insurance, amount of leave people get, deferred compensation, any sort of health benefits for retirees, longevities, cert pays, special pays. And once that was done, COF was able to establish internal salary relationships and range recommendations that was established by COF. As I said, the county is very aware of the meet and confer obligation over this volume, and during negotiations, we will certainly entertain any arguments, any disagreements or whatever, and we will talk about that at the negotiation table. As you can see, these are large documents, so I did not scan them, so they were not posted on Granicus. These books are available for review in the clerk's office, and for each bargaining unit, I will actually be giving them a flash drive with the data on it, so that way they will. It's easily ascertained by them. So it is recommended that your board approve Volume 1, which is the classification report, which would include the title changes and reclasses that are attached on Attachment 1, the Y rating of Jeff Paxton, the Staff Services Assistant to Fiscal Technician, and Lori Stoffel, Senior Assessment Technician to Assessment Technician 2, and the new class specifications that are in Appendix 2 of the volume, and also accept Volume 2 compensation report.
Any questions?
So just to clarify, we're approving the study, doing some of the reclassifications. Are there any financial implications to that at this time, or will that be all handled during bargaining in the future?
That will be all handled.
The Y rate just keeps it steady.
The Y rate keeps it steady.
So we're getting the classes right, then we'll start dealing with...
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm only asking for the Volume 1 to be approved, Volume 2 to be accepted, which is where all the financial stuff lives.
Okay. So the discussion and our strategy in dealing with this in the future, that'll all be bargaining?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll have lots of educational opportunities in closed session. Yes.
Okay, any other questions? Any public comment? I have to confess, I did not read both volumes.
Oh, John.
But I did read the 56 pages.
You should try putting it under your pillow at night. Works like a champ.
Okay, so no public comment, bring it back to the board.
No public comment, bring it back to the board for a motion. I'll move on staff recommendation.
Second.
We have a first by Supervisor Rhoda, first second by Supervisor Royce. Call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you very much. We'll see you in closed session.
Mr. Chairman, if you're a really nice guy, and I know you are, you take 27 through 30 next, so we could let the CRA folks.
Let's do 27 through 30.
Okay, number 27 is consideration of approving an agreement for professional services for compliance monitoring analysis, reporting, and consulting services for the Tuolumne County Central Landfill and the Big Oak Flat Landfill with Geological Associates, Inc., DBA RMC Geoscience, Inc.
Ms. Shane.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. As you are aware, we have two closed landfills in the county, one at Jamestown and one in Big Oak Flat. Pursuant to state law, we are required to monitor those landfills on a regular basis and to submit monitoring reports to the state. We currently contract for that service, and our current contract will expire on December 31st of this year. In October, the Solid Waste Division undertook a request for proposal process to seek proposals for a new consultant to provide this service for us. We received 6 proposals. The proposal receiving the highest score was submitted by Geologics Associates, doing business as RMC Geoscience, who I'll refer to as RMC. RMC is our current contractor for these services, and they have been providing the service since 2009. We have prepared an agreement for your consideration today. The agreement is for a 3-year term with the potential for for 1 2-year extension. So at this time, I'm asking your board to execute the agreement that is before you today.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. Any public comment? Back to the board.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
Second.
We have a first by Supervisor Brennan, a second by Supervisor Rotifer. Call for any public comment. Seeing none. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Next item.
28 is consideration of awarding the following contracts for special district snow removal and de-icing services with Peterson Excavation and Joe Cover and Sons, Inc.
Ms. Allen.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Tanya Allen, Supervising Engineer of the Community Resources Agency. County service areas provide an independent mechanism under the road maintenance for snow removal services that are contracted in areas traditionally receiving significant yearly snowfall. These roads are not part of the county-maintained system. In October of 2015, contracts with local contractors expired, and staff circulated an invitation for bids to provide services again on future storms. The invitation for bids, as approved by your board, identified 3 zones receiving snow removal. We have Zone A, which is 1.43 miles, Zone B, which is 5 miles, and Zone C, which is 8.08 miles. Bids were due November 30th, and the following bids were received for each zone. Zone A, we received a bid from Peterson Excavation out of Tuolumne with a total bid of $136,500. Zone B, Joe Cover and Sons Incorporated out of Tuolumne for a total bid of $99,700. And Zone C, both Peterson and Covers out of Tuolumne submitted a proposal for $137,250 by Peterson and $129,700 by Joe Cover. The total bid is calculated using estimated time that the contractor may incur annually performing snow removal services, de-icing services, and traveling as a baseline, which is then multiplied by the 2-year contract term. The estimated time was based on time recorded for services during the winter of 2010-2011. And estimates were given as a basis for comparison of bids, and no guarantee was made or implied as to the exact quantity that would be assigned to those items. County Council has reviewed the bids submitted by Peterson Excavation and Joe Cover and Sons Incorporated and has found irregularities in both bids. I refer you to County Council's memo in the board packet for further explanation about those irregularities. Upon award of the contracts, snow removal and de-icing services will begin immediately, and the term of the proposed contracts is for a 2-year period with an option by your board and the contractors to extend the contracts for an additional 2 years. It is recommended that your board award the following contracts for the Special District's snow removal and de-icing services for a 2-year term and waive the bid irregularities.
Supervisor Rice?
Yeah, can you just explain in real simple terms for me real quick? It's bid based on like an overall scope, and then they're actually compensated for what they're called out for. Is that right?
So this was identified really kind of a time and materials contracts.
Right.
We used an estimated time by historic data of what might be the worst situation that we would have.
A number for that total amount?
Correct.
But you actually compensate them based on their hourly breakdown or whatever
Correct.
breakdown?
As a
Perfect.
unit price that, or
Perfect.
the unit price that was listed, yeah.
Any other questions? Any public comment?
Move on staff recommendation.
First by Supervisor Royce, second by Supervisor Hanvelt. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Clerk, read the next item, please.
Consideration of awarding a contract to George Reed to perform the work as shown in plan specifications and bid book for the signalization of Tuolumne Road at Standard Road.
Good afternoon, Tanya Allen, Supervising Engineer, CRA. The Engineering Division prepared the plan, specifications, and bid book for the signalization of the Tuolumne Road and Standard Road project. The work done consists of installing a signal at the intersection, constructing a left turn lane and a dedicated right turn lane on Standard Road for the eastbound traffic and westbound traffic on Tuolumne Road, respectively. We would construct a pedestrian improvements, installing striping and signage, and constructing drainage improvements, including a culvert under Standard Road to capture runoff and direct into the existing drainage system. On October 20th, 2015, your board approved the project and advertisement for bids, which were due on November 19th, 2015. 2 bids were received, one by George Reed Incorporated out of Modesto for $728,820.50, as well as by TNS West Incorporated out of Linden, California for $838,363.30. Both bids were less than the engineer's estimate of $886,380, and the lowest bid was less than the engineer's estimate by 18%. All estimates are based on competitive bidding, and a bid analysis was performed on the 2 bids. The total amount of the lowest bid is less than the engineer's estimate by $157,559.50. County Council has reviewed the bid submitted by George Reed Incorporated and has determined that the bid documents are in substantial compliance with our call for bids. It is recommended that your board award the contract in the amount of $728,820.50 to George Reed Incorporated to perform the work as shown in the plans, specifications, and bid book for the contract number 1633, signalization of Tuolumne Road and Standard Road, and authorize the chair to sign the contract.
Any questions? Any questions?
Comments?
Comments?
Try to make it quick. It's been a long day. I still don't think we should do this project. I think at one point in time it was much more needed. I think I'm probably the only one here that drives that every single day. I think not only do signals, help with traffic, but they can also create traffic, and they can also be a safety issue. I read a article about intersections and safety after our last meeting, and when you're dealing with things like this, the article I was reading said the most important factor is safety. And I don't know how many accidents there are at that intersection, but I know that by putting a signal there, you will create accidents. There will be rear-ending accidents. And I know that there are other factors. There's mitigation to projects and potential growth, but I think from the time when a lot of those things were established, our growth projections and our traffic, help me out, Bev. Thank you. Those things have changed substantially, and I think that it's a mistake to put that there right now. So I'm not going to support it.
Supervisor Rutherford.
If you didn't get that.
With all due respect to my colleague in whose district this is, I move on staff recommendation.
Thank you for that motion.
And Mr.
We have a
Chairman,
second?
I will second, but would like to comment that I do disagree with my colleague. This is where Standard Park is, by the way, which I've seen incredible traffic there on weekends. And they're usually young people, and I'd like to protect them. And I think the signal would do a better job than no signal. So I fully support it in the second motion.
Okay. And I'll disagree also. I sat on Standard Road for a good 20 minutes here not too long ago, waiting to get out on 12 Highway. I was trying to do my Friday free play, and I just couldn't get there at the time. So,
I should have brought you my packet.
okay. So, any public comment? Bring it back to the board for a motion. We have a first. We have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 4-1 was Supervisor Royce dissenting.
Thank you.
Number 30.
Okay.
We'll go 30 because I don't think 26 is going to go anywhere.
It's second reading and consideration of adopting an ordinance amending Chapter 1528 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, the county's landscape ordinance, to comply with state law.
Mr. Laird, it's getting late.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board.
Let's go.
My name's Mike Laird, Deputy CRA Director. Would you like me to briefly summarize what we talked about last meeting, or just?
I think if you, just for the public's benefit, you sent us a letter concerning the use of the reclaimed water. Maybe you want to talk about that.
Okay. Just the state has required that we update our water efficient landscape ordinance. We're supposed to do so by December 1st of this year. At your meeting last month, you waived the first reading of the ordinance and scheduled consideration of adoption for today's meeting. But at your meeting on November 17th, Barbara Balin addressed your board and requested that wording be added to Section 1528040L to exempt landscapes irrigated with raw water from application of the ordinance. You requested that staff evaluate this request and report back to your board. Unfortunately, staff's analysis determined that exempting landscapes irrigated with raw water from the ordinance would be contrary to the state's requirement that our ordinance be at least as effective as the state's ordinance at conserving water. Our recommendation is that the suggested wording not be included. Staff's determination is documented in the memo dated November 20th, which is in your agenda packet. I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
Supervisor Rutherford?
Yeah, I want to thank staff for addressing that issue. I think it's been addressed sufficiently, and with that, I move on staff recommendation.
Public comment? We have someone interested out in the public that may want to speak, and I don't see any. Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, absolutely.
Did you get back to Barbara Balin, and what was
Yes.
her response?
I sent her a copy of the memo, and I spoke with her about it, and we basically agreed that she's dealing with some proposed state legislation that's dealing with water rights, and her concern is that we use as much water here as we can. And we agreed that her interest is kind of diametrically opposed to what the state's trying to do with the landscape ordinance.
Okay, well, I just value her opinion, so I wanted the second half of that.
As do I.
That drop. Okay, I'll second.
Any other questions? We had public comment. We've got a motion and a second. A call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Done. Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 20. We've been waiting for this one all day. Or 24. 20. Oh, really? Which one? 24. Okay.
Consideration of approving the 2016 Board, Committees, Organization, and Partnership Handbook.
Okay, Mr.
Ms.
Chairman,
Pinto.
we annually review our handbook for any updates that may be needed. We get input from the agencies that are involved in it and look back at board actions during the year. And the only changes that we have are things that this time is what your board has already directed, or things that have changed because of agency changes. So pretty much things that we must do. This was pulled off of the agenda at your last meeting because a conflict there is a conflict that has developed in the composition of your Natural Resources Committee. I'm going to draw your attention to page 13 of the document. I'm getting there myself. It's actually page 16 of 75 as you go through your pad. In there, there is a mistake in what was presented in here. The actual composition that your board previously approved for natural resources is 2 members of the Board of Supervisors, 1 member from the Fish and Game Preservation Fund Advisory Committee, 1 member from the Agricultural Advisory Committee, and 1 member from the Tuolumne County Resource Conservation District. We were still showing the Tuolumne County Economic Development Authority, but you changed that, some time ago. In essence, the problem with the committee, it's not the committee, it's the YS, it's another committee, the Yosemite Stanislaus Solutions. A majority of your natural, as it's currently comprised, a majority of your Natural Resource Committee participates in the Yosemite Stanislaus Solutions, or YSS. So they're already discussing things that are coming to your Natural Resource Committee, or may come to the committee. So been trying to think what to do, and there is no magic here. It seems like the logical thing to do is add to your membership to try and remove that conflict, and by adding 2 more positions. And you need to make sure that these appointments do not participate on a regular basis on the YSS. Send some ideas out, ask for some ideas from staff, send some ideas to your committee members, and I believe the chair, Sherry, wanted to make some suggestions.
Yeah, and thank you for that lead-in. We need to just be certain, even moving forward, that if we have 7 voting members, that only 3 participate at the YSS meetings, even though they do operate under consensus. So for the 2 additional members, I have spoken with Economic Development, Larry Cope, and think that he would be, or somebody, Economic Development would be a great addition, especially since so many of the issues that we talk about really are centered around infrastructure, the lack of infrastructure, and he may have some good additions to add to that conversation. The other one would be an at-large member, and we would take applications for that. And,
a question on Mr. Cope. I'm just trying to remember the bylaws. Isn't there something in that bylaws that says that the economic developer won't engage in policy making with the city and county? I don't remember the wording, but it seems like there was something in there.
The intention of that is that we never want to have the Economic Development Authority try to dictate policy to the county or to the city. But Mr. Cope has been allowed to, as its director, participate in discussions and committees. But he's not directing or trying to establish policy unto himself.
And I think he sits on one of the other. Is it the Loan Review Committee or?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, I was just getting to the.
No, it's I think it's important.
And I have no objections. I'm just don't want him to get sideways with his particular board for doing something that.
Right.
Go ahead.
Did you consider, instead of perhaps Mr. Cope, did you consider the Business Council?
No, did not consider that. And specifically was looking at Mr. Cope's unique opportunities with listening to the Natural Resource Committee and some of the work that he's trying to do with the Innovation Lab and UC Merced in particular with regards to natural resources.
Okay.
So,
yeah. So the recommendation would be, I'll just read it in. The new composition would be 2 members of the Board of Supervisors, 1 Fish and Game Preservation Fund Advisory Committee member, 1 Agriculture Advisory Committee member, 1 Tuolumne County Resource Conservation District member, 1 member from the Tuolumne County Economic Development Authority, and 1 at-large appointment. And with a little note there that that appointment would be important to vet to make sure they're not participating on the YSS.
Make sense? It's okay?
So with that change, staff recommends you adopt your 2016 handbook.
Move on staff recommendation.
First, second, Supervisor Brennan. Public comment. Seeing none, bring it back to the board. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, none. Passes 5-0. Thank you. So, number 25, huh? I crossed it off for some reason.
Consideration of adopting a resolution approving the post-retirement employment for Adele Arnold prior to the 180 days from her retirement date from December 30th, 2015.
And Mr. Chair, this can be very quick. Mrs. Arnold would like the opportunity to work one additional week in January after her formal retirement. To do so under PERS rules, your board would need to pass a resolution making findings allowing her to do that. So that would be staff's recommendation.
Move on staff recommendation.
Okay. We have first and a second. Any public comment? None. Bring it back to the board for vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. 26.
Okay. Consideration of recognizing unanticipated revenue in the amount of $20,000 and increasing the appropriations in the same amount for juvenile dependency appeals.
County Council.
Thank you, Chairman Gray, members of the board. As you probably know, my office has a small contract with an attorney to draft appeals and writs in juvenile dependency cases. There's a really quick turnaround, either 15 or 30 days from when we receive an opening brief. And given the staff and the caseload in my office, this contracted service provides the most cost-effective and efficient response to these appeals. We have never exceeded our usual annual budget of $10,000 until this fiscal year. We are already at $9,849. We've got 3 more appeals and writs pending, and I expect to receive more before the end of the fiscal year given the high number of caseload or cases that we have. So as you also know, the funding for this work comes from social services. It's not general fund. And given I anticipate receiving additional writs and appeals, I would ask that the board recognize unanticipated revenue in the amount of $20,000 and then increase appropriations in the same amount in the county council budget to continue paying for this contracted service.
I move on county council's recommendation.
Second.
You guys would really help me if you let me ask for public comment first before you.
Doesn't matter. You can ask after the motion's been made.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Rhoda for a second by Supervisor Brennan. Call for the vote. All those in
public comment.
I did.
Oh, okay.
I would like to do it before the motion.
Oh, okay.
But you know, it gets tough. All right. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0.
Board consensus.
Chairman would like to make a report. Okay. No, it's okay. 32.
This is closed session conference with labor negotiators Craig Pedro and Friend, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units. Public employee appointment, Authority Government Code Section 54957B1, Chief Probation Officer. And Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Authority Government Code Section 54957B1, title is County Administrator.
Do we expect to report anything out, Mr. Pedro?
No, sir.
All right, so we'll go into closed session.
Isn't it?